Right. Oh, is my mic in a good place? It hope it is. A little bit more up, maybe. Alright, there we go. So yeah, hi guys, how are you doing? We're starting a little bit early just to give people some time to come in. And then we'll get right in. Oh, but before we do, let me get the guest command up actually. So, fuck, how do you make again? Okay, no, new. I think that's command's new, right? I missed your voice. I missed you too. How are you doing, Adam? Hope you're doing well. Alright, commands, new. Yes. What's our first group again? Fuck. Bot, Hachi, Trolley, and me. Ah, fuck. Hey, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Right now, it's just you and me, apparently. But yeah, today's gonna be fun. We're gonna be talking about romance. Hopefully, we'll get some spicy deets, you know? Hey, you're good just at work? Oh, I see. No, I'm here judging you. Hey, Munchi, how are you doing? Thanks so much for making time today. Get... Boop, boop, boop. Really fun. Wait, what are you up to? How are you doing? Talking about romance, or rather lack of. It'll be, you know what? It'll be fun anyway. Here's the thing: it's gonna be just like chatting, right? And hopefully, you guys will have fun, like talking about it. You know. Give me a second. Who's the? Is it Hachi, Trolley? Right, Andrew? Give me a sec. Right now I'm just still like making that like I forgot to make the guests commands. I want to do that right now. Hachi. Mort. Wait, how are you doing, Hachi? Hope you're doing well. Mort. What have you been up to? You did chores? What kind of chores? Oh, Rui-san. No, Twitch. What? Fuck. Oh, there. That. You know, I don't think I've ever talked like to Rui. So I'm excited to like get to talk to Rui as well. Bit of gas. I went to buy groceries. Nice. Oh, here's an interesting thing. Like when you go buy groceries, do you go with like a grocery list, or do you like see what's there and kind of like, you know, buy what like, you know, speaks to you, sort of. So that should be it. Oh, okay. So I have to edit instead. There we go. If I do again. Oops, no, I can't spell. Guess. There we go. Right. And then I need to get ready for the next one as well, which will be Flag, Clary, and Munchie. Ninja! Welcome. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're all having a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time zone. Clary! I was just about to add like your prepare the command. Let me see. I do commands, new guests 2. I can like change to it later real quickly. Hey, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for like, you know, making time for me today. Background. remember. Flag Clary Munchie. Clary. There we go. And Munchie. Oh, it's gonna be like, us like Roly kids on the second group, huh? There we go. Munch. Rui's a good guy, he'll be fun. Oh, I'm so excited. You know what? I've seen him in Minecraft though. You did a few errands today? Oh my god, you guys are being so productive today. All of you. And a random flag. Yeah. You know what? Maybe one day, flag could be one of us. One of us. Right, without further ado, I'm just gonna like go into our main screen. Although no, actually we're gonna go with like this screen. I think this will work better for us. But yeah, thank you for coming, guys. So today is episode 2 of Rice Radio. And we will be talking about romance. We'll be talking about bad romances, rad bromances, what makes a good or bad relationship. So hope you all can have a comfy time just listening in. If you guys do have any questions, if you guys aren't, the guests, but you have questions, you have like kind of like maybe you need some advice, if you, then you can get my and the guests totally well qualified, advice, professional advice on that as well. So if you guys have any questions like that as well, please feel free to like ask me or ask in chat. Oh, actually, thank you so much for whatever you banned. What was that? Did I miss this? Did I miss something, Hachi? No, I mean no. Like we will be asking the guests. It'll be mostly like asking the guests, like what you guys think of that. So just a bot. All right, got it. Also, Gelsel, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Alrighty. Here's the thing, right? Like I have like some relationship experience myself, but not much that I can kind of like talk about. Either it's like very insignificant or it's like way too much. Like I don't have that perfect middle ground of like, oh, so I once went out with this guy, he was such a bitch. Like I don't have that middle ground, you know what I mean? Like so it's really a godsend that I can like bring you guys in and have you guys share your experiences. Hey Aerojazz, welcome. More Rice Radio, exactly. Oh, interesting thing. So this week I'll be hosting it, but in 2 weeks time we'll have round 2 of Rice Radio Romance, and that will be hosted by Ash from MrsAsians, which is our glorious leader, right? Of the cult, I mean the team Rice Bowl. So that's gonna be a lot of fun as well. You're chilling, glad to hear. Very ready to vibe here. Gonna be here. Just in case, I'm gonna check in with the people who are. So it's gonna be what? Hachi, Troll, and Trolley and Rui first, right? Hi-yo. Just. There we go. But yeah, Ariel, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. So yeah, before like we bring the guests in, like how about you guys? Like do you guys have any interesting like romance experiences? It'll be really cool if we can like talk about that as well, talk about chats, romantic experiences. I did consider doing a romance talk, like guest edition, sort of like chat edition, like how we did episode 0, where we brought in random people to come in to talk about their sort of like what was it, their customer service experiences, and I think that was so much fun. It was a lot of fun. So I think like that would have been really fun as well. Okay. But yeah, do you guys have any like, you know, any stories you can share? You're doing great. Glad to hear that, Ariel. Or Jess. Do people call you Jess? Sorry. Oh yeah, so when I was when I met this and we peeped. Oh, and never saw them again. Oh lord. I wanted to watch that one, but I was at work. You were at work actually doing the, you know, like doing the actual work while we were here just like blabbing our mouth about it. Yeah, exactly. Man, like, you know, Clary, so many people are really excited to hear from you because a lot of people, it's like the word of the town that you have the lowest, what was it, like, rice purity score? And, like, even Flag was like, man, I wonder what Clary's gonna throw at us. Like, you know about that. Is it Jess? Alright, I got it, sorry. Jess it is. Because of my rice purity. Oh my god, Clary Ludva. Oh. We'll see, you know. So I think like format-wise, there's gonna be no format really, but there's no format because we're just really just gonna be chatting, you know, you guys will be sharing your experiences, you know, commenting on that. But maybe if there's time like at the end for each group, like, you know, we can come up with some, you know, advice or how do I say this? Like learned lessons from said experiences. I think that'll be kind of fun. Also, Minsuri, thank you so much for shrimping your internet bandwidth for Ruru. Hope you have a good lurk. You know, I think like Rice Radio is like the perfect. Oh, Adam as well. Thank you so much for shrimping your internet bandwidth. Oh, actually, it's your workplace's internet bandwidth, isn't it? But anyway, somebody's internet bandwidth for Ruru. I do appreciate it. But you know, I think like Rice Radio is like the perfect stream to just lurk and have in the background while you guys do your, you know, do your work, do your stuff. Maybe even be gaming or whatever it is. You know what I've been doing? I've been like I've been what is it, going through, you know, a friend's VOD to get clips, right? And basically it's like I'm lurking but they're offline, right? And in the meantime, like while I'm listening in, you know, to like, you know, for points where I can like clip them, I'm also playing Minecraft, and just like it was so perfect. Now it's chill, except they're playing a horror game, but it's still chill. And then like I'm just doing Minecraft, and I can just stop Minecraft whenever to just like, you know, do the clip work when the moment comes in. You know, it's been really fun. I hope it's the same for you guys as well. Speaking of fun, man, next round, you know, the one with Ash, I think like that's gonna be a lot of fun as well. And I can't really wait to, you know, hear like Ash host it, because I have no idea. So Edu said that Ash will probably be a better, you know, host for romance, and you know, I could totally see that. But I have no idea how she'll do it, you know, how she'll take it. For me, it's gonna be like definitely sort of like a hands-off situation where I'll try and like, you know, all that space is reserved for, you know, the guests, for you guys. So right now I'm just like waiting on one last person to hopefully get back. And here's the thing, if he doesn't reply at like 7 o'clock, which is our agreed time, then we can just start the talk with, you know, the two of us. So like no, not two of us, but like with the two guests, Hachi and Rui. And then whenever Trolley comes in, he can like just join us as well. That'll work as well. Also, for the people in chat, like, while you know, I know that a lot of you guys will be lurking, but if not, you know, I will be responding, hopefully, in chat myself. So, you know, I'll be on the lookout. So, you know, I'm not gonna be, like, completely ignoring you guys. Oh, do you need, our Fugi for the... I have, like, the group, one set up already, so it should be okay. Ruru Senpai, well, no. So yeah, it's gonna be like this. I'll notice chat through chat myself. So unless do you want? Oh, what is it like? The oh god, Khan made like a little video about it. Boyfriend BFE, right? Boyfriend experience. Just be like, it's okay, baby. I notice you. Like that sort of thing. I said, alrighty. So it seems like our guests are ready. So it's a little early, but we can just get right on in. And oop.
Hello
And
there.
there we go. Hi. Hello there. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you so much for coming.
So how's everyone doing today?
Yeah, not bad. Also, Rui, like, nice to meet you. I think it's the first time I'm talking with you, right, in VC?
Yeah, I think it is actually. Yeah, I'm usually more of a kind of just gremlin doing stuff on my own on the side. So yeah.
Speaking of what we're doing, so before we get started, can we get like a bit of a self-introduction? So maybe in like left to right. So I think like everyone knows, but like let's go with Hachi first.
Test. Okay, cool. Hi, my name's Hachi. I was here on episode 0.
You were.
I don't know how to introduce myself. I'm part of Rice Bowl. I'm around usually, and that's about it.
Hey Hachi, also mod here, pro mod.
No, I'm not promoting.
Best mod.
You were just like
I'm
banning
always learning
bots
as I
for
go.
me like earlier. So okay, and then Trolley.
I mean,
Hello, I'm MrTrolldeMort. I'm a variety streamer. I'm kind of on hiatus right now. I've been super busy with work, but I do stream a bunch of random games. And I've talked to Rue before in his other podcast from way back. I still remember those days.
Yeah.
That was fun. And yeah, that's basically it.
Nice. Thanks for coming, Trolley. And then lastly, Rui-san.
Yeah, hi, I'm Rui. I'm also a variety streamer, kind of on hiatus, just kind of stream when I feel like it these days. But yeah, happy to be here. It's gonna be fun.
Awesome. Wait, what kind of like stuff do you do though usually? Like
It really just depends on kind of what I'm in the mood for.
Okay.
The last few times I've been streaming, it's been like a bit of League of Legends, like Apex. But yeah.
Nice. All right, then without further ado, so like how about this? We go from left to right again. So can we like get like what's alright? So Hachi, what was? So I'm gonna go like one at a time, and then maybe we can discuss like each. But like, what is like your most memorable, interesting, best, worst, any experience in terms of like
in a
relationships?
relationship.
Yeah.
All right. My best and worst is probably my only experience in
Okay.
dating. It wasn't physical. It was online relationship. We met through a Discord server, and we hit it off, and then like everything went well. There was no specific time where we like it was like a definitive like either of us asking. It was more like, hey, do you want to try it? Like, I'm down if you're down, right? Which was, in my opinion, not like the best way to start off a relationship, but
Yeah.
And to be fair, that like, what is it? Bit us in the butt afterwards, like at the end when we were like kind of going through the breakup. Yeah, we went. This is during 2020, so right before COVID. So we're dating, and they're like, we started talking in January, and then I think we hit it off in March, and that's right. Well, that's basically right when COVID hit.
Oh yeah.
And then I think we broke it off around May, so it wasn't not even 3 months, like 2 months.
Oh, okay.
Oof.
And so what had basically happened was at the very end for the breakup, personally it was my fault it was my fault during the breakup, but the cause for the breakup. because of COVID, I couldn't see my friends, and my friends and I were like, I became more active playing video games with my friends rather than hanging out or like talking to my girlfriend at the time, and that basically ended up to the point where it's like it wasn't messy, like we were pissed at each other. It was just a lot of disappointment and like the discussions. Yeah, so in the end, it's like it was mutual, but it was like I guess a bittersweet ending to it.
Oh, I see. Like, do you guys have like, more like IRL, like, experiences, or like, online experiences?
I only have online. I have no IRL experience. Yeah.
Hachi, if you don't mind me asking, was it like, so you guys met online? Did you ever like meet up in person?
We wanted to. This is 2020. Basically, was the year my senior year of high school. So right after high school, we were to, and basically when we get into college and like during summer vacation, during college or like break, we were planning to meet up. But again, the relationship never lasted as long enough to get through it. Yeah.
That's a shame.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it would have like been different if if COVID had like chilled a little bit, right? Like just relaxed a little bit, and you guys did have a chance.
Yes, I definitely say we would have. Personally, how do I say this? I think reflecting on what happened, I really want to say subconsciously, I had like this inferiority like mindset at the time where it's just like I didn't really think about it. What is it? I didn't really like think about it, or like it popped into my mind, but I think in the back of my head it was just she was too good for me and I don't know why she was with me.
Oh no.
So then and then that kind of built on, and then with COVID the distancing happened, and then it just everything fell off. Yeah, but then like I don't know, that's about it with the relationship. Yeah.
What was it that like you guys hit off on? Like, because I'm guessing you had something in common, right? Like maybe a game or some like topic. Or...
I had like a 2013 MacBook Pro that kept dying on me, and so then I asked my online friends, and they're like, hey, do you guys know how to help fix this update? And then she just kept constantly checking in on me. It's like, hey, there's this website, have you checked this website? Try your this like thing. And it's like, yeah, work on that. And then afterwards we started to talk more and more often. And then again that just led into like what is it, flirty texts and yeah.
So cute.
Yeah, and then it was like one day when I was heading home from high school, I was heading back home, started texting, and then it's like, let's do it, and then just went through it. Yeah.
I see. So okay, interesting. It's a question to all three of you then. Like, what do you think is like your what's it called, love language?
Oh yeah, I've actually done this quiz. Like, there's an online one that shows all the different ones, and usually whenever I do it, I like do it periodically from like time to time.
Oh, you actually
usually
okay.
Well, I mean, it's a good conversation starter.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
And the ones that I usually get is I usually get either quality time or gifts. Those are like by far my two big ones.
So Hachi, for you, do you think was it like quality time then that you had, like when she came in and like checked up on you and that?
Yes, but then also I guess at the very end, like what kind of was difficult for it was, for me, my also like love language would be physical touch. So the long distance and not being able to see, like lack of like physical touch and we haven't seen each other at all to begin with. So that would have been like, that's the first loop or like hoop we would have to jump through, and because of that, it couldn't last, or like it was hard for me to have it keep going. I don't know. And then COVID also another thing, but yeah, everything played into a role.
I see. How about you, Rui? Like,
I think It's been a while since I did it, but I think I'm usually like kind of quality time and like physical touch as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, like online relationships are definitely hard, and I think COVID makes things especially harder just because suddenly that online time that you could kind of dedicate to your significant other suddenly needs to be shared with everyone else that you would have like interacted with in person, and like for kind of like a first kind of relationship experience, that's like just turning things up to like the hardest possible kind of
Oh,
like,
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I guess well, going back to Rui, it's like just like balancing between IRL and then online. It was definitely totally fine. Like if I went through high school, like going to classes in person and being able to talk to her like during like breaks, even though phone usage was not allowed during breaks and lunch, which was weird. But I digress. If COVID never happened, I think we would have been fine. And I probably might be with her, but I don't know.
It was kind of funny for me. Physical touch is actually my lowest one. Like that doesn't bother me at all with like having that. The main issue for me though is that like I kind of like having the like romantic and like talking a lot kind of aspect. I need a lot of attention. So I'm the kind of person where it's like I like to message people a lot, and then people are like get very busy, I get very annoyed. So it's like that's the main issues or challenges for like me whenever I try to like start relationships, trying to like balance that out.
I think that's reasonable though, right? Like, and especially people who, like want attention, I feel are the best also at giving that attention at their, significant other, I think, no?
I guess I when I Google the love language, it's really hard to rate them because I guess my definitely for top like my lowest at the very most would probably be words of affirmation, mainly because I guess growing in an Asian household, there was never words of affirmation in the house.
Yeah.
It was just acts of service, like here's some orange I peeled for you. Are you hungry? Have you eaten yet?
Food, huh?
So definitely as that translated to
Hi,
right now,
I'm having an
words of
exam
affirmation is,
tomorrow.
like, one of the
Can you
lowest,
say
but
good luck?
I don't know where texting stands from. Like I think it's just probably under quality time, just like talking to each other a lot. Yeah.
So
Words of affirmation is definitely the lowest, but I'm definitely physical touch. I think acts of service would come after. I do like enjoying like giving wise. Acts of service is really like the highest. Like one of the highest ones, and then quality time, then gifts, then affirmation at the end.
I've actually never done the test. I have no idea for myself.
wait, really?
Yeah. Or maybe I did, but
Can I
I've
do it real
completely
quick?
forgotten. What? Just like
Oh, wow.
right now? Oh, like, do I get you guys to
Oh,
just
wait,
like
hold on.
carry the stream while I do this test?
I feel like though, in all honesty, having like a good mix of all the love languages is pretty good. Like even me, even though like physical touch is my lowest, I still enjoy it if it's with someone that like I care a lot about. It's just like it just means out of the other four, I'll take any other ones more than like physical touch.
I see. So going back to like sort of like Hachi's sort of experience, like how about you? Do you guys have any online experiences that might like kind of relate?
Well, see, the thing with me is that like I'm always kind of skeptical of doing like an online relationship. My main issue is like, well, I don't know about you guys. I'm assuming you guys are similar, but I try to keep my like private self, like IRL, and like my online personas to be kind of like different. So, for example, like with Discord, I never use Discord for like, I have it with a few like IRL friends, but for the most part, Discord is pretty much just with like people I met on like Twitch and stuff. And I feel like it's very hard for me to kind of open up when I just have my like online persona. So for like relationships, yeah, I think it's going to be like very open for like both ends. So I find it much easier to start relationships like IRL and then show like my online side than like vice versa.
Fair enough. How about you, Rui?
Um, I think for me, I think it's a bit different because I'm it it's weird for me where I think it is hard for me to open up about some stuff, but there are also like a lot of other things that I am willing to like be really open about, and I don't think there's like that clear kind of separation of like my online self and like my in-person self. Like I kind of like joke that my online self is just like how I would act in person, but like kind of cranked up to 11 sometimes.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So like I don't know. I think I don't find that like kind of aspect that's hard, but that's just kind of because of I'm kind of more open about sharing just kind of the experiences I've gone through in my life and just kind of all that stuff, even if it's a bit personal, especially because it'll kind of help others who might be going through something similar. So I don't know. I think there's definitely difficulties with kind of that like online relationship aspect, but I think for me it's kind of like some different things than it is about like kind of trying to keep in person and online separate.
Okay. Oh, okay. So this I kind of want to ask, for all three of you before we like kind of like move on, right? But like, what do you look for? I feel like this is kind of like important, like info, just moving forward. Like what is your, what are you looking for, in a significant other? What is like, what is what is important and what's also like maybe what do you call it? Not a game killer, but like
Hashtag relationship goals.
yeah.
Deal
Or like
breakers?
your type, yeah, deal breakers, or what's your type, like
Well, honestly, that's a tough one for me. But I feel like the big one for me is like I try to look most with like people who are able to like handle having like conversations with me and stuff. Cause like I feel like the hardest parts for any relationship is usually the beginning. And it's like it's good to be like comfortable with them, but also be like used to them like being around you for a while. Because I feel like one issue a lot of people have is like they'll start talking and like hit it off, but then after a few months they realize like, oh, we don't actually have that much in common. And then it's kind of hard to continue, and then it kind of just like slowly gets destroyed over time. So I think that's like one thing I try to look out for.
That makes sense. Although, like, isn't that sort of like a natural kind of process? In that, like, you'll slowly learn about each other, and then turns out, you didn't. Turns out preliminary research was just inadequate. Sometimes it's just
Yeah, exactly. But no, like I've had a lot of cases where like I start talking to people, and then after like a few weeks, or like after meeting up a couple of times, it's like, oh, we're not really we're like at different levels of like intimacy, or there's not that much to really like do after the initial conversations, and it's kind of like hard to continue from there.
No, that makes sense. Yeah. How about you, Hachi?
Okay, well, I guess it's basically going off of what I've seen and basically what I've seen through others. Just being able to hang out or just converse, like what Charlie said, just having that company is always, I guess, one of the top. I guess also like we have some, I guess, hobbies or like similar interests that we can talk about, but at the same time also have like different separate lives. Where okay, I guess in high school is different from college and like adulthood or like etc. But like I've seen a lot of stuff in like high school where like when two are like get together, they're always together, like whenever possible. They're never like, you can never separate them. And then basically they built their character off of being in a relationship with that other person, which I do not want. Like I want there has to be some individuality in the relationship, but at the same time also like what's the word? A unit. Like you both bring something to the table, something different to the table, and you go off of there bidding off of each other.
Mm.
One of the like little secret tests I like to like imagine is just like if I was forced to be a roommate with this person for an entire year, would I enjoy it or would I go insane? And that's my way of knowing if it's gonna work out or not. Because I'm very picky with that.
Oh, that's interesting.
See, I would need to you would need to give me like maybe like a week to test that out, because if you imagine it, you don't know how they actually are, so you would actually have to be like living in them with them. But you got that's another hoop you need to jump through.
I also think high school relationships is like kind of operate on different rules almost.
Yeah.
Because like
Yeah,
it's like the one thing
Yeah.
you definitely have in common is that you have to see each other every day because of school.
Oh my god, yeah. True.
So, and like that's why I think like at least from when I was in high school, like a lot of relationships, like if it lasted more than a month, it was considered a successful relationship.
Oh, but that's so true though. Wait, is that sort of why like all of like the most like, you know, intense sort of like, you know, romance anime are all set in like high school?
High school?
It's like, right? Aren't they?
It's how do you say this? I guess it's romanticized in high school because it's, I guess, innocent young love at the time.
Yes.
And there's like you don't have like too much to worry about besides school. You don't have to worry about a job, you don't have to worry about taxes,
Right.
etc., etc. So
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Right? But then it's just always these like people who just fail to communicate, just getting like all like angsty about it. It's just like so
honestly
intense, right?
though.
Wait, do you guys have any sort of like, you know, relationship experience in high school?
What's funny is I never really bothered to date in high school. Because the thing with me is that like I remember back in high school until like near the very end, I was like kind of questioning whether I was asexual or not, because like I didn't really feel that strong like sexual attraction, but like I really like being around people.
Right.
But like I kind of prioritized like the romantic aspects and like being around them, like talking and stuff. I loved going on dates. I didn't want to do like actual sex for the longest time. So for like up until the very end of high school, I like didn't date anyone.
How about you, Rui?
I was like, this gonna sound bad the way I'm gonna say it, but like it is kind of true. Like I was like kind of like too much of a loser in a sense to like date in high school. Like for me, it's like like I like there was like girls I had a crush on and stuff, but like I didn't really like do things to like try to help like make that something like make a relationship a reality.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's like lunchtime. Oh, cool! Like gonna go to the computer lab and like play Smash Bros with my friends, and it's like that's my lunch. And so yeah, like I watch a lot of my other friends kind of get into relationships and stuff, and so like I kind of like base a lot of how I think about high school relationships based off their experiences.
Right.
Yeah, that's why like. So, you know, when I say more than 1 month was a success, that was based off of them more than anything else.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because like you can see a lot from like from a third party, right? Like, you know, when you're not like blinded by like the situation.
Yeah.
Wait, so Hachi, did you say, you know, did you have anything like, you know, going on in high school or?
It was okay, like Rui. I was also a fucking loser in high school.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
did not
me.
I had no initiative. It's just like, okay, this goes back into fucking. We're gonna go backstory about my fucking trauma shit. But, 6th grade, I confessed to a girl, right? And then, obviously, I was rejected. I was okay with rejection, right? But then later on in that day, her group of friends came along and talked about it with me. I was like, oh, look, you confessed, that's cute. And then I fucking died. A piece of me died. And then
It's gonna be brutal like that.
Yeah.
It's brutal because of the social, like, it's just like social consequences, I guess. And that's why it still leads to me on today. I think if I got rejected and it was never brought up again, or like not with the group, I think I would be fine. But it sucks because for me, I think there's always the initial like with attraction to girls, like to I guess potential partners, I guess.
Mhm.
There's always the physical attraction, but then afterwards I need time to hang out with you
Yeah.
before I can like move on or like move forward into the attraction, see how that goes. But
Right.
by that time, we're already friends, and do I want to jump that gap and then fuck up the friendship there?
Right.
Which
Oh, yeah.
sucks because it's like it's basically a catch-22 at this point for
Mhm.
me. So that's mainly my biggest reason. It's just the social like dynamic change that will screw everything up.
Right. Yeah, kids are so trigger happy with public executions, right? Like it's
Yes.
frightening.
I think the other problem with like high school and like youth love too is that like, you know, people are still like figuring out themselves and
Right.
like you change a lot during like high school. So like, you know, if you start a relationship then you might go in like two completely different directions and then it's like not the same as what it was at the beginning.
Yeah.
And wait, so just out of interest, wait, really, so out of like, you know, your observations, right? Were there any, you know, high school relationships that were like, you know, interesting or of note?
Uh,
I need to remember this. Hold on.
I think most of them were kind of the same. It was just like,
Yeah.
oh, they started dating and they were like
3 days later?
always. It was kind of like they were always together.
Oh, okay.
Well, and then suddenly it's like, yeah, they broke up, and then like the kind of like depending on like who you knew better, were like better friends with, it's like the friend group kind of like segmented a bit into
Oh,
like two
God.
different friend
Yes.
groups and stuff.
Oh no.
Yes. And
Yeah, like-
it's in high school, it was like I don't know how big your high school was, but our high school is kind of small. So like there's only like a good amount of friend groups. Like
Yeah,
after
Yeah.
I guess maybe like there's 6 periods throughout the day, but then like after you through the 6 periods, you basically went through all you know. I guess
Yeah.
you've touched upon like every friend group that's in
Yeah.
that grade.
Yeah.
You're not a part of them, but you know they exist, right?
Mhm.
So and then like kind of in class, you hear shit what's happening. Like of course, like you don't want to know, but it's just that they're there and you pick up on it and you're like, oh shit, something happened, and then it kind of spreads, but not like a widespread where it becomes like the biggest thing in school, but you kind of like know what's happening. And then when it's a friend group, again, I guess go back to like why I iffy on asking or like having a lack of a relationship experience is just of the social dynamic, because with friends especially like it just everything goes to shit. Yeah, there's one in like it's not my I guess you can I'm trying to phrase this or like phrase the event, because there's one main event where it involved me and the friend group, and then basically the friend group after that just disappeared or like it split off.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Isn't it
I don't
okay?
know if you guys. Oh no, I don't know if you guys had this experience, but did you guys ever have like friends trying to like ship each other? I guess or like ship other people, and then like
yeah, right.
try to like set up relationships that way.
Yeah.
Because I remember in my high school there was like plenty of cases of people trying to do that with like everyone. Of varying degrees of success.
For me, like the shipping was more like kind of going back to like that whole like public execution thing, where it's like, oh, you know, this person has a crush on this other person, and then like you tease them about it, and it's just
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Like, the problem, I think the biggest issue with like high school relationships is just that like I think no one really has like a good concept or like grasp of like how relationships should be and stuff.
Right.
Oh yeah.
But
No,
then
I
it's
agree
just
with
like
that.
stuff like this, like that is just like seems perfectly fine because it's like, haha, we're just like joking around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think the one relationship that has still like lasted this entire time since high school was the one that like I think everyone like got really annoyed by the couple just with how they like acted with each other and stuff. But like that's the one relationship that's like lasted the test of time and like they're still together.
Oh, that's so,
So,
so
yeah.
nice to hear.
I was actually gonna ask you guys if you like knew anyone who was like dating in your high school who's like still together since
Yes.
then.
Yes. I think they were dating in middle school, I think.
Wow. Wow.
Right.
What?
Yeah, they started in middle school. I think I could be wrong, but they were a year younger than me. I met them through summer, during like one of our summer classes in high school, and yeah, they're like all 4 years of high school. They're dating, and then just last year, I was working at the college dining hall, and then I see them. They're attending the same college as I am, and they're still together.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh
nice.
shit, that's pretty cool.
Oh.
And then after that, I reconnected with them, and then I found a new group of friends, which I am mostly hanging out with these days.
Damn, that's very impressive. Nice. Congrats on
that's
them.
so
know.
amazing. Man, just
We need to
I always
ask
find
what's
it
like.
wholesome.
Let me just call them like, yo, what's the secret right here on the podcast?
Just invite them to the podcast, share all the information to us.
Spill the tea for us.
Yeah.
What's the key?
But how do you make it work? You know what? Like, it'll be so cool. Just imagining that they'll be like, what, 80, 90 years old and they'll still be holding hands. Like that. That's sort of like,
Oh,
that's a dream,
yeah.
That is the beginning, yeah.
Right. Man. Alright, so, so if you were to take like one lesson, right, out of your experience, Hachi, right, with your going back to your experience, your relationship experience, like what would that be?
Be emotionally there more. Like be more emotionally present for her. It goes both ways. I guess being as like social creatures, we do need the affection, even though some of us are introverts, but like we do need social interaction, even if it's just like that one person that we're really close with and not with like a big group of people. Like I guess the being emotionally unavailable for the relationship did take a toll on the relationship. So yeah, I guess the biggest lesson for me is just being there.
I see.
And also communication too, because I don't remember too much about the breakup, but I just know we broke up, and then because of my lack of being there, a lack of presence in a sense.
Oh, I see. I mean, I'm sure it was like both parties, right?
Yeah, I think we had like a talk about like us being at faults differently, but I would say the most, like, I guess the cause of it would probably be me, in my opinion. I wouldn't know.
Okay. You know what's really interesting? Like, I feel like the most responsible people I know are the ones that say it was kind of my fault, right? Like,
oh, I
the
mean,
people...
I don't know. I don't know if I'm the responsible one.
No, but those are the people I trust. The people who can say that.
Oh, okay. I don't know. You can trust me like that, but I mean. I'll take it. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
No, I think that's super important, and that's really good. Alright, so if we can move on just for like a moment to Trolley. So Troll, like what are what's maybe start off with like maybe like one of your most interesting relationship experiences?
Oh, sure. I mean, I've only had two. I had one at the like very end of high school, and I had one actually earlier this year. So for me, it's funny we're talking about online relationships. What would you guys consider like dating apps to be for that? Have you guys ever like used those before?
Nope.
Yeah,
Damn.
But I'd still say that's online relationship. You're connecting to the internet to.
Yeah, that's true. Anyways, I used
Wait, how about you, Ray?
one.
I think it's like it starts as online, but then it becomes in person. So like
it's kind of the goal.
Yeah, I think it's still more considered like in-person relationship because I don't know, it's almost like the online part of it is like kind of like a filter to kind of for each side to kind of like weed out the people that like they don't feel like they can like vibe well with and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then you go into like the actual like kind of in-person relationship part of it. Like yeah, because I like I've had 2 dating experiences myself, and like they were both through and like I started both of those through like dating apps. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I kind of don't like dating apps. I've only used one, which is the Facebook dating, because a friend apparently like told me about it, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Because I've always kind of found it a bit like sus, especially for like something like Tinder. I would never use Tinder because people are like very much into like hookups and stuff. That's not really what I'm into.
Right.
Yeah, Tinder's definitely kind of the worst one for finding an actual relationship.
Yeah. But anyways, I've used that. It's surprisingly good. I've had like nice conversations and stuff. Anyways, so I actually met one like girl through that, and we like met up and really hit it off. And like we met like online. We were together for about like 3 months. It was like basically for like the winter or something. Like we started talking after like December of like 2021, and then we broke up like around April. So yeah, around like 4 months. But yeah, the main issue I found actually with that was like when it started out, it was like it went pretty well. Like we had a lot in common. We were both like talking a lot, meeting up in person. But the main issue I felt is that like we kind of had different levels of like it's like the love language thing, like different levels of what we wanted. Because she was the type who was a lot more like physical, and I'm like less physical. I kind of prefer more like romantic, and it kind of created this issue where it's like she wouldn't really open up as much because she didn't like feel as like comfortable like talking about like personal stuff.
Right.
But then I had the issue where it's like if I don't have that, it's a lot harder for me to like open up physically, and that's kind of the thing that she really wants and like craves. And then it was like kind of creating that issue where it was like neither of us could really budge. And then we kind of like agreed like mutually like maybe it's not good for either of us. We're not like gonna be satisfied, it's gonna get like worse.
I see. It's almost like each other's like keys are locked behind each other's doors.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. And it's like that's the other thing with like relationships. I feel like it's one of those things where like both sides have to be like comfortable to like get out of their comfort zone to do things. But like sometimes you can't really do that with this person because how do I explain it? Because yeah, like it has to be like some like both people kind of doing their thing. So if like one side's not able to do it, it kind of makes it harder for the other to do their thing as well. Also, I don't know about like you guys, but I just realized I've never actually been dumped before. It's either been me dumping the person or like a mutual thing. Because like I'm very picky with like that kind of thing. So I usually like don't like having to like wait to see what happens. I kind of like break it off before that does happen.
No, fair enough. Wait, I don't think I have either. How about you guys?
I guess I did. I mean, because it wasn't like a full on like relationship, but like I guess that there in that situation I was the one who got dumped. But yeah, I guess I'm yeah, no, I did. I'll say I did to keep things simple.
Wait, oh yeah. Alright. So wait, so this is sorry, is this the one you said you had 2, right, Trolley? This is from the one from the first person?
This is the most recent one.
Oh, okay. So this is like fresh tea right here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay,
well, I guess fresh in that like this was half a year ago now. Damn. Well, time flies.
Yeah,
More recent.
actually.
But no, the other one was like at the very, very end of like high school. As in like it was like a few months before like all the graduation and stuff. But it's kind of a weird one for me because for this relationship, she moved to like a different city right after school ended. So like kind of like halfway through. It was from like basically the near the end of the school year to like the beginning of like college and stuff. So it was like around 3 or 4 months for that as well.
Oh.
Yeah, I haven't had super long ones.
I see. So was this sort of like more like a sizzle out sort of situation?
Oh no, not at all. It was the opposite. It was like a log jam that had
Oh,
that
really?
happened at
Okay.
the very end. But that's actually another thing too for like long distance, especially if it's like someone you have seen in person but you don't see them too often. It's like the way people act like in person can be very different to how they are like, you know, online or through text. You can get like very different experiences. Cause like the moment I wasn't able to like see her every day and like try communicating through like online and like Skype and stuff, because yes, this was back when Skype was relevant. But yeah, it was like a very different experience. Like I was like talking to a completely different person.
Right, if it's okay, can I just like interrupt to like, bring in a question from chat?
Oh,
Right,
sure.
So we have a question from Blue Neckos. If you're comfortable with answering this question, how does one go about talking about breakups with a partner if you plan to stay friends? I've only ever had mutual endings as well.
That's actually a good question because that's usually my goal too. Like, usually if I want to like break up with someone, I still try to like keep it friendly or civil. I don't like having very bad experiences like that. I think my personal advice is like it'll have to be something like both sides kind of agree on. Like you might want to be able to like stay friends, so if they don't see the same way, then it's like kind of just wasting your time at that point, right? And then the other thing too you have to think about is that like what kind of level of friendship do you want? Because like how about you guys? But I kind of have like different levels of like friends, like how often I'm gonna like text them or like do stuff like in person or like online with them.
Yeah, it's like there's the
So
acquaintances and there's the homies and the homies.
exactly.
Right.
So like it could be very hard to go from like one completely different part of the spectrum to like another one, and then it's like how do you communicate with this person? Because like you can't really have the same level of like intimacy and like communicates to that same extent as before, so it's kind of hard to like plan that, you know?
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Kind of also is like I don't know. I guess how's the relationship going? Like where is it like potentially headed? Is it currently toxic, or is it like you know the other person's a good person, but you guys aren't clicking together like what you expect out of a friendship compared to being in a relationship? If you guys are better off as friends than being as a partner, then I guess it's fine to bring it up, because I think you're at like a mutual understanding, or like you will be at a mutual understanding, because I feel like for me personally, I pick friends based off of, I guess, like I think it's all about vibes, right? But like it feels so weird to say it, but like
It's all about the vibes, dude.
I guess within maybe like the first minute, maybe 30 seconds out of how a certain person acts, I can tell whether I like them or not, or like we can be really good friends or not.
Yeah.
Kind of the same thing with the relationship, or taking that concept, can put the same thing in the relationship. If you both like, if you feel that you'd be better as a person, and you both know that you're like good people, and like you're not like shit's not gonna hit the fan when you bring up the breakup topic. It's not gonna get toxic, or like the breakup process is not gonna be bad, which is best case scenario in this case. You can just say, hey, we need to talk one night, and then just go from there and say, hey, we're better off as friends. And pretty sure if you think so, if you think you're better off as friends, and I think that's basically what the vibe of the relationship would be. I think your partner might think of the same thing.
For sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think they kind of covered everything, and I think the only thing I can kind of add is this. There's kind of like two things that are both kind of related. First off, I guess it's just like kind of, even if you do kind of have that talk and you want to be friends, you need to kind of be ready, kind of deep down, for the fact that the friendship might not work out in the end, just because there's a variety of reasons, which is kind of the second point of like kind of make sure you understand why you want to kind of remain friends. I actually like watched a video like really recently about like kind of the idea of like staying friends with an ex and stuff, and basically there's like they kind of broke it down to just 4 kind of like main reasons that all kind of have a varying degree of like positive or negative effects. So it's like maybe one person has unresolved romantic desires still. Obviously the friendship's not going to work out then, but it could just be you guys are in the same friend group, so you want to stay civil and like kind of make sure that it doesn't ruin the flow like a friendship. So it's like stuff like that. Like I think it's important to just kind of figure out why you want, like what the reason is for either of you to want to remain friends, and make sure it's a reason that will actually allow the friendship to kind of actually work out, instead of kind of making the inevitable breakup from that situation even worse than if you just kind of break up kind of clean within the moment. Yeah.
So this is something I heard from like a friend, right? But they were talking about how the best relationship comes up when there's 2 individuals who are like in essence independent, but are okay being together, but they're okay alone. You know what I mean? Like where they're not interdependent. What are your thoughts about that?
No, yeah, that's kind of, I guess, what's ideal. I guess going back to high school, you see everyone always sticking together. I guess like it's, I guess how do I say this? It's like 2 equals coming together into a relationship, right? In essence, just with oh no, my thoughts are gone. It's just like the 2 equals coming together and having this shared experience of adding on to each other, building character. Best way to say it.
It's just like what Ray was saying about like kind of being ready for when it comes. It's like it's always a good point.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, so Blue Neko, hope that was fruitful.
That was a pretty good question though.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, let's get back to your like experiences, Trolley. So.
Right. Oh, okay. Hold on. What else did I want to say? Oh, I actually have a question for like you guys. We haven't really like talked about that much, but like, does it matter? Like, let's say you're having a good relationship and things are like going well, but like, how much do you care about like the friends or like family? Like, let's say you like them, but like their friend group, it's like a different experience, or like family. Like, how much of an impact does that have for you guys?
You mean like your significant others, friends, and families?
Yeah, exactly. Because I remember with like both of my cases, one of the other big issues is like we were never able to really meet each other's friends and like family before like things went bad. Because my goal ideally is to like kind of interconnect them a bit, which I mean sometimes that could be a bad thing if like things go badly after, but like I feel like it's kind of unhealthy to kind of like keep them separate for a very long time. You want to like ideally have like a good relation with both like family and friends.
I mean, friends wise, yes and no. I feel like just mainly, I guess, it's you and your partner. I feel like as long as okay, there's a saying where it's like you are the average of the 5 people closest to you, right?
Uh-huh.
If
Oh, I've
I
never heard
like,
that.
if I like you as a person, then I'm pretty sure your 5 closest friends I'll be okay with, and we'll be okay with each other, right?
Mhm.
But if there are like some issues with like your friend group and it's not addressed after having a conversation with, then there might be a big issue, because I know, let's see, how to say this. Personally, for me, my like significant others, friendship, like friends and family, like I guess it's important to them. And if I am not comfortable or like being myself, or like because I'm like I want to say petty, like kind of petty, also passive aggressive at times if I don't like a person. If I'm not giving like the right vibes to make my significant other feel comfortable around her friends, then I don't feel like it's right for me to be in her company with her friends.
Yeah.
Because I guess also before us, I'm pretty sure she had her friends before me. So like, there's also like this, I guess, rapport, or like this. What's trying to find it. It's like not first come first serve basis, but I guess it's kind of like the homie and like the I would like we just met, right? Like
Yeah.
I would trust my friends that I've known for like maybe 5 years more than who I met you for
Yeah.
like 5 months.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of like that. If
Yeah.
if your significant other of like maybe 5 months, right, can't or like does not vibe well with, or your like with your friends of 5 years, or vice versa, then there's something that needs to be addressed with that, and hopefully that can be fixed or worked around. But if not, then personally I would have to figure stuff out, like maybe ending the relationship at that point.
Funny thing for me though is I feel like family would be less of an issue than friends, because you don't really see family as often, and like
Yes.
especially if it's like, let's say, I don't know, like a grandparent or like aunts or whatever, you're not going to see them too often, and sometimes it's just the issue is just like age and different experiences.
Yeah.
And that's not really something like you can really do. So me, it's just like, if I had issues with, you know, my significant others, like extended family and stuff, I'll just basically just like take it in and be like, all right, well, you know, that's just something you gotta deal with.
They're gonna expire in like 2 years. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Ray, what are your thoughts?
I think it depends on like what kind of a relationship you want. If you just want like kind of a more casual relationship, I think the kind of friends aspect is definitely a lot more important. Just kind of making sure that you don't really have a problem with them, they don't really have a problem with you, etc., etc. But I think if you're looking at it like, oh, I want this to be like a long-term relationship that can work out and like that kind of thing, I think the family thing might be a bit more important. I know a lot of friends who's kind of had like really good long-term relationships end just because like parents on either side just didn't approve, and like it just feel like no matter how much they wanted to work out, like it just wasn't going to be able to work out, right? Because I think friends is a lot easier to kind of like slowly win over, because I think friends usually are just like kind of a bit too overprotective sometimes. Family is definitely kind of a lot harder. So yeah, I think overall I definitely think it's the family side that's kind of like could cause more of an issue than friends.
It may also be kind of like a cultural thing too, like different people. Like I'm assuming you guys have like much stronger family connections. Where it's like the parents don't approve. That's very, very bad.
Yeah.
But also kind of like adding on to the family thing, like the way how you interact with your family also is like defining like factor into like who you are as a person. Like if I see how you treat your family like shit, then how would I expect you to treat me well? It's kind of the same thing like with service work. Like you going on a date with a server, and then like at a restaurant and you treating a service worker badly. Kind of the same thing as a deal breaker for both sides. Like if you treat like someone badly but treat me fine, and same thing, like you treat your family badly, how would that translate if like in a serious relationship we're gonna go down the line and having kids? How would that translate to like raising our kids, right? So like what Rui said, family is also a big important thing. I think it's I guess how you treat people, it's a case by case situation for sure, but overall generally how you treat people will definitely affect the relationship, in my opinion.
Definitely. Wait, have you guys heard of, and like, do you guys have any like in-laws at all? Like, have you guys at least heard of like, you know, nightmare stories about Asian Asian in-laws?
Bro, okay.
I've heard of these stories.
I am living through a bad family household right now.
Oh, sorry.
But that is for another story. But yes.
Fair enough. But yeah, it can definitely be brutal. So yeah, that definitely is an important factor, huh? Wait, so
I have a question for you guys though. Like, speaking of like deal breakers, do you have like any other like big like turn-offs for like relationships and stuff?
I think for me, it's like I don't need them to enjoy my hobbies and stuff, but I need them to kind of be accepting that, you know, this is what I enjoy. You know, you might not have to enjoy it, but I don't want you to be like forcing me to like not do what I enjoy, right? Because as you can tell by my profile picture, like I'm super into K-pop and stuff, but like I'm also like really into like gaming and all that stuff. Like my job kind of revolves around it too. So like I'm able to kind of like separate all that stuff with like, you know, being present in a relationship and all that stuff, but you know, it is still my hobby and like I want to be able to enjoy it, right? So I think that's kind of like the big one for me. It's just like you don't have, again, it's like you don't have to enjoy the same hobbies I enjoy, but you know, you gotta accept that I do enjoy these things. Like, it is just like, you know.
For me, one thing that's I think is actually kind of a deal breaker is like if they get annoyed with like stuff that like you like the way you like talk and stuff. I remember one time I was like talking to someone and like we're having like good conversations, and then out of nowhere they were like, oh, I don't like when people do like initials in texts, and then like every time I would write like lol, and she'll be like, oh no, don't do that. I'm like, what that's how I talk. Can't stop that. That's just how I am. That's like if you get like annoyed if someone says like one words all the time when like you're having a conversation.
Oh yeah, that's definitely like that's cringe. Right? Like if a person, if you're like, you know, if they're being pedantic about like that sort of thing.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah. Or how about sense of humor? That's important to me. But like, you know, what do you guys thought of that? Like, you know, in like a relationship context.
Oh yeah, I mean, having a good like similar sense of humor is good. I think one thing that's like also kind of a deal breaker also is if like the sense of humor is like what you think is okay is something that's like more serious to like them. Because like, you know, I know some people who like to like joke around or like say stuff like on purpose to like make fun of things, and other people like get really annoyed for that. But like that's something where it's like it's good to make sure like early on that both sides are on the same page for that.
Right. What about you, Rui? Like, do you have any like, you know, like where do you stand in the line of like, you know, like sense of humor? Like, do you think you're more like, you know, the reserved side, more like yeah, he'll be back hopefully.
Yeah. My sense of humor. For me, like I think my sense of humor can definitely go more towards like the, I guess, darker side of
yeah,
but like but I think like for me it's like I can I'm like flexible with my darker humor. I don't know
Yeah.
the better way to describe it. It's like
Yeah.
if you're someone where it's like, oh, like okay, I get it. You don't really want me to joke about that stuff. Like I can kind of like hold that stuff back a bit. But like I think like around my friends, I'm definitely kind of more kind of towards the dark
Yeah, I
sense
kind of just
humor.
go with the room. I
Yeah,
can like
exactly.
vary my sense of humor based on how other people are like.
Yeah. Like
Sure.
yeah, like I don't know. I think my sense of humor is just like really screwed up now, just because like I watch too much TikTok,
Yeah.
so like my brain is like rotted, and I like something that shouldn't be funny. I just like burst out laughing, and like my just like sense of like what is it? Is it funny? It's just like so skewed now.
That's actually kind of my worry too, because I like a lot of very like absurd, like dumb humor that like some
Yeah.
people may not understand, especially if they don't use the internet as often as I do. And they'll be like, "Why do you find this funny?" I'm like, "I don't know. You just
Yeah.
like it."
I mean, that meme context is like important, right? With like,
Yeah.
I am so sorry. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Oh, we're talking about humor, a sense of humor, and its place in relationship.
It's just I don't know. I missed everything what Charlie and Ruby said. But personally for me, humor would have to be at like a similar level or like similar level of understanding. Like while our jokes does not have to be the same, or like as long as we can understand that we're joking and where we're coming from, situation, and we can laugh together about it, then we're cool. Otherwise, personally for me, I would feel like I'm walking on eggshells not to crack the wrong joke
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
and upsetting my partner. Yeah. Kind of basically that's how I don't know, I'm kind of moving on the topic, but like are kind of going back. I don't know, the changing the topic a bit, but like relationships like dating, but then also having it's kind of within the same friend group, but or like being okay with friends.
Yeah.
If I can't see you being with my friend group or like not having the same, I guess, humor, because my sense of humor is also like based off of friends.
Yeah.
And if I can't see you having the same sense of humor or like hanging out with friends, it'll be really difficult to be dating you at the same time, because I value being able to kind of meld, but not like completely meld both like relationships between my partner and my friends.
It's actually another similar thing too. Like for me, I used to be very, very strict about it, but now I've kind of like been thinking about more. But like another thing I think about too is like for like relationships, I also try to think like, would I be comfortable in the future to like tell them that like, you know, I use Twitch or like stream or like
Yes.
invite them to Discords, for example.
Yes, that's okay. It sucks right now because I'm using one Discord account between online, like Twitch, like this Twitch community, and then also my IRL friends, which is not the best idea, but I am too lazy to swap through accounts and like re-adding myself and leaving. But I think that would be best to do so, to separate. But I don't know.
How about you, Rui?
I feel like they kind of covered every. Like, I don't think I actually have much to add for this. I think they covered like pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah, because like I would want, right, to be able to throw like a Hitler joke, a death joke, and an Australia joke, and like I you know, right, like and like
And make sure they laugh at each
and
one.
they'll be like, "Yo, dude, you can't say that, but that's funny." Like, you know, like that's like my idea, right? You know what I mean?
That's the dream.
Like, bro,
Yeah.
don't say that, but it's funny. Like, he's still laughing. I feel bad for laughing. Like that'll be like, I can be till like I can, you know, like I wouldn't mind you being at the front of my funeral, right? Like that's sort of like, you know, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
All right. So, Rui, do you want to share? Oh wait. Before we do, right? So like Tromo. So from your experiences, right? Like,
Yeah.
What would be like, you know, like the lesson, like, you know, that you'd want to, or like, you know, maybe phrase it this way: if you can go back, right, to before your two, you know, both of your relationships, and like say
Oh,
one.
like what I would have done to like change it?
Sure, or like
fix
what
it?
would be something you would have said to your older self or your younger self? Again.
I think I'll give a different answer to both parts of my younger
Yeah.
selves, considering that it's like, because that's the thing. I actually had like a big gap between like relationships, because I remember like the very first breakup was like very very tough on me, and for the longest time I was like kind of just focused on not dating and just do like all the other stuff, focus on like school and like later work over like trying to find other people. I think the advice I would give to my younger self after like the first breakup is like, it happens where like sometimes things don't work out, and like the people you'll be with won't always be there, and that's okay. You'll find other people. Just like keep it up. You'll find the things that you're interested in, and you can do it when you feel comfortable. That's actually one advice I like give people who are like are afraid of like relationships and stuff. It's like, don't rush it. Don't feel like you have to be in a like with a significant other or anything. It's okay to just like focus on yourself,
Right.
and do like other stuff on the sides, and then do when you feel comfortable. Because I feel like now I'm a lot more like confident in myself to like do like restart trying to find relationships again, because that was the other thing too. Like I used to have like really bad trust issues, so I was like, why bother try going in a relationship if like I'm not gonna open up as much, and like if you can't really trust the person, it's like you're not gonna have a good relationship or like have it work out. As for the advice I'll give to my past self from like 6 months ago, I would say the big one is don't try to rush relationships. It's okay to take your time, and you don't have to go on a like date or make it official very quickly. I think that was the big mistake. It's like started too early and then didn't see like we kind of had different ideas of what we wanted for the relationship. So it's good to like take your time and like don't meet up very quickly, and like that's probably the two ones I would like give for like advice to my past self.
I see. So if you had taken it slower, then do you think you would have been able to like, gotten to know, that thing, like, what each other are looking for before going into that relationship? That was...
Yeah, definitely. I think what would have happened for me in that case is like, that's the other thing too I kind of feel bad for, because it's like I kind of feel like if we did end up going into a relationship, we could have just been like friends and just like chill that way. But then after everything has happened, it's like that's not really gonna happen anymore. Like I haven't talked to them in person really since the whole breakup thing. So yeah, that's always like one of the risks, but that's kind of like one of the issues, I guess. It's like, if I feel like for like setting boundaries, like if you want to just like have friends, it's easiest to do it either right at the very beginning of a relationship where you guys aren't as attached, or like much later if you guys like get to know each other a lot better, and then you can like think about more and be like comfortable just being like friends as like exes, like depending on the situation. It's like it's very much a case on case by case basis, but yeah, I'd say it's definitely easiest when it's like at the very beginning or after a very like long one.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so that was Trolley's experience. Rui, do you want to share your experience, or like, wait, so did you say you have two as well, or like?
Yeah, I have two, but I think I'll just kind of talk about the most recent one as well. That was also the long one. Yeah. My other one will kind of like be brought back in at a certain point, but yeah. So yeah, my more recent, I say recent, but it's been like over a year now. But yeah, my most recent one, I think during that time, COVID like had just kind of like really started getting bad. and I was still in school. I think it's and I wasn't like looking super hard for a relationship at that time, but like I think I was also like kind of COVID was kind of hitting me kind of like, and with school and everything, I just felt like really stressed, kind of like couldn't really like hang out with my friends all that much, and it was just kind of like I fell into a pattern of just like school, do whatever I had to do for school, and then like just go to sleep wherever, like maybe take a break for a bit and go to sleep. So then I think like when I kind of met this person, it was through a dating app. I just kind of like fully threw myself into a relationship, and I think, and like we dated for like a year, and then in the end she was here on a work visa, so then she lost it because COVID, and then she had to go back, and then we became long term. And then around that time, like I think things just kind of in my own life otherwise has got a lot better, and I just realized that she and I just didn't have all that much in common, and I kind of like stuck with it for a bit, even though, because I did say I want to try to make like a long distance work, but I kind of like went about it. And with my daily life kind of getting better, I realized I didn't really like her as much as I thought I did. And I think, and then we ended up breaking up, but it was kind of a tough breakup where she still wanted to be friends, and I was like, yeah, sure, we can still be friends, and we tried to do that, but I guess she still had like a lot of like unresolved feelings on that end, and she was still trying to like, she wanted to be friends under the pretense of like, oh, maybe we could still become a thing later on or something, and that like made it even harder when we did like officially just break off like communication and everything. But yeah, so that experience kind of like made me realize that like it's important, like how you shouldn't like get into relationships just because you're lonely, and you should like get into relationships because you actually want to be in one, and you actually like vibe well with a person, because it's really easy like in the moment to have like rose tinted goggles on and be like, oh, like everything's going fine, like this relationship is great, but then
honeymoon phase.
Yeah, like basically, right? But then it's like the second like she went overseas and we only could communicate online and stuff, like, and I kind of like got my old kind of day-to-day back in line, and everything was like less stressful on my end. I like, it's kind of like reality kind of came back. I was like, oh, like I like there was like a lot of things that like made it so we just like were a good fit, and like in reality I probably like shouldn't have been in that relationship. But yeah, and like to this day when I think about it and compare with my first like kind of like I was seeing someone for like maybe a month or so, but like I look back on that 1 month relationship a lot more fondly, and like I'm more sad that relationship ended than my most recent one, which was like a year long.
Okay.
Yeah, so like just because I feel like even though that was only 1 month, and she just came off a breakup, and I think she realized she still had feelings for her ex, so she didn't want to like, she didn't feel it was fair for me, so she broke things off. But I still look much more fondly on like kind of like my time in that 1 month than I do on kind of like the whole year because of that.
Okay.
Yeah, that like that ex situation can definitely be like a shadow over relationships, right? Yeah. Okay, but like there must have been something, right? So you said like, like turns out that you didn't have much in common, but like what do you think was the thing that like, got you two together in the first place?
I think it was just in the moment, like we enjoyed each other's company, which like isn't much, but I like kind of, given the circumstances of COVID, it was kind of enough, and we both like kind of luckily did live pretty close together, so
okay,
like yeah, so it's like it made things a bit easier even with COVID to like still hang out, see each other here and there.
It's actually funny because similar to me, like with my relationship, this was still like during like COVID and stuff, like in the winter it was still kind of an issue, but I feel like COVID didn't actually it wasn't really that big of a barrier for us, honestly. Like, the main issue honestly was just like the curfew that was in place at that time. But like, you know, it would just be mostly just like low key, just like hanging out and like watching movies and just like chatting and like ordering food like online. So it didn't really feel like as big. Granted, this was still like near the end of COVID. It wasn't like at the peak with like all the lockdowns and stuff.
Yeah, because
But
because for me, it's like my family wanted to be like super safe with COVID, and I did too. So like, basically, unless I had to go out, I like was basically home 24/7.
yeah.
I basically went out like once a week to help out grocery shopping. So then it's like otherwise like at like later at night, and she on her end, like I think she lived with roommates and they want to be pretty safe too. So like it was just easier like. So she was usually stuck in the house as well, and then we kind of just met up like later at night when like no one was outside, and like we could just kind of hang out like at a park or something like that. So but yeah, so like that, I think for us, I guess COVID played a bigger role in that sense, just because we couldn't really do like, oh, you know, like let's go grab food somewhere. So it's just like, all right, like we can hang out at someone's house or something, but there's really not much we can do.
But that could okay, like, you know, just from the outside, that sounds kind of like, you know, romantic, like in the at night when no one else is around, just you and me. You know, it's like that sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, like in the moment, it's definitely like a really good experience. I think like the time. I definitely made this relationship sound like a lot worse than it was.
Yeah.
But like the time we were together, like it was still like a good experience. But it's just like kind of like her as a person, and like how I am as a person. It's like I don't think it was gonna ever really actually work out that well. And like in reality, if I wasn't in kind of like the just really negative kind of like mind space I was in, just because of everything else that was going on in my life, I don't think I would have gotten into that relationship in the first place. So yeah.
Okay, so this is gonna be a hard question, I think, but do you regret that experience then, or no?
Nope. Not
Yeah,
for me.
Yeah, I don't regret it, because like I think it was a good lesson to learn. And like again, for me, like I think it's important that like I think it's good that I at least got that lesson out of it, so that I can kind of like at least pass that kind of like experience on to others, and like kind of make sure they kind of, I don't, not necessarily like make the same mistake, but at least they're kind of like more aware of it and they can kind of like think it through more, just because yeah, like I like a lot of my friends are younger than me, and like they've had even less like experiences with like relationships and stuff. So I think it's helpful for like helping them out when that kind of time does come where they're kind of like in such a situation.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
It's going to sound like a dumb analogy, but for me, relationships is like the Dark Souls of life, where it's like it's gonna kick your ass a lot, but it's like eventually you'll start learning all the tricks and get good, and eventually you'll be able to like get through and feel very accomplished. And then, you know, after all the like problems that happen, or like rage quits,
Yeah,
or whatever, you'll
wait, what is the rage quit in a like a relationship? Is that you going like, you know what,
I could just imagine
chatted
like
with
a
you.
breakup match just saying I'm rage quitting.
Imagine. No, okay, but then like, you know those games you rage quit, you do come back, right?
Yeah.
So is this sort of like you're like stomping out of the house like have it, we're done, and then like 2 minutes later you just come back and say, look, I think it was partly my fault as well. It's like, is that it? Is that rage quitting?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Oh Lord, that's hilarious.
Now I want to imagine like someone making a dating sim, but make it like Dark Souls themed.
I mean, that's possible. That's a good idea.
Is that what, like, I wonder, okay, but just like I wonder if relationships with or between gamers is like different to a significant point, just because of that. Like I feel like, you know, us gamers, like we're more you know, mentally, perseverant. You know what I mean? I feel like we
Yeah.
get training, right? From like all of our like, of League of Legends, or I don't know, maybe League of Legends, or maybe even League of Legends. Right?
I think it depends on the person, because like I know like
Yeah.
if someone watched me play games for a bit and just like if I get upset, like I get real upset. I think they'd be like concerned
Yeah.
about me. So I think at that point it's like I don't think I would want them to see that. But I definitely depends on the person, I think.
True. Okay, but I feel like the best relation would it be like if you can be together despite seeing the worst of each other,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's the best.
Yeah.
Right. Like
I try to be very like patient with that. Like not everyone's going to be like me, like react the same way or have like the same kind of like concerns and stuff. So I try my best to be like open-minded and kind of hope they're the same with me, like in return.
Right, yeah. Oh, but wouldn't it be amazing if like not just like be patient, but if you can mold together, right? Like imagine if you're like, yo, oh my god, that was so like there's no way I was gonna win that, and then like your partner can be like, what the fuck was that support doing, man? He's so dumb. Like, and if you can like mold together, right?
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah, that would be pretty funny. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry for like the digression. Yeah.
No, that's good.
What were we talking about again? I'm so sorry.
I like Ninja Dude's quote there.
Oh wait, was
Yes.
that League of Legends helped my spouse and I get through our hardships by giving me the mental fortitude to not give up? No, but like like I just saying it's a possibility, it's a theory, right?
Maybe that's the secret, League of Legends.
Secret League of Legends. Oh,
We
my
figured
God.
it out. Chat.
All right, but back to your. I'm so sorry, Rui. What were we talking about again with your experience?
I don't even know anymore. I just thought that about being famous in relationships.
Okay, but like, so you're saying like how you look back to that 1 month experience more fondly than.
Yeah.
How was that one like? Or maybe I'm getting like the two confused.
No. So yeah, I think I looked on that one more fondly just because I think we had a lot more in common, and I think we just kind of like hit it off a lot more. Yeah, like I think the few times, yeah, because like the first time we went out together and like grabbed food, like afterwards we just like kind of walked around and like just talked for like a pretty long time. So it's like I don't know, I think I think I, at least like on my end, like I genuinely enjoyed her company like a lot, and I think it just felt easier to kind of like talk to them and kind of like just kind of share our experiences and stuff. But yeah, so like yeah.
So when you say like you had stuff in common, like was it like interests, or was it more like experiences? Like what are the sort of things you had in common?
It was kind of both. Like I think experience wise, like I think we were both like kind of it wasn't like direct experience, but like we were both like trying to figure, like we both kind of just came out like kind of trying to figure out what we want to do with our lives, like school wise and whatnot. And like I think it was really, and I think there was a bit of overlap there where it's like we were able to like really be able to like kind of share what we're passionate about. She was like going to like criminology and that kind of stuff, and at that point I already like kind of swapped over to doing journalism, and I was also able to just kind of relate a lot because like before that I was like in political science, all that stuff, and yeah, we were able like I think just kind of being able to talk about that and just kind of share, like be able to talk about like our passions in that sense. And I think we were both like also like kind of more open, I guess, about like kind of learning about like the other person's interests. Like I guess to kind of bring back the like the video game stuff. She was pretty into Dota, and I was like, I'm like into
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
like into League of Legends, and like I think like we talked, and like she plays some League too, but like I've never really tried Dota, but it's like we kind of talked about both, and like she was kind of like she was showing me some like Dota videos and stuff, and I think like I tried to learn Dota. It didn't go well, but I
Yeah.
tried to like pick it up and like learn it, but it's like, you know, like I think like small stuff like that where it's like we were able to just kind of like be more willing to learn, like
Honestly, that is
talk
like
about these small
a great
things.
feeling to have,
Yeah.
where it's like you start like showing people like your passions and stuff, and even if it's like not their thing or they're not as like good or like passionate about it as you are, like the fact that they still try still like makes it like it still makes me really happy when
Yeah.
that happens. I try to do the same thing with like other people, like
Yeah.
with stuff that they're passionate about.
Makes sense. So what are some? Yeah, I was just gonna like go and like ask you guys about that. Like, what are some things that you have sort of like tried? Just like Dota was for you, right? Really, like what are some things that you've like maybe tried or explored to maybe get something in common with like people?
Oh, actually, a big one for me, because the person, I never mentioned it, but the person that I was like with earlier this year, she was like originally from like China and stuff. She like moved in like shortly after COVID started. So like new to like Canada, because that's where I lived for like only like a couple of years. So I was like learning all about like the bunch of different parts about like Chinese culture, like the
Ah.
different foods and like movies, and like how they have basically the Chinese equivalent of like every social media. They have like their own version of like Google and YouTube and like Instagram and TikTok. So that was like pretty cool, seeing like a whole different like perspective on that. And then I learned like more about the different like types of like foods, because apparently the food here in North America is very, very off.
Yeah.
It's very, very not authentic.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So no, it was very cool. I like learning a lot of new things like that. So that was definitely one of my highlights.
Oh, that's interesting. I see. And you said you tried Dota, huh?
I wish I learned Dota. I still never played it.
Oh, sorry. Like, yeah. But like, Rui, did you say you like you tried Dota, or you like you?
Yeah, I tried it.
Yeah.
That was so
Rough,
I
wasn't
tried
it?
to pick up Dota like a total of 3 times in my lifetime. That was the second time.
Okay.
And it was still the same thing where it's just like I kind of got the basics, because there was some things from League of Legends that carried over, but like
Yeah.
it still just felt like a whole foreign game to me. And after like
Yeah.
I played like 2 bot games, and I was just like, that was something, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't really know what I got out of that. But yeah, I think at this point, I am confident in saying that I just don't think I'll ever be able to actually properly pick up Dota. It's just a bit too much for me.
Yeah. You gave it due diligence, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It definitely is easier. I think it's easier to go from Dota to League than it is to go from League to Dota. Just like
Yeah, no,
I can agree. Yeah, I agree with that.
Sorry, I'm so sorry for turning a romance talk to a Dota talk.
That's just how it be sometimes.
Oh, but okay, so we did like touch on food, right? Like I think like that's a really big part of relationships, huh? Any like interesting food talk?
I learned about like all the different types of foods, like how like the food in like the north of China is very different from like the south, and like the different flavors and stuff. That was pretty cool. And then I was able to like talk about the food like here and a bunch of stuff that like she didn't really know too well, since she's always eating the same thing over and over again. So yeah, it was very cool like being able to like expand our food horizons, because I feel I'm more like adventurous when I'm eating with other people than like on my own. Like on my own, I'm just gonna have the same like sandwich every single day. But with other people, it's like, oh, I have to go try other stuff, and then like I see things that like I would never try normally, but like with them I would, and it's like, ooh, it's good.
Oh, that's great though. Like getting to like expand your horizon, like your food horizon. How about you, Rui? Like, because you like mentioned like food as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there was as much of that for me, just because the first person I saw was Filipino, and I was kind of like already really kind of familiar with it, just because my best friend kind of like since elementary, one of my best friends since like elementary school was like Filipino, and like I hung out with him, like at his place a lot, and like so I've had like a lot of Filipino food, and then and then like my most recent relationship, the girl was Chinese, so I'd be kind of already like that. I'm already very used to that as a Chinese person.
Right.
Yeah, so yeah, but yeah, like I think less so than kind of like learning about different foods. I think I'm pretty fortunate to live in like BC, where there we have like just so much different kinds of food. So like I think it was more just like being able to like kind of explore new like different food places and stuff with someone else. That was like kind of like a nice thing.
Nice. So this is like maybe like the Hachi as well, but like what is the most adventurous or like out there sort of food that you've like tried? So this may be a little bit unrelated to like relationships, but
I do not know, to be honest. I think kind of going back to what I guess Trolley and Ruby said is just you're more inclined to try new things as a group because you're not forced to finish the whole thing yourself. In my opinion. So it's like I guess as Asian or just like as myself, like I don't waste food, especially like I bought it myself. And this is like, all right, I need to finish this. If I don't like it, then well, I got other people to like help out and finish the food as well. So trying out new foods is just, again, a shared experience, and I'm definitely more inclined to eat with the group and try new things because either we all like it together or we all suffer together.
I mean, like that's like a good way to like bond as well, right? Like with your significant other. Like 'cause I feel like from what I've heard, like the thing that brings two people together the most is, hard times and food, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happens if you're dating someone and their food's actually really bad?
Yes, I'm cooking for the time being.
Oh man. Oh, but you know what I feel is like worse is like if they don't have a palate, you know what I mean? Like if I cook, talk from experience, but if I cook for someone and they're like, yeah, it's okay. And then like I put in like a lot of effort to make like eggs Benedict and they're like, yeah, it's okay. It's like that. I feel like it's even worse.
Like honestly, I find hearing it's okay is even worse than saying it's bad.
Yeah.
Because like okay, it just sounds like it could have been good, but it's like you just barely like failed.
For me, I guess I on the hand say it's okay. Like I think my taste buds or like how you please me is like very like the bar is very low. Or like in a sense where it's like if it doesn't taste bad and the texture is like I don't hate the texture, I'll eat it. Right? I it's hard, I guess the same for it's okay or like it's edible. While it might seem like a little
that sounds even worse. It's edible.
Yeah, it's worse.
Like Totoro. That's brutal.
Worse. But like for me, if it's edible, then it's good enough for me.
Oh.
But like I guess it kind of goes back to like who I am as a person. Like I'm not the type to compliment or receive compliments, so it feels really awkward. So I'm just really neutral about it, or I'll straight up tell you that it's just bad.
Yeah.
So if I say something neutral, then it's like you're good, you're set.
Yeah.
You pass.
So
that's all that matters.
You pass. Yeah.
But no, like for me, that's actually like one like personal pet peeve is like if I suggest like a restaurant or something that like I really enjoy or like I want to show, then like I'm gonna give another example. But there was like one lady that like I was like considering going in a relationship with, and like for like one of the dates I was like, oh, let's go to like this restaurant, and I was like, someone's really excited to try, and they would just file like, oh no, I hate that food, and I was like, bruh, I put like so much effort for like thinking about it.
Sorry, it's just like I just saw like Haru is like saying like the first time my fiance's mom, she asked me if he only ate the same 5 foods, and I listed them off. Gotta go.
I mean, if it's the same 5 foods, not too, you're not. How is this? You're not really having a shared food experience, but at the same time, when you're at home cooking,
Yeah.
you're kind of saving money because you know what to cook. And it's
Saving money. Oh no.
technically you are.
It's rough out there. Gotta save money if you can. You know?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, sorry. There's like sirens in the back on my side. Hope it's not coming through.
No,
Nah,
it's
it's
fine.
fine.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah.
Is it maybe like a cultural thing though? Because I feel like some cultures, value variety more than others. Maybe like in terms of food.
I guess there is a variety in like Asian cuisine, especially at my house. Like there's always a lot of things to eat, but at the same time, it's mainly because we don't want to get tired of eating the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
Mom, like when she cooks, she fears that I would get tired of eating something over and over. So she like has like a rotation of things. So there's always a menu of what's like. She's like, hey, what do you want to eat? She gives me like a list of 3 things. But for me, if it's mom's cooking and she cooked it in the past and I ate it, then I don't give a shit about what she cooks. It's just like, I'm ready for the food. That's it. It's like, I was like, what do you want to eat? I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
And she's pissed about that because she wants.
Yeah, you would be.
She hates it when I say whatever because I think as an Asian mom, like cooking something like what your child wants is like the form of love that you give, right? But I'm already receiving the love from my mom when she cooks whatever, and I'm enjoying to eat it. I'm ready to eat, you know?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
man, I get your mom though, cause I would hate
I
that.
get your mom so hard, man. Oh my god.
It's like you gave me the option, so she's like, it's like A, B, or C. I think it's just I do not care. I'll eat like A, B, or C equally as long as it's ready. It's on the dinner table. Whatever's on the dinner table, I'll eat it. You know.
Oh man, I'm sorry. You're the worst. I can't. Oh, you can't say that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But I mean, I'm not that picky. I think the only I guess main issue with my pickiness of food is texture. I can never eat like hard-boiled egg texture food, like the yolk. So like that pasty, I guess you can say pasty texture, I'm not cool with. So like yams, potatoes is like that's a very hard balance because of French fries and stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But that bananas, like the squishy texture, it's a hit or miss on some days.
Yeah.
But
You're breaking my heart a little right now.
texture food it's texture's more important to me, I guess, in a sense, than flavor.
Makes sense. Yeah. I guess like that's your deal breaker. It's like it's the food equivalent of like someone treating the servers badly.
Yeah.
Right. Fair enough. How about you guys, Rui and Trolley?
I mean, I'm kind of picky with food, honestly. I usually like having the same foods. I like a lot of like pasta and stuff. I'm not like super into seafood, especially. That's actually one of my like weak spots. I don't like seafood too often.
Oh my god!
But-
High five, man! High five! Let's go.
What?
Wow, you guys.
What? I love no.
One of my hot takes is I don't actually like sushi too much. I'm sorry.
Okay, sushi is passable. I mean, I like salmon a lot, but like tuna, like tuna sashimi is like
I usually
it's a little too fishy.
I usually either get the like crab sushis or I just go very basic and I just get cucumber sushi. Those are my 2 main ones.
Okay, this is my how is this? What is your opinion on shrimp though? How do you like shrimp?
Shrimp is pretty good usually.
Okay. As long as you like shrimp, I'll be fine.
Okay, that's good. But yeah, like honestly, like for me, it's just like I think like texture is also important for me. The foods I usually dislike are usually ones where it's like more mushy than like solids. I don't like
Yeah.
when food's like very, very soft. That's why I don't like a lot of like puddings, I guess.
Ah.
Like almost liquids, but not really. That like I'm very like picky with. Or stuff like, for example, like mashed potatoes, like that kind of texture. I'm not really a big fan of either.
And mashed potatoes is really hit or miss. So he doesn't like, what? You don't like durian? Durian's pretty good.
Oh, durian. You know what's funny? I've only had like a durian flavored like candy, but I never had like real durian.
Okay, my only take on durian is that flavor, like the taste is really good. I just hate the texture of it, which is basically there's like a very thin film over the top of the fruit before you get into like this. I don't know what you taste like. How do you explain it? But like,
It's more like cling film, right?
yeah, I hate that texture of durian, but the insides like near the seed is really good.
Okay, actually, I have a question for you guys. What's like the most like weird food you've had when you were like with a significant other, like for like a restaurant or like something that they made for you or anything like that? For me, the weirdest one I've had was a durian flavored like pizza.
Durian?
What the hell? Huh?
The fuck?
What?
It was like
That's a
it was
thing.
apparently it was imported from China, but it was like it was pizza. It had like durian on top, and it was really really cursed.
Huh?
Okay, but was it good? Like, was it palatable? I'm gonna.
It's like, it. You know what? It kind of reminds me of. It's like, you know how people think that like pineapple pizza or like Hawaiian is like very cursed, and some people really love it, or some people really hate it. I feel like durian pizza is that, but like 10 times more extreme, because you either think it's like amazing, like, you know, my ex found it, or you think that's like absolutely terrible, which is kind of how I found it. But I didn't want to say anything, so I was just like chomping through, being like, yeah, it's good, I like this.
Okay, so in my futile attempt to bring this back to romance talk, right? Is there any sort of like, you know, food preferences or like restrictions that are like, you know, deal breakers for you guys for like a significant other?
Like something that they like.
I could
Or
never hold a relationship with a vegan. I could never.
I couldn't hold a relationship with someone who doesn't like Greek food. That's my main one.
Greek food?
Yeah, because like I'm like partially Greek, and that's like one of the foods I like to get a lot. That was the thing, like when I suggested like the restaurant, like this, like what you said before, it was like a Greek restaurant. They were like, no, and I was like, okay, well, I don't think I can continue this relationship anymore. And then like a week after, it was like we mutually agreed to stop. So that's one of my deal breakers.
Oh, I see.
I think for a significant other, I think similar tastes, but at the same time, I think she needs to be understanding that like my spice tolerance is hella low.
Oh,
So
really?
if she were to, so like I grew up like not eating a lot of spice because my mom has like medical conditions where spice will kick up her internals, and my dad never liked eating spicy, I think, so we never cooked a lot of spicy food.
Okay.
I think I guess she can keep, how to say this, what should I say, as long as my significant other kind of like keeps that into account of my low spice tolerance and like kind of cook it spicy but not too overkill while I die in the restroom like 10 minutes later, I think we'll be fine.
Yeah.
I guess it really like matters on like, you know, what you grew up with, huh? Wait,
I think that's like one good rule of thumb. It's like for food and stuff, it's good that like both sides are able to like at least tolerate like the foods that like you grew up with a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, well, I don't think I have anything like that, but I think one thing that I personally don't like seafood all that much, or like raw meat. like I'll eat some fish, like cooked fish and stuff, but that's really about it in terms of seafood. So I think like I personally don't have a deal breaker, but I feel like me having that is like very much like potentially a deal breaker for some people, and like that's something that I've accepted like personally for myself. But yeah.
Okay. But at least like with seafood, you have like, you know, alternatives, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Yeah, like I think it's the same thing for my friends. They get like really pissed off when they remember I don't eat seafood, because like we can so easily go to like a Japanese restaurant and I'll just be like, oh yeah, I'll just get like a chicken teriyaki rice or something, and like we'll look at the menu. I have a friend who's like notorious for it. It's like, oh yeah, like let's get like this like roll, whatever, we can share it, and then like it takes a second, like, never mind, wait, I forgot you hate seafood, and then he like gets upset. Like,
I've had that experience before with friends.
Yeah, so I think the seafood one is like a deal breaker that I potentially have, but I think it's not the worst thing.
Yeah,
luckily.
definitely not.
Yeah.
All right, so in my second futile attempt to bring this back to robot, you know, okay, food talk is fun though, right? So like fair enough, right?
Yeah.
Right. So Rui, if you could go back and tell your old self, like, you know, your younger self, like, you know, advice or message or anything like that, what would that be?
And it's like the tough times will like eventually leave, and I shouldn't get into a relationship just to make those tough times like easier to deal with. I think that's like the best way to put it, because I think while like in the moment it was definitely because like I felt just really alone that like made me want to get into that relationship. But I think it was also like more so than that, I felt alone because I felt super stressed out. I just had some stuff going on within like my friend group, so like I didn't feel like as there with that friend group either. And it's just like all this like school kind of got like super busy, and like I was just getting like upset a lot more about like school stuff too. So it's like I think if I just kind of like hung in there and everything figured itself out, like I would have been fine. And I think the relationship was just a means to get to the end, and then once it got to the end, like it was like suddenly there's this situation too where it's like I don't really like this girl as much as I thought I did, and then like I kind of stuck with it because it's like, oh, you know, I still enjoy like our time together because like at least I'm not lonely, but then it's like I'm still just in it because I just don't want to be alone. And then once it became long distance, it's just like, oh, like I really just like can't keep I at that point it's like, okay, I just need to be honest with like how I feel, because at that point it's also just like not at all fair to her that like I'm trying, like I'm still kind of like in this relationship with her even though I don't fully feel the same that she might.
I see. So I guess like this would go into like the idea of like, you know, moments of vulnerability, right? You know, so like how healthy or unhealthy our relationship when like, you know, they're started in times of vulnerability, because, you know, sometimes maybe that is the bonding thing, but like maybe I don't know, like what do you guys think about that?
Time and place, definitely time and place.
Yeah.
I mean, vulnerability, yeah, I was like, but then like you don't really like flat out of nowhere just fucking straight just throw it all on the table. It's like, here you go, do what you want to do with it, right?
Yeah.
Like it's definitely a step-by-step process to like show the vulnerability, because again I think we mentioned about the trust. Without the trust there is no chance of opening
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We need that. There's a need for a safe environment to feel comfortable, just to grow together as in a relationship. I do not know how much I can put off of this.
Right.
Yeah, no, I agree, honestly. Like, you know, I like when people are able to like feel comfortable to like bring up like personal stuff if they want to like vent and things, but like there's definitely a time and place to like do it, not just like, you know, for me, but also for like them too, you know. It's like it's much easier to like give answers or like respond to it when it's like done in a way that like everyone's comfortable with. Like if you just text someone then when they're like, I don't know, in the middle of work and just like do like a big paragraph about all the stuff happening, that can be like very overwhelming and you won't really get any like answers for that.
Yeah.
Than like if it was done another way.
Or yeah, you know, guys, so we have like around about 15 minutes left for our time. So like I wanted to leave a little bit of time so that give you guys time if you guys have any questions yourself, you know, or like, you know, any conundrums, anything like that. And I also like take this time to sort of invite chat as well. Like if you guys have, you know, any questions or like any like, you know, anything you want input in as well, then, you know, maybe our, you know, panelist, our romance panelist would have like thoughts on that. So yeah, do you guys have any like, you know, in the meantime, any questions or anything like that you want to bring up?
Here, I'll give one question that I'm curious about for like, you know, everyone in the call and also for chat if they want. But like, how quickly do you guys go through like starting a relationship from like the very beginning of like first meeting or like messaging the person to like becoming an official couple? And then like how long would it take after that for those of you who are like interested to go to like talk about like marriage or whatever, if that's your thing? Because that's one of the things I actually struggle with, knowing like how quickly, how fast or slow to go from like first messaging to like being official. Because I've had cases where like I was too fast, where like I wanted to answer and they weren't comfortable. But I've had this like the opposite problem where like I've had someone after like 1 or 2 dates be like, I want to be like in an official relationship, and they say like I love you, and it's like I'm not at that stage yet. I usually like to wait at least a month or two after like a couple of like in-person experiences, like if possible, if I like meet them like in person before, like then I can decide like when to be like an official couple, and then I can do all my romantic lovey-dovey stuff.
That's a really good question. Hachi, what are your thoughts?
I have no idea, because my question would have been like for me to get to that point, what my main question, like to answer that question, I would need to answer my own question, which would be like, we all talked about like not getting into a relationship because we're feeling lonely, right? But like, how do we get past that point where like I'm not feeling lonely, but it would be nice, but at the same time it's just like it still feels a little wrong to go into a relationship just because, right? Like, because I would say being in college would be the right time to get into a relationship, just to like learn and stuff. But at the same time, like hearing out from what everyone's been talking about, like getting into a relationship because just getting into a relationship is not like the most ideal. But like, how does one jumpstart their love life to begin with, right?
I think it just depends on the person. I think you just have to feel ready for it. Like it's okay to have a bit of doubt still about you know, like, am I really wanting to be in a relationship because I'm fully ready? Or like, I think as long as you're aware of kind of how you're feeling about it and you can be kind of honest with like yourself, I think, and as long as you feel like you are ready to some extent, I think you should go for it. Like, it's gonna be different for everyone, right? I had a friend who like has only really gotten into their first relationship. He's like graduated everything. He has like a very like he has like a fulfilling like a long-term career that like he's already like kind of made progress and like kind of going up like the ladder and whatnot, and like he's finding out just in his first relationship, right? And like, but like that's just because he finally felt ready now. Like he wanted to focus on school, all this stuff, and now he feels ready. It just depends on the person. And I think that is kind of like the similar train of thought for the kind of relationship question of like when is that time where you should really talk about it. I think it just depends, right? I personally like to think of like dating and being in a relationship as like kind of like two different things in that sense. Where it's like you can date, you can go on like dates with people to like see if you're just like kind of like figure things out and like kind of like see if you're compatible, and like you can kind of like it's gonna sound bad to say like this, but like you can like kind of go on dates with like different people at like the same time. But it's like but like just because like there's nothing really you're just kind of like figure it out, right? As long as you two both understand, it's like, you know, we're just kind of like going on like a casual date, just kind of like seeing how things are and how we kind of like vibe with each other. But you know, once you guys feel ready to have that conversation of like, do we want to make this official? Do we want to actually be in like a relationship and like kind of like be exclusive with each other? Then that's like just a moment of like, you know, you've kind of finally decided you both really vibe well together. It might be one date, it might be like 3 dates, it might be like 1 week, it might be like 2 months, however long and however many dates and stuff it takes. It's just when it feels right, and then that's just when you kind of gotta have that conversation and just kind of figure it out from there, I think.
It's pretty fair.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing, like that distinction between, you know, being in like a committed relationship and like quote unquote going out, sort of as in like as a tool to get to know the other person, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I kind of agree too. Like, I have also done stuff where it's like, you know, I I don't like going official very, very quickly, but I like to see like after a few dates how things go. And especially like for me, for like first dates, I it's pretty much like me, it's just exclusively just like going to a restaurant, walking around, which is something I would do with like friends regardless. Like even if it's not like actually a date, like I've done that several times. So it's like not that big of a thing. But yeah, because I'm the kind of person where it's like when I get when I am in a very committed relationship or like feel that way, like I know, and then I kind of just ignore everyone else. I'm very bad like that, where it's like I know when I feel like exclusive and like that's the one person I want to be with. So you know, it does depend on a case by case. Sometimes, you know, it's faster than others. But yeah, no, I don't think. But again, it's something you have to like talk to the other person with and see how they are. Because, you know, some people do get very upset if they knew that like you went on another date with like someone else, like beforehand.
But hey, that's an opportunity to know what a person is like as well, right? Like if you know how they would.
Some people like take their time, some people don't.
Exactly. It's interesting how like, you know, Hachi and like, you know, Troll was like question I say, well, like kind of like tied like. Or how about you, Rui? Like, is there anything that, you know, you would want to like ask or discuss?
I guess I'm curious, kind of like for you guys, like how much do you separate kind of like your private life with the relationship, right? Like we kind of already talked about like kind of how much we're willing to like open up and all that stuff, but like what, like do you guys kind of like feel like you kind of build up to it, or do you feel like once you're kind of in that committed relationship you're kind of like willing to just be really open about yourself, or do you kind of like have to build up to it?
I mean, for me, I personally think that like it's good to be able to be open with that kind of thing. Like I feel like it's always better to like kind of overshare than undershare, because when you undershare there's like less information that can make things worse than like if you say too much. Because like the way I think about it is like, let's say I say too much than I wanted. If like things don't work out, it's like, well, I'm not gonna be with them anymore. Why should I care if they know that this happened, right? It's not gonna really impact me the same way.
Yeah.
But also, like, if you keep things like in too much and it's like there's some issues there, then you'll end up getting to like a point where it's like you can't really hide it then, and then it kind of like spirals out of control. So I'm personally in the belief that it's like it's good to share too much than not enough. I mean, I say this as someone who's very, very like introvert and private, but that's why I like to, you know, get to know people a lot before I get to that point. So that way it's like, that way you'll get to that phase. Because like the end goal for me is to be able to like be comfortable after a while to like talk about pretty much anything with my significant other and hope that they feel the same way with me. And like if you can't get to that point, then it's not really a good sign.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. Yeah, that was romance talk with Hachi, Rolly, and wait, do you guys have any like, you know, closing thoughts, like closing statements? I think we covered like quite a lot, huh?
A little bit. You know, the thing I wish we were able to do, which is a shame because, you know, I think we all identify as males. Like, what's the female perspective with like relationship talks and all these things?
No, I forgot to mention. Oh god,
Okay,
fuck, I
what?
messed up.
No,
Okay,
no,
real
it's
quick,
fine.
but like, I mean, okay, I think for me personally, like, why it was very difficult to get into a relationship, it's besides the besides like the am I ready, or like, is it like getting into a relationship or getting into a relationship, like it's bad for the other partner because it feels like you're using them or you're playing them, right? And like being in a friend group, or like my friend circle is like, I'd say 70 to 80% female. I get like all the tea and all like the stuff that I eventually forget about, but like it's into my head, and it's just like the main, I guess, moral of the story that just sticks with me is just don't do this, don't do that, which then puts me at a place where I'm like, do I want to be that person to I guess trying to go out but then risk myself to become the person that I learned not to be based on my friend's experience, you know? So that's like, I guess, another big thing of like why I'm still kind of figuring myself out of like, do I want to be in a relationship, or like how do I build myself where like I do definitely need like the experience of being in a relationship and whatnot, but like it's just get base hearing about stuff from like my female friends, and like I just don't want to be in the bad, like I just don't want to be that like asshole, you know?
I mean, I think, yeah, like to bring back the whole like relationships are like dark, it's like Dark Souls kind of thing we're using before. Like, I mean, like that really is like a really good like way to think about it, right? It's like in Dark Souls, like, yeah, you're gonna be afraid of dying, but like you still gotta do the thing, right? And like you'll learn each time, and then eventually you'll like have the moment where like everything makes sense, everything works out, and like you kill the boss, or you know, or you have a relationship that's like a good long-term relationship, everyone, and like everything works out, right? I think you just you gotta kind of like, it's like it is a scary thing, and like you just gotta kind of throw yourself out there sometimes though.
Just gotta throw yourself out.
Yeah.
Right, so guys, that was Hachi, Trolley, and Rui. The rhymes. Yes, there you go. So yeah, they're all really cool people. If you guys want to check them out as well on their Twitch and their socials as well, that would be great. They're members of our Rice Bowl. Hey guys, thank you so much for making time for me. You know, it was a lot of fun, and I feel like we covered a lot of interesting topics together. So, thank you so much for your time,
Thanks
guys.
for having
Yeah,
us.
thanks.
Thanks for having us.
Alrighty. All right, bye guys. Thank you so much.
See ya.
Bye.
Thank you.
And that was Hachitrolli and Rui, guys. Thank you so much. All right, thank you for no. It's section 2 now. Edu, it's section 2. Let me see. I have to do I think. All right, and then I'm just copy that. wait. Yeah. Edit. I think that would work. Oh no. Oops. I made a mistake. Give me a second. Sorry. Commands. Edit. There we go. So now if I do, yes, that should come up. Oh no, no, that's not what I meant to do. That's not what I meant. Oh fuck, I'm so bad at this. Commands. Edit. I just do it manually, I guess. I'm so sorry. This is so scary. There you go. That should be. That should work. All right. No. We have 2 sections. So, the next 3 people we'll be talking with is Flagrant, Clarinovaux, and Munchi. They are also members of Rice Bowl. Munchi and Clary happen to have the same VTuber mama as me, so we're like VTuber siblings as well. And maybe if you flag in the future. Oh whoa, you could also be a Rolly kid if you. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, without further ado, I think I'll go ahead and call them. All right, here we go. There's Clary. Hi, Clary.
Yo, what's good?
Hey, and there's Flag as well. Hi, Flag.
Hello.
And Munchi. Hey. Munchi usually takes a moment to get his mic open. Usually. Hello, Munchi. Hello, Munchi. Okay, so he'll
no.
hopefully go in. But yeah, hi, how are you guys doing? Thanks so much for coming.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
I have soup.
You have soup, nice. And oh, Claire, you have you said you have spicy chips.
Yeah, I have chips that I got from the grocery store today.
Nice. Okay,
I'm here. Sorry, I'm late.
Hey, Munchi, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Not bad. All right. Wait, so is it like really? Is it like one of those really spicy chips, or just
They're HEV brand, spicy. They're not really spicy. They're just nice spice.
Why are you talking about food?
No,
Ooh,
I mean
stop it.
We'll get into it. Oh my god, I'm segueing from the spicy chips to spicy stuff. Okay, sheesh. Oh my god, you ruined it. You ruined everything,
Let him do
Munchi.
his job, Munchi.
Yeah, let me
No.
do my job.
The last,
Exactly.
literally they talked about food for most of it.
I'm so sorry. We went from Dota to food. I'm so sorry. All right. But before we do go into the spicy deeds and the spicy tea, just for the people who don't know, can we get a sort of an introduction? If we can start from the left to right. So with Clary.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Clarinovaux. I am a variety streamer for Rice Bowl's VTuber kind of section.
So we don't vary.
Yeah, Vidonburi, there you go. Anything else about me? I think out of everyone in this call right now, I have the lowest rice purity test score, and that's why I'm on this podcast today.
Oh my
What
God.
was it, Ruchan? It was it wasn't a
20.
lower. It wasn't a single digit. It was
No.
but it was the lowest one.
Like 21 or 23, something like that, right?
No. It was much lower than that.
Wait, are you sure?
It was in like the teens, I believe.
Wait, really? I thought it was like, you were like 21 and I was 28 or something like that.
Oh,
Oh, okay,
I thought
but
I was in the
teens,
teens.
oh my lord.
I don't know, but it's the lowest, and it's funny
Oh my lord.
because no one's expecting it.
Yeah, exactly. You sound like a 68 maybe. Right? I don't know. Right? No?
No comment.
No comment. Oh my god. All right. Yeah. All right. Also, you do like a lot of rhythm games, right?
Yeah, I primarily play rhythm games, but I've been playing a lot of I think I've been really addicted right now to Retropolis, which is it's a deck builder tower defense game. It's really interesting. But yeah, that's my current obsession. But normally if you ever tune into my streams, I am playing OS or some form of like rhythm game.
Wow, cat girl playing rat game. Wow. And next we have Flag. Can we get a-
Yeah, hi, I'm Flag. Mainly do art, but I do occasionally play the game, like a game here and there. But I'm just streaming my art grind. I actually recently retook the price parity test because I forgot what my score was, and then I think Rhubarb was there too. And then
Yeah.
Munchie, please tell me your score. Please tell me it's higher than mine on the rice purity.
No way it is. No way it is.
Yeah, no, I was lower than Munchie.
What? Wait, is Munchie here? Munchie?
Oh, I have the same score as Ash.
Oh my god.
Wait.
Okay, so I'm used to being one of the lowest people in my friend group, and I'm the highest one here.
Oh, kawaii koto. How adorable.
Yeah, I think it was like because it was lower than Ruse. It was like 20 something.
Being in the teens, from my understanding, is like short of murder and like animals.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, it's not that bad.
I don't think Clary is actually in the teens. I think they were like low 20s.
Yeah.
Mostly because like you haven't murdered anyone, right?
I'm pretty
Right?
sure it was
Yeah,
like
no,
low
I haven't.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Maybe like exactly 20.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like once you're one digit though, you're like a felon, right? Like you,
Oh yeah, he should be in jail.
you should be in jail. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Okay, and then last we have Munchie.
Hi, I'm Munchie. Oh,
Again?
yeah.
Oh, wow.
I do my game streamer. I mostly do games. I literally mostly play like visual novel games because I like doing voices. And yeah, besides flirting with Rue, I have no other really
Yeah,
big
yes.
things.
Jesus Christ, how am I gonna do this? Alright. But yeah, alright, so let's just get started. So going from left to right, so Clary, do you wanna share? Oh god, wait, we're gonna start with Clary, man.
How about we do me last?
Shall
Start
we?
with Munchie.
No. Shall we go in like rice purity score order? So
I hate this so much.
Flag.
I'm being targeted.
This is the group with the lowest.
okay,
Or-
can I just say
yeah,
this?
the
I
lowest
did
rating.
this on purpose, right? I made sure that like I have like I put like the potentially spicier ones together.
No
Oh, good for you.
way.
Yeah.
It's good content.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Spicy.
Flag, do you wanna start by sharing your, more, your experiences?
Yeah, sure. So clearly by my rice purity score, don't have that much history. But I do think it's pretty interesting. So I got a 45, which is apparently really high here, which is almost double, if not double, some of these people.
These people.
Yeah.
Excuse you?
Yeah, I'm not used to these 20 rice purity test placers. Yeah, but that being said, I guess I can sort of start in like high school where let's just say I was like the stereotypical like overweight nerd sort of thing, whereas like
Yeah.
I was like doing anyone favors, just like looking at, not even myself.
Oh.
It sounds harsh, but like there's a glow up in college, which I'm obviously very appreciative of. So pretty much was very like emo in high school, and that kind of reflected basically what my relationships were like with I prefer women, so yeah, that's kind of like summarizes it.
That's valid. That's valid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nothing crazy. I was friends with I want to say a disproportionate of girls than guys, and but like that was really it. Nothing crazy. And then like moving on to college, especially after like freshman year, where I was like kind of like boot camping on like how to actually, you know, dress up and like care about like personal looks and that kind of stuff. Hygiene was never an issue. I want to emphasize that. I'm actually a bit of like a germaphobe. I obviously shower every day and that kind of stuff, the typical things. But like for clothing, like fitting clothes, stuff that like just look good on a person, instead of like baggy jeans, you got like the stuff that like hugs your ass. There's like that kind of stuff. And just like being able to present yourself, you know, don't slouch, and basic body language things. And I guess that would result in my first, it's not an actual like romantic relationships, it was very much like a friends with benefit thing in sophomore year. And it was actually weird because it was the girl who initiated it. I kind of like swore off relationships until like I could better myself, and then she was the one who kind of instigated this. So I was like, okay, I like, you know, like after losing my virginity to her, I'm like, okay, I like sex, this is nice. And then
Okay.
yeah, it was really just a friends with benefits thing. And it was funny because she would talk to me about like problems she would have with guys, and I'm just like, yes, hello, it is me, a dude. And then a lot of the times like we would you know, do the deed or whatever, and then we would just talk. It would kind of just be like it was like a very strictly friends thing, right? And then afterwards, when she did end up like seeing another person, which, you know, obviously she's not gonna continue on with this, she's not a cheater, you know. So like I was very understanding of it too. And if you know about like the typical friends with benefits sort of story, where it's like, oh, one of them always catches, you know, feelings for the other, I was bummed out, but I don't think it was because of anything to do with specifically her, as it was just like, oh, there was, you know, this, you know, like sex feels nice and I don't get to do that anymore. I think that was pretty much it. Like I was actually really happy for her, and I was pretty good friends with the person she was dating at the time. So like, I don't know, I was fine with the people involved, but I was kind of bummed out because it's like, oh, I don't get to do this contact sport anymore. Anyways.
Love that.
Wait, speaking of contact sports,
Contact
Clary,
sport.
aren't you didn't you have experience with contact
What?
sport?
Oh yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
With my score being that low, like, come on now.
No,
Come
wait,
on now.
weren't you like were you a boxer or something?
Oh, yes, I was a boxer.
Right, yeah,
For
yeah.
like-
So like
for
literally,
You
like
meant
2
real.
years.
You meant real sports.
I meant real.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
I mean, I'm
Oh,
not gonna ask you like.
I will excuse myself now.
Yeah, you should.
What? So you thought I was like, wait, didn't you have any experiences with contacts, like contacts?
Oh,
Like no,
no.
no, I meant like boxing. Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, that's cool. That's a fun way to put it. Contact sport.
I'm gonna take that and run with it.
Yeah, got it.
Well, to continue on.
Yeah, please.
After this little bout of contact sports. I again like kind of went back to the similar attitude of like I'm not very invested in like trying to do a relationship sort of thing. And I kind of find that this is like a trend where like if I'm actively searching on like dating apps, which is like what I did do immediately after that friends with benefits situation, because I was still craving that sort of thing. And then after a while I'm like, okay, whatever, I give up. And it's funny because after you give up, it's really when things started working out for me, which doesn't really make sense, but I guess try harding is maybe like a bad look, but I don't know. So it was my junior year where I met my first and only person that I've ever dated, and I did catch feels for her like pretty early on when she was even seeing her at that time. But I made it very like I have rules like in my head for a bunch of things, not just dating, but like how do you interact with people and that kind of stuff. But I was like, obviously no home wrecking. That shit's like right, Clary. That's really bad, and you never do that.
No
and
comment.
Why would you? Oh my god, flag! Why? No.
I was like, oh, I would never do that. So I would just like keep my feelings inside, and I was okay with that. Like I feel like I was at the mental maturity level of like being able to keep feelings to myself and like not be a fucking emo mess. Oh, sorry, can I curse?
Okay.
Anyways,
yeah.
Not be a mess. Sorry, it's I have a potty mouth. I'm a bit of a sailor. Okay. So like yeah, I wouldn't be like a mess keeping these feelings inside. It would just not be an issue, and I could live my life and still be fine. Like I'd still be happy. Like it wouldn't affect me, because I feel like that's really something with what's it called, related to like mental maturity. Like if you like a person and then you're not with them, you're like, that's the only thing you can think about. I think that's like a red flag. Hello.
A flag?
me being a red flag. Anyways, so that kind of happened for my entire junior year. I really did like her, but I didn't obviously do anything about it. I made it very clear, I set up our boundaries and that kind of stuff, and I just stuck with them. And I never tried to do anything. Like it was very strictly that way. Fast forward to my senior year. So she is 1 year older than I was. She was a senior when I was a junior, obviously, and then she graduates right when I'm a senior now. And after she graduated, I have never learned the exact details, but apparently a pretty messy breakup with her and her then ex. And again, she hasn't told me any of these details. I actually only knew because I was on Tinder, I think it was, and then I saw her on it, and I'm just like, oh, who's this? And I because we're like really good friends, and I sent her fucking her Tinder profile to her, and I was like, who is this? And then she was like, oh, yeah, we broke up. And then it was interesting because she worked actually immediately out of college for the same university that I attend and she graduated from. So she was still there during the summer, and I had a summer job doing IT. So we actually hung out a lot. She would just hang out in the computer lab sometimes because she did computers. So it worked out really well. And then from there, we again, because we were we had the basis of being really good friends, we were like, oh, we should live together with try to find housing so that we can she doesn't have to commute because she lives pretty far away from the university, and I live really close, but I refuse to live with my parents because reasons.
Yeah.
And so that happened. We did have a third roommate who kind of didn't know that we were interested in each other going into it, but I feel like we were also very respectful of her boundaries too. We made sure to we were just not very PDA with that kind of stuff unless it was behind closed doors.
Yeah, you didn't hold hands unless it was in your
Lord
rooms.
forbid.
No, like not even eye contact wasn't allowed. We weren't allowed to breathe the same air unless the door was closed. Yeah, and then maybe on a good day. But yeah, so like we were very respectful, I believe, of her boundaries because she didn't ask us to do this shit. So like it might have been like a little bit mean or toxic to like kind of rope her into this. So after that, so like there was a little bit of a weird moment where we were, I want to say, like more or less fulfilling the roles of like girlfriend, boyfriend, that kind of thing, but we weren't official because she was super like poignant about not making this like a rebound.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, so like because she said that, I like did my best to let her go at her own pace, and I was like, you don't have to worry, you can just, this is like, even from like, if we like break things off like right now, like it would just, I feel like I would be mature enough to handle it correctly. And we did end up breaking up right around when COVID started. It was actually, I want to say, a month before COVID, what's it called, like full-on quarantine was like passed. So I think quarantine was like in March or April-ish, and then I broke up in February before COVID. So about the breakup, I ended up dumping her because there was pretty much a long chain of like super duper like reliance on me sort of thing, where pretty much if I wasn't next to her and she was feeling emotional or something, she would like lose it on Messenger. She would like constantly message me, and then what's it called, she like
was,
it was
extremely emotionally dependent on you.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I believe I was like her only real support system outside of like one or two like her close friends, but then she like, I guess, wouldn't talk to her about those kinds of things. So I ended up fulfilling that role, and it was a lot of pressure to me. Like there was times where like there was one instance where so I go to this was during college, so I don't do this anymore, but I would volunteer for like selling drinks at like music festivals, and the benefit was like you get to attend the music festival for free sort of thing.
Okay.
So I was like in a different state, and she was not having it, and then she like would like message me. She was like very emotional and very upset, very sad, and like had that separation anxiety. That was what I was trying to find, is that separation anxiety. And I was just like, do I just go back? Like I have to stay here and like do my volunteer work. And then I was just like, fine, I'll go back. And I ended up traveling the entire distance back home that night just to make sure she was okay. And then when I got there, she was like being with one of her friends, or like, I don't know, doing some work with one of her friends. And then she was just laughing. I'm like, hello? What's going on here? Like that was like one of the red flags. There was a lot of other instances that I think are like pretty similar. I knew there was something horribly wrong when nothing happened, like when she didn't message me and I was at a party, and I was I had that anxiety of like, she's going to get upset, and then I'm gonna have to dip. So I couldn't even enjoy my time. And that night was fine, but I ended up leaving early because I was just like, I can't focus on anything except for like her, because she's if she does blow up or something does happen, I kind of have to go back and take care of her and that kind of stuff. So that was kind of the summation of like the reason why I broke up, which is a little bit ironic because I'm her only support system. So then I am like leaving that seems really like bad for her. But if there's any takeaway, there is for sure like, you need to take care of yourself first, because it's affecting my mental as well. And she's not my responsibility. Like I can't if I can't be there for her all the like time, and which I shouldn't need to, then like I feel like I would not be doing a proper job of like taking care of her, and that is just not what a relationship is. I felt like more of like honestly a parent by the end of it than like
yeah.
her boyfriend or something like that. So it's like I don't know, but
Yeah, I
after-
totally feel ya. I've been in that situation too.
oh, I'm sure you've been in many situations. Yeah, after we broke up, I honestly, when we broke up, I knew it was the right decision because I felt so much relief. That was like a huge weight off my shoulders. So I knew that was like the right decision. Obviously, she did not take that very well. And I had to do my best to comfort her as purely a friend. She tried to do some shenanigans where she's like asking for hugs and like cuddles and that kind of stuff, and I'm just like, no, I refuse. This is not acceptable, sort of thing. And eventually things did go on. She did get better. We're still friends now, actually. We still talk on
Okay.
Messenger. She sends me pictures of the cat that we adopted together every now and then, which I love to death because I love that cat. That cat has so much character. He's so funny. But yeah, no, we're still pretty cordial. I don't think it's anywhere near what we were before, for obvious reasons. But I personally think that we were both like pretty mature people when it comes to like interpersonal relationships, but it was just because of like, I guess, the circumstances that it made it so that things didn't work out. So yeah, I don't have any ill feelings about her, and again, we still talk and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm currently single, and I am not actually really caring about to mingle or anything. Like I think I want to stay single for quite some time. And who knows, maybe it'll follow the same pattern of like I will meet a person when I'm not looking, because that is apparently a trend. And yeah, no, I'm just not interested because I think I can work on myself and work on art and that kind of stuff and streaming. So I just don't think it's a priority right now. So yeah, that's modern day. I'm here. Hello.
That sounds good. Wait, so on that note, can I just get your thoughts, you guys' thought on like my hot take, right? It's that like I don't think people are ready for a relationship until they're like happy being alone. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Right?
I absolutely think that too. And even
1000%.
even I struggle with that, and I'm in a relationship.
Yeah, no, I think the number one thing for anyone is that you gotta love yourself before you can really love anyone else.
Yeah, like that's like, you know, definitely like a point of like, you know, content, like, you know, debated like by, you know, a lot of people. But right, like if you're not ready, I feel like, you know, a healthy relationship would be like if you're happy alone, but even though you are already happy alone, you're still willing to go through like, you know, the, you know, thing about, you know, going through with a relationship with another person, then that's a strong sign that, you know, it's a calling, right?
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Oh, okay.
Actually, something, if I were to like see someone right now, it would just be like, how independent are you? Like how
Right.
low maintenance are you? If you're not low maintenance, I don't know if this is gonna work, because if I don't want to see you, I'm just not gonna see you. If you're not okay with that, this is not gonna work.
I mean, I think the biggest thing is that what a lot of people kind of neglect sometimes to see when it comes to like romantic relationships is that the ones that last well and that have like a good built-in structure for them, you know, your friends and in a relationship, like that's like one thing that in a romantic relationship, that's I think one thing that helps out that whole like the dichotomy is that like you have a friendship with this person that you're in a relationship with, like in a romantic relationship with, and a lot of people sometimes just don't have that at the start, or like don't have it like have proper friendship standards, so like it gets kind of weird, it gets kind of bad, and then like ends up breaking up. But I think a lot of people kind of like making it a friendship first and then like hitting more romantic strides to it.
So like taking like steps.
yeah, everything has to be in steps, because if you take things too long and you discover things about a person, then you start feeling, oh man, we're not as close, or we don't click. But like, I still enjoy you, but romantically maybe we don't click. Those are things that are easy to find out if you start off in a place of building a relationship, of building something, instead of just like quickly going into a romantic with someone. Of course, if that's like it happens, you can learn through it, and if you're strong and patient enough, it'll be something, it'll do something. But most of the times, if you don't build it correctly, the structure kind of falls on you.
Yeah, that makes sense. But do you have any sort of like experience of like going too fast, too slow?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay.
Okay, I guess this is where I come in. So how many boyfriends have I had?
Okay.
One.
Wow, all right, let's start with the flex.
One.
Yeah, sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Wait, does that count?
I think I've had more than 9 boyfriends. I think. So I started dating when I was way too fucking young. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Wow. No,
I
it's
started
okay.
dating. My very first relationship was when I was in 8th grade. So I believe I was. How old are you in 8th grade? Yeah. So yeah, my very first relationship was in 8th grade, which is really funny because that is still my currently my longest relationship. That relationship lasted for about 4 years.
Wow.
Yeah, we were high school sweethearts. We dated throughout all of high school, and then it just.
That's so gross.
Shut up. Yeah, so yeah, that all kind of we broke up around college. No, even before college. We broke up like right after high school. But that's a different, that we can touch on that later. But in terms of like moving too fast, because I started dating so young, and because that my very first relationship lasted for as long as it did, I did not know how to be alone. So after we broke up, it's funny, John actually gave me this term when we started dating, when we had a conversation about my relationship experience. He described the way I dated as monkey barring. I don't I monkey bar my relationships. So like I start dating someone, and then when it doesn't work out, I don't let go until I am secure in another relationship.
Oh wait, that's such an amazing metaphor then.
Oh yeah, metaphor. Yeah. That's the metaphor he used. He described the way I go about my relationship as monkey barring, which is very accurate.
Wow.
It was accurate until I met John.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I would monkey after my very first relationship. I would monkey bar the next 9 relationships.
Oh.
Is it 9? I'll come up with the accurate number when someone else talks. But for the next, like, I don't know, we broke up in 2012 ish. So after 2012, I just like dated, was constantly with someone. I did not know how to be alone. And so yeah, so like I would end up being friends with someone, and then they would obviously have a thing for me, but I had a boyfriend. But then like my boyfriend at the time wouldn't be treating me that well, and then I would just click well with the other person. And so like rather than building a proper friendship, I would just like break up with the guy and then start dating him.
Well, that sounds fun.
But no, but I wouldn't cheat. Wait, that's a lie. But I wouldn't cheat. Okay, so Flag mentioned home wrecking, and I wanna just clear up the room. I've never been a home wrecker. I've never dated someone who was already in a relationship.
I mean, it's not that bad. Like, you guys make it
my
sound
god,
crazy.
Munchie, you're not making this.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I've never dated someone who was already married or in a relationship.
Oh, married? Okay.
Or in a relationship, like already like, you know, committed to someone else. I've never
Not yet,
dated
right?
someone. Shut up. But where was I going with this? But yeah, so to answer your question, yeah, I have many years of going too fast in relationships, which is why like most of my relationships before John like really, you know, started out sweet, ended really badly.
I see.
Aw, I like that. No, I mean, yeah. It's very different from mine, so I enjoy that way of like. I wish I did that with my relationships. It would have gone so much better.
Yeah, Munchie was like
Monkey
started
bar?
out bad and then became better over time. Classic rival.
No,
because
monkey bar, right?
Yeah, because monkey barring, at least in that concept, due to the quickness of it and due to like how like it's so human. It's like such a human way of like seeing relationships, especially if you're not used to being alone or like having that feeling of being with someone. It's such a fluid way because when you find that person who grounds you, who like finally, you know, when you fall off your monkey bars, someone's there to grab you. Like, you know, it makes things either you can see the perspective and you know you feel like shameful sometimes about the things.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I like look back on my like experience as like, man, like I can see where everything went wrong and I wish I knew better. But it's ultimately it's all of that like what is what made me who I am now.
Yeah, that's amazing because you knew, like, the thing is, you didn't know as much when you were doing the monkey barrings. I knew going in my relationships what I was doing was one of the best things ever, and I can't.
Yeah, look, my average downtime between relationships was 2 weeks. I would break up with someone. I try to be single, and then I end up just dating the person that like, you know, I was talking to anyways, while my previous relationship was failing.
Wait, so okay, just where do you guys lie on like the introversion extroversion like scale here? I feel like that's like maybe relevant here.
I'm an ambivert? Question mark. I definitely am definitely a people person, but I have like a limit.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. Right, how about you, Flag?
I'm very extroverted.
Okay.
I want to say I really enjoy other people's presence, and I'm having a good time right now, even so.
Okay. Oh, that's so sweet. And Munchie, yeah, whatever. Okay, bye. All right, so.
No, it's okay. Rue hates me. He's just jealous of my lifestyle choices. I was very introverted growing up in high school, and then I became extroverted, but like almost like Carrie. Hi, Carrie. Clary.
Hello, Carrie Underwood here.
You broke someone's windows? Me too. Okay, so, but yeah, I have a really low battery, so I don't like people. I'm kind of allergic to people, but I need them sometimes. So.
Okay, I have a hot take.
All right.
If you want to disagree with me, I'm okay with that. Like this is not something that I live and die by. I'm very okay. Okay. If you have that like limit, if it's like very easily to find that limit, I would argue that you're an introvert. And a lot of the times when I've met people who call themselves like ambiverts, I just think that you're an introvert.
You know, and my therapist said the same thing.
Whoa. Okay.
I really just. You go.
When I went to therapy, I told my therapist like, yeah, I'm a people person. I love talking to people. I love being around people. But like, I just get tired and like I have a bar, or not that I have a bar, but like I have to like after some time like I feel tired. And she told me that those are actually introvert traits. But I don't know why I said ambivert just now. I don't know. I feel like I'm too people person-y to like really call myself an introvert.
Right. No, I see.
But no, I totally understand.
Yeah, like from my understanding is if you do have that limit outside of like something crazy where it's like, oh, 24, 48 hours, you know, hanging out with people nonstop, no sleep,
Yeah.
all that kind of shit. Like, I except for that kind of extreme, you know, I would say that if you do have some sort of upper limit, you should identify more closely to like an introvert, and you can still enjoy the time with other people, but it's because you have that battery to it. Like, I know a lot of introverts, like they describe it as like a battery. I definitely think that is directly related to introversion, because if I always have this pipe dream with some of my IRL friends, and I'm always just like, oh, we should all rent out a mansion and just live together and like hang out and all the time, because that sounds like a great ass time for me. Like, I cannot emphasize that I would get a lot out of it. But a lot of my friends are obviously introverts, and they're like, I need my alone time and that kind of stuff. And you know, it's a pipe dream. It's not actually a serious sort of like a proposition, but it's kind of like that comparison between an individual who literally just wants to hang out like all the time, like myself. I feel like I do really enjoy other people's presence, and versus someone who does have like a set limit and battery, which is obviously okay, but that doesn't mean you can't like people. That doesn't mean you don't want to like hang out with people. It just means that because there is that like very like seeable limit, and it could be very large, like maybe you have a huge ass battery, and that would still make you an introvert, but it would just means that you're like very comfortable with like negotiating with other people and like having like those kinds of like social interactions, but it would still be like underlying in an introvert. So
yeah, no, I see you. I mean, my friend did a dissertation on that, and I was one of the case studies that we talked about, that we got done it. And like, even after all that study and all the research he did, they still put me like in the middle, just because of like what I've been through with how I do it and why I call it a battery. Because at the end of the day, there's no recharging it when it like hits its limit, that I say. But at the end of the day, they've noticed that due to the fact of where the environment is and who I am surrounded with, I stay up with them, like keep that energy up, even if it hits delirium, with them at all points, because I enjoy being with people. But the minute that like it goes south or the energy dies down, I die with it. And like, that's kind of like, they kind of called me an energy vampire, like how I can just like take energy from other people so well, and I can catch up and be with them, and and just still be there and still enjoy my time. Because like, when I say I hate people, it's because currently on how I work and like what job I do, I work helping being like dependent on people dependent on me all the time. Even in my family, I'm the English translator in my family. I've always been needed by people all the time, so I started like putting limits myself because no one was giving me a limit. So like, that's why I call it there. Like, because I felt human fatigue, like where I've been needed so much that people wanted me to be there for them so much that I'm like, I need a break, and I had to like learn how to build that boundary. So like, now I call it like being in between, because like I could literally sit there, talk to someone for years and enjoy my time and company, but the minute that like they start depending too much on me, or it becomes a little too much for me, I just start recoiling, because it's like, ooh, I know for a fact that like this is, and it needs another person, like we need another energy, like they're taking more than I can like take from them. Like, you have to, I call it like a balancing act between like two people.
So interesting, because it's like, because I was expecting like the opposite for like Clary, right? That's so interesting. All right. So wait, we're talking about like we were initially talking about Flag's experience, right?
Oh
Wait, what?
Clary, we're talking about Flag, and then Clary.
It's okay.
I think there's a good segue to Clary's experience. So we kind of just, if you want to continue, Clary.
So like,
Wait, no, I'm so confused. What?
so out of like those like, I guess like 9 people, were there any like notable or interesting?
Oh yes. Okay,
characters?
so I have the official number.
Okay.
I have
Drum
the
roll,
official
guys.
number.
Drum roll.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I've dated 12 people.
Oh wow.
But out of those 12 people, 4 of them were kind of like meh. They only lasted like less than a month.
Oh, okay.
They were like significant enough to me to include them on this list.
All right.
Is there anyone on this list that are very interesting? I'll tell you guys about 2 experiences.
Okay, all right. Give me
so-
popcorn.
So the first one was so not the first one, but this first one that I'm gonna tell you guys about. It was an online relationship. I think it was my it wasn't my first online relationship, but it was the first one that really like, I don't know, I actually connected with this person. Cause I had like 2 before this person, but they were just kind of like meh. But yeah, I met this person on an MMO, and you know, this is actually a monkey bar, a monkey bar relationship. But yeah, we ended up starting to date, and I was the girl that Flag was actually talking about in his
Plot
story, huh?
Plot twist.
Wait, who?
I was the girl. I was very like emotionally dependent on this boyfriend. We'll call him Gray.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was like super emotionally dependent on Gray. One, because it was an online relationship, so like we didn't have the benefits that like physical partners did, and 2, like, you know, I was young and I didn't, you know, treat my relationships very well. I mean, like the whole monkey bar thing, like that's just a sign that you're not very mature in terms of like romantic endeavors. But anyways, so I think the funny thing about this relationship was he actually got tired of me and voiced to me that he was tired of how clingy I was. And so I was like, damn, I didn't realize I was being so clingy. Let me fix that. So he was like, so one of the things he told me, he was like, why don't you like get some friends or like get a hobby, and like, because I feel like all my time is going to you. And I was like, oh shit, you know, maybe you're right. And so I did. And then he got mad.
What?
Classic.
I got friends, and I ended up joining this club during college, and I ended up spending a lot of time with them. And so like, you know, I added some flavor to my life. And so like, you know,
Yeah, how
Gray
dare
was
you?
like, what the fuck? What?
How
Why
dare you
aren't
stop
you-
being dependent on them?
Yeah, and I was so confused because like,
I'm confused. What's
yeah,
wrong
I
with
was confused. I was like, you told me that I needed more friends. And so I got more friends. I got a study group, and now you want to yell at me for like, I don't know, not spending enough time with you, or like, for you like feeling that you're not that important to me. And so like it's funny. It's because I ended up breaking up with him and monkey barring to a friend that I made in that study group.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's one of the funny stories, is that like, I don't know, he told me to do this, I do the thing. It's like the Pikachu face. That's what the end of that relationship was. It's like, get friends. And I'm like, okay. So I got friends, and he's like, what? Why?
Wait, what do you mean Pikachu face?
The Pikachu meme,
Like
where
shock.
he's
Surprise Pikachu face.
yeah, surprise
Oh.
Pikachu
Shocking
face.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Rue.
Don't say it. One.
I didn't say anything.
Another like quick, not quick, but I actually was in a polyamorous relationship
Oh.
before
You
I met
too?
John. Well, yeah. Wait, you
Nice.
too?
That's on my bucket list.
Yeah.
Polyamorous relationship?
Yeah, I'm a 45. I'm trying to hit that 44 with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is one of the ticks in the rice purity test. It's like dating 2 people at the same time.
Was
or
that a
something.
Did you have a throuple?
It
Or
was,
was it
no,
different?
it was a V. I was the queen bee. They were
Oh
best
my
friends,
God.
actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
But I think it was a polyamorous relationship, but I don't think they themselves were polyamorous. I think they just both liked me, and I wanted to have everything. So
No, work. It's very anime of you.
Oh my gosh.
Reverse
Yeah. It's funny because first of all, they're best friends. But it's kind of not messed up, but the first guy I dated, we'll call him Guy A because he doesn't deserve a name.
Yeah.
And we'll call the second boy Guy B because he also doesn't deserve a name. Clary getting her personal harem. So this is actually the relationship that I had before John.
Okay.
John saw the aftermath of this relationship. It wasn't that
Can
good.
I just say thank God for John. We'll talk about
Thank
it.
God for John. Let me tell you guys,
Yeah,
my
thank
life
God for
has
John.
changed since I've met John.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We all need
We'll
a
talk
John in
about-
our life.
Yeah. I'm so lucky, really. But yeah, so funny. So the gray guy, after gray, I started dating Guy A. So this is kind of a good segue for that. So I started dating Guy A. We dated for about a year, and it was like all nice and sweet. He was there. I was going through a really rough time personally because I was also going through like a collapsed friend group during the time, and it really triggered me because I have like abandonment issues. And so like Guy A was there to comfort me, and a collapsed friend group. Yeah, it really fucking sucks. But he was there to comfort me, and we eventually started dating because of all the intimacy, all the closeness. And it was nice and sweet. He acted like a real boyfriend, took pictures with me and everything, we did everything together. And then like after a year, he kind of stopped doing that and stopped really being interested in my hobbies and became a little bit more, maybe not selfish, but
Entered?
what's the word I'm looking? Yeah, self-centered. Like it was all about him. And yeah, it became toxic really fast. But rather than end it, I did the worst possible thing. And so we eventually moved in together with his best friend.
Okay.
And rather than break up with him, I started seeing his best friends. And then we all started and then they agreed. Yeah, instead of ending it, I just added another one. And so, it was fun being a throuple. I guess it can't be called a throuple because they weren't seeing each other.
Yeah.
Although a lot of jokes
Throuples
were made about it because they were best friends.
Yeah, the throuples are usually all three consenting adults are together in a relationship together.
Yeah, no, it was just a V. But yeah. And so what am I trying to say? So yeah, so rather than ending it like I should have, I look back on it now and I'm like, I should have ended it right when I realized I was not happy being with him. And so yeah, but instead I added another person, and it was fun for a time. But then that person B, I ended up being like, I would do everything for both of them. When you said flag, when you talked about like feeling like a parent, I would cook for them, I would do their laundry for them, and I didn't really get a lot back.
No shot you did their laundry.
I did their laundry.
If I have to do laundry for someone who isn't my literal child, they're useless. They're actually useless. What? That's crazy.
Honestly, I'll say this. I like doing laundry, but they kind of started expecting it of me, and if I couldn't do it, they wouldn't do it, And John, I do John's laundry because I like doing John. I like doing laundry. I like doing laundry, and I'm very, very picky about how laundry is done. But if I can't do it, John is fully capable and will do his own laundry. But these guys, they didn't do laundry until they had no more clothes, and guys are filthy.
Yeah.
At least they were the token gamer guys.
Oh,
No.
God.
We're the ones that memes
Why
are all
would you do
about.
that to yourself?
I don't know, Munchie.
Yeah.
This is why I'm not dating them anymore. That's the lowest bar. Hey, it's John. Hey, John.
John.
John knows about this. John knows about this.
No,
Yeah.
John should know about these.
Guys, can we make this trend, please?
What trend?
God, John.
Oh, thank God for John
2022.
2022.
Yeah, make it trend.
Wait, was this like a relationship, or was this like, did you adopt 2 kids? Is that, because that's what it sounds like.
Oh my God. To be honest, I probably did just adopt 2 kids.
Oh my God. No, don't adopt 2 old.
They were younger than me. Oh, that's another thing. I know.
Oh, they were younger than you?
Younger than me.
That's it. You're done. We're done here. I dated younger, and it was the worst thing ever.
I think John is like one of 2 relationships that are they're older than me. Everyone else have been like my age or younger. I like a year or 2.
I need to see a little gray in their beard or like any part of their hair.
Anyways, so what was I? Where was I in my thing? Oh yeah, I would do their laundry. Yeah, and when we moved in together, our laundry units weren't working, so I would gather all of their clothes and I would drive to my parents' house, which is like 30 minutes away, to do laundry. And it would be like an all-day thing. And even my dad commented on it. Dad was like, "What the fuck? Are you their mother?"
Yeah, exactly. Oh my lord.
Mama
and I should have known. I should have known.
Mama Clary.
I should have known then. Like, man, maybe I should maybe I should think about my life choices. But no, I didn't. I waited until it all burned down in a horrible fire.
But I feel like that's good. I know it sucks in the moment. I'm saying that as a person who's also been to like similar things where like I dated a lot of trash people, that hurts, but like at retrospectively you grow so much from it, and then when you find that one person who's a decent human, life is so much better.
Yeah. Yeah, that's John for me. John really like upped the quality of my life by a lot. I like tenfold, thousandfold. I did not have standards.
Standards are good, yes. Yeah.
I know that now.
Actually, this is a good moment. So, do you want to talk about like the McDonald's hash brown? I remember like one tweet, Clary, when you're talking about like the McDonald's hash browns.
Oh.
Those super
okay,
sweet.
let's stop talking about my stupid relationship. Let's just talk about John.
Fair enough.
So there was one night where I was craving McDonald's hash browns, but it was like nighttime, so obviously they don't have hash browns, and I was crying at I was like, you know how like cats like meow when they want something? I was like doing that, but at John, and I was like, I really want hash browns. And I repeated that like for an hour or something, and I woke up the next day and he had gotten up early and he got me a McDonald's breakfast with extra hash browns. It was very, very sweet of him. He like remembered.
Yeah, he sounds so grossly sweet.
Oh.
Oh man. Wait, so when you said when you said that it burned down, you're not talking literally, right? Like,
no, I'm not talking. Well,
like on fire.
It's like, well, the house is on fire.
Did I set their house on fire? No, but I should have, honestly. They were so bad. So guy A was just super toxic, to the point where like I couldn't stand to be in the same room as them.
Oh.
I ended up breaking up with them and like trying to like have a relationship with guy B, just solely guy B. But that went downhill so fast. I was basically that meme where, you know that meme? Oh, sorry, there's a fly in my face. You know that meme of that girl crying and she's like, babe, please, like, do something, and the chat guy is like, baby, blah, 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 blah. So it's basically League of Legends. You know, so you know that meme where that you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
you know what meme I'm talking about.
I know. I'm upset that you describe all your relationships with a beam or an antidote.
It's the best. It's the best way to describe it. I was literally I was in bed at like 3 a.m. and I was like, babe, please come to bed. And he's like, after this game. After this game.
Oh my god, no wait, John is right. the fact that you had so many bad relationships and the standards for you were like, oh my god, he can do his own laundry, and oh my god, he got me McDonald's.
But he's really, John is really sweet. He really like listens, and
no, that's like
listens.
communication is key.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Communication is key, and the reason why all my relationships failed before is because one, I did not set standards. Two, I didn't set any boundaries, and three, I didn't. What were we talking about?
No, I'm proud of you.
You hear that, guys? The bar is that low.
Yeah, the
Literally,
bar was that.
No, but all my friends.
Great communication. There you go.
All my friends who are girls who tend to like be really mad at mostly men. That standard is like, you'd be surprised where like the minute that they tend to like find like a guy who just has a decent quality, they're like, oh, he's amazing, he's like, I'm gonna marry him just because of that. And like that just shows that your past was this full of men who did not do any of that.
Wait, can I say something off of that?
Yeah.
When I was dating the person, there were times where she would ask me, why are you so nice to me? And I was just like, what do you mean we're dating? Like, should I be mean to you? Like, what is this?
Like, are you into that?
Throwing you across the room.
It's like, oh my god, you like people who are nice to you? It's a head scratcher there. Why would that happen?
No, because it's like that. I've been in that relationship where like, I don't know why, but the toxicity was just so much. Like, it gave me like I loved being in it.
Do you know why? Do you know why, Munchie? No, actually, do you know why? It's because yeah, it's because they don't give you what you want, and then like when they finally give it to you, there's just a little crumb. You're like, fuck yeah, give me more. And
that gratification.
That's the cycle of like,
it's so hard to earn. It's so hard to get like those good things, and when they do happen, it's like, oh, I must be doing something good. Like, finally, something less toxic is happening. That means they love me.
Yes. That's exactly, yes.
No,
I'm not broken. I'm fine.
That you. Oh my god. So I studied some psych in college, and I read a lot of stuff on my own time, and like there would be just times where people were describing their relationships like now, and I would just get triggered because I'm just like, there's so many red flags. There's so many red flags. I'm like, are you I'm like dying on the inside hearing this, but no, like I understand that. I have a few it's actually I call it my what's it called, my girlfriends and I, that group of friends, like all of them are like seeing a person or seeing people, and I mean, they're never gonna watch this, so like two of those people, when they talk about their significant other, I'm just like, why do you date these people? You can do so much better. But like I keep it inside. I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'm sure it'll get better, like because we're friends, and along with a lot of these other mental rules or whatever that are in my head, I refuse to ever shit talk a person's significant other if we are like close friends, because I have done it once in the past, and I just am no longer friends with that person. I just don't talk to them anymore, because like it can do a lot of damage, because they're very attached to their significant other, which is why they're dating and to begin with. But like I just have to be like, oh yes, just you're doing great, try your best, you can try these things, and then like inside it's just I'm boiling over, because the dude in this relationship is just so fucking self-conceited. I just like okay, anyways, I'm done.
No, but that's
so upset at like hearing some of the things, or like one of them was like, what's it called, like presents. There's one time when one of them was like surprised that they get presents from the significant other. Like she would talk about how the person never gave her presents, like for her birthday, for Christmas, nothing, like no celebration, nothing. I'm just like, why are you seeing this person for over a year? You're absolutely fine. Like, you can do so much better. Like, I know what kind of person you are. You're such a nice person, and you do all these other things, and you've given them presents too. It's like mind-boggling. It hurts me on the inside just hearing some of these horror stories.
Yeah.
No,
as
in
a-
terms of the friends thing. Oh no, go Munchie, go.
No, you say your words.
I don't know you.
Mine's super found.
Okay, so in terms of the friends thing, like I totally get that. I have 3 really close friends that have been with me since early high school, and they're still my best friends to this day, and they have approved of none of the boyfriends I have, and they've voiced that very, very loudly. They're like, we don't like their boyfriends. If we want to hang out, we will hang out with you. We refuse to hang out with them. And that they just leave it at that. They refuse to talk about like why he's shitty, because they know they won't be able to get through to me. So like they do what they can, and like I really respect them for that. And they met John actually last year winter, and they're like, we like this guy. So yeah, John's the
that's a
real
great
deal.
sign.
He gets the council's approval.
The council. Okay, but I feel like that's really important though, right? Like having that council.
That support, yeah, it's a good to have a support system. I didn't have one, so yeah, that makes that makes sense. No, because what I was gonna say, because I mean, I'm actually doing my graduate master's in drama therapy, but like the, clinical mental health therapy. And like these are things that we talk about, these are things that are brought up. But yeah, no, like that whole concept of like we're like, as a therapist, we're not allowed to tell someone like ever that they're wrong until like, and not until we build a relationship with them, and until they kind of ask us an indirect question, and we never allude to like ever giving them an answer. We're always gonna state what we think and have them say it to us to see what it sounds like when they say it, because it makes it, when someone is living their life the way they're living their life, you trying to tell them to stop does not work, because countless of other people have been trying to tell them, hey, you're doing the wrong thing, or you're stopping. Like, trust me, like everyone and their mom will tell someone you're doing not something right, and like, but that doesn't help, because in that moment, that's not, they're just kind of, they're kind of like, what's a good way to say it? Tunnel vision. They're very tunneled vision in that moment. So you trying to stop them in that tunnel is not going to help out.
Yeah, and I'm really blessed to have like friends who knew their boundaries and were able to communicate with that with me. I, on the other hand, was stupid and was like, why don't you like him? Why don't you ever want me to bring him around? They're like, no. Absolutely not.
No, better than me, because when my friends who asked me those, like, why don't you like them? It's like, because, you know, he's breathing, because he's alive, you know. I'm no, because like obviously it's toxic, but like if I'm telling them, if I tell them anything, they're gonna be like, you're just jealous of our, like they're gonna say
You're
everything.
just jealous of our love.
They're just gonna say whatever they can. Exactly. So what I say is like, no, it's because they're breathing. Like, you know, like make it more of a joke. Everything I say kind of always comes out as a joke for that reason, because some people just can't handle the truth. They won't handle the truth until, unfortunately, they kind of just it hits a blow. They get punched in the face by reality. And then I come up there, and I never say I told you so, because that doesn't fix anything, especially if they're your friend. You just sit there with them going like, hey, cool, wanna go get some hash browns at McDonald's?
Yeah, hash browns.
Exactly. Or do you wanna play some ARAMs? Right?
Oh no.
No, that's
This
red
is
flag.
why. This is actually why I hate League. It's not because, well, it is because the community is toxic, but I barely participate in it. It's because of this trauma of like being chosen over a video game.
Look, that's your fault. I never dated a gamer, which is so. I dated worse things, and apparently not humans I dated, but I never dated a gamer because I myself, like my friends were gamers. Look, they were breakdancers, they were gamers, they did a lot of crazy things, and like they got me into gaming. So I was like, I would never consider myself a gamer because I have no skills, and like I mostly play League because at this point I'm financially obligated to. So, but I play only for leisure because I really don't have any stakes in it. So like I would never date someone who else is a gamer, because like as much as I love having that relatability with someone, I just know sometimes they will put that, like, if I'm on a phone call with them and they're gonna be like not paying attention, it's like I know for a fact they're playing a game right now and not giving me the 2 cents. It's like, no, I need you to give me, I'm calling you I'm calling you, which we don't even do nowadays in this generations. So like the fact that I'm calling you and you're still not giving me 2 cents, leave. Yeah, you're not young. So
Munchie's like,
What?
if Munchie's like, I'm a gamer and I would never date one because I know, like, I would never date myself.
yeah, like I like I say, I wouldn't class myself that because like when I tell someone I'm a gamer, they're like, no, you're not. And, like I don't have time for you. But like I just surrounding myself in that world of gaming, I'm like I will never date a gamer at that moment in time. And if I do, it just means they're able to stop League of Legends from to talk to me, which is not humanly possible, but they're willing to do that. They're willing to take that L just for me, and I'm like, that's what I want.
Actually, when I was first talking to John and I was telling him about my experience about like how oh god, I almost said his name. How person B would like not put down a game to like spend time with me.
I would murder them.
John actually used to be a League of Legends character gamer. Like he used to be like addicted to it.
He's a
Brom?
Huh?
Oh my god, is John Brom?
Yeah.
He used to play League of Legends, and so I would tell him, oh, so like when your girlfriend at the time, when she wanted attention, did you like tell her no, like after this game? And he said, no, I actually like shut the game down and I like went to spend time with her, and I was just like, this is a man.
Because they're not esport players. Like you're not having career in this. You're casually playing. I remember having that conversation with my friend once when he got mad at his girlfriend, and I was like, yo, bro, like homie, like dude, literally, you're not a pro player. You're just playing for fun. You can pop, you can stop, you can leave. You should get out of that room, talk to her, go or eat food, do whatever you need to do to like make sure, because at the end of the day, what results out of you not listening is this: you end up having these petty fights. And like then you get upset, she gets upset, your mom gets upset, the cat just has an upset stomach.
The cat starts throwing up on the carpet.
Oh my lord. Okay, sorry.
But
the only reason why I like brought up League was because so like Munchie would often like invite me before for League, and then like after a League game it'll turn into like a counseling like therapy session with Munchie, and like that's the only.
What? I want a therapy.
It's free as well, yeah.
I want Munchie therapy.
Rhubarb paid in League games.
Oh, true. Yeah.
I can't pay in League games. I'm sorry.
It was pretty expensive.
No, it was. I normally did it because like you can always feel like when your friend is not feeling great, and like I rather talk and have that discussion with them and bring points that they gave back to me so I can give it back to you. Because like again, number one rule of when you are a therapist or working in a mental health field or any type of like mental health field, don't give an answer to someone. Don't give them what they like, because they're seeking an answer, but there really isn't an answer unless they're able to discover it themselves. So it's just having that conversation, let them talk, say what you need to say for them to hear. But at the end of the day, just don't give them like a yes and no answer, because like that's not gonna help them get through the root of the problem. Just give them things to think about. Like that's like the best thing I do. It's like, if I made you think today, or if you got any, like if you feel slightly better about like your circumstance, I did my job. I did what I wanted to do.
Can I just say that the fact that people who you're talking to can even open up to begin with, I want to say, is already leaps and bounds a level of maturity, because I have tried to help people who are going through some shit, and I quote, like I can show the receipt to you if you want me to. They say, I don't trust like that. I'm just like, okay. So I'm like trying to go out of my way and like, offer, obviously you don't have to take it, but you've been in this like miserable like hole of like whatever for a very long time, and you just kind of sit in it and you don't change anything. So I don't know what like your game plan is, and I feel like that's also related to like mental maturity. So whether it be like Rhubarb or like anyone else that you're offering your therapy sessions to, like I think that there's those are like the good, like you're making good connections with those people to begin with, because those people are like mentally mature enough to open up, and like I think that's something that is actually so like missing. Like it's such a missing thing, and a lot of things related to like like learning about like psychology in like, I don't know, high school or college or whatever, because I feel like we're missing like a society is just missing like a baseline understanding of just like how to be a functioning adult who can, you know, be vulnerable during the right times, instead of either being a hose of vulnerability or being a rock of vulnerability, where, you know, the two opposite ends.
I hear you. No, I hear. First thing, thank you for praising me.
No, fuck you, Munchie.
No. I mean,
good,
hey,
Munchie.
no. What you said is great. I do have that skill. When people meet me, they like opening themselves to me, in any way and form. But yeah,
Nice, dude.
Oh yeah.
yeah, anything. I don't judge. But that also just came out of practice, because I was very much a person who, like, I will meddle in your life, because my mom is a gossip. I come from a family of gossipy, nosy people, and I had to detrain myself not to live that life, because I don't need to know. Even with my closest friends right now, who I consider my closest friends, I may not even know what their favorite color is, because the conversations we have are never that shallow, because I have made it in my head is like, whatever we're going to talk about is whatever topic we end up bringing up. Like I stopped asking questions a few times, and when I do, it's just usually questions to probe things, because of like all the therapy and all the detraining I've done. But I've never like wanted to know your life. I only know as much as you're allowing me to know. And if you want to tell me what your favorite color is, we'll find out. And of course, I ask like those shallow questions like on birthdays or like little occasions where like I want to get something, like, you know, more vain, like a present. But during bigger conversations, there's this moment in times I don't even know my closest friends like small little things, and I'm like, darn, I don't know. It feels like I don't know too much about them, but I know so much about them. I just may not know about like the small little cosmetic things. But that's because I detrained myself. Like I was very shallow. I'm very vain. Now most of when I do those shallow and confident vain things, it's more of like a fun little joke, because I can prove it. Because like I know I somewhere in my life, in my heart, I do care about people.
That's like another thing too, self-awareness. I'm also incredibly vain. I'm really materialistic, but like I'm very aware of these flaws that I have, and that you can like adjust
Flaws.
Character development. I'm very aware of these character points that I have, that I you know, might affect other people in certain ways that they might not appreciate, and I can adjust accordingly for them. So like I think that's another great thing, is just being self-aware of like certain issues, and then, you know, being able to again accommodate. But that's like another step too. It's first awareness, and then the second step is accommodation.
It's like I said, it's all about steps. In any relationship, the best, and you just have to get steps into a relationship instead of just starting it, or like teeter-tottering, or monkey barring, or just like letting someone leech off you. No offense to anyone who I offended.
Well, you just
What? Is there a problem?
you can't say.
Did I say something?
No offense to the people I just offended. Sounds like you fully intended to offend them.
Yeah. No regrets. Wait, I didn't talk about my relationship.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
did,
gonna-
right?
Yeah, Munchie, go.
Okay, so it all started at the womb. Okay,
Wow. Okay.
actually, wait, weirdly enough, I'm not kidding. My grandma is crazy, and she wanted us to have like nice, great, romantic lives. So they have this tradition in El Salvador where when you're like just born and you're a baby, they surround you with like different things and bathe you in rose water to you know, give you a life where you are suited by many suitors. So my siblings and me all got that weird ritual and bathe in rose water when we were young. So that would make us like somewhat more attractive towards people. And not, if I believe it or not, like, you know, my family and my siblings and me are super messy when it comes to relationships. Like we've had so many good bad ones, and we've attracted a lot of different things. So did our grandma curse us with many curses? Yes. Do I regret it? I have no choice. I can't even say if I regret it or not. Things happen. So yeah, that's a good starting point, right? I was cursed with a love spell.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, where to start? I mean, Rue knows all about kind of like majority of the weirdest relationships I've had, because the most stable one I've had was one for 2 years in high school. I dated a wrestler chick. She was amazing. She pinned me to the ground all the time.
Wait, what?
And I could.
Damn, that
She-
sounds like a dream.
she used, because I was a pretty hefty person too. She used me as like a target, you know, like when she was practicing wrestling, she was like, I'm gonna use your body. So I was so when I say pin me to the ground, she pinned me to the ground like during practices and rehearsals all the time, just to test out her skills. She's like, you know, I'm gonna do this to you. I'm like, okay, great. Woo.
Then did she
Shout out to,
choke you
the
like
two people.
Mhm.
Shout out to the
I
two
had-
people who
yeah.
woke up to some fetish they just found out they had.
Yeah.
So that was a fun time with her. She was, and I say that she's less toxic because like when we ended a relationship, she was about to go to California, and I was about to just go deeper into, you know, the East, because for college, and they wanted to keep it long distance, but in my head I was like, I don't know if this is the best idea, because like just because how we are, and I just feel like I want to, but really we shouldn't, and we ended up not, and we ended up like just having a long distant friendship, and then just like doing our own things, and it worked out. I mean, like I didn't have the best time, but she got married with this nice guy, has a pit bull, and is like living in China, so you know, good for them. Well, I mean, I thought I was good there, but then like once my sexuality was like, ooh, let's like, you know, why choose? Just pick everything. It's like go jump around with anything. I ended up doing that, and I ended up being a little too vain, and I ended up falling with like this very hot, attractive person who had no personality. They were just looks. And due to the fact that they were that person who just, and they were very aware of the looks,
Mhm.
they're literally that type of person who like would text you instead of saying good morning, they're like, hey, I just posted an Instagram story, can you like it?
What?
Oh, they're
Yes.
like normie.
Yeah. And that, you know, compared to my wrestler chick, I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. I mean, again, this wrestler chick had so many things to her. She, like, besides wrestling and going to the army, she made me watch Twilight. Like, she was into she was a Twilight head person. So, like, you know, she was a little crazy. Because that correlates as a person who's watched those movies with her. And then with him, he would have that. He would always like, it was such a weird thing, but I stayed because I was in that mentality of like, yeah, oh my God, like I managed to get someone this attractive in my life, and like we're both doing a thing. Like, oh, it was such a great time. And then like, and it lasted for 3 years. This awful relationship that I was into that was very much one-sided in my own mind because I wasn't happy, and they were like content with it, I guess, because like, you know, I was doing a lot for them. I was like, you know, they were dependent at me, like, and it was a lot. It was bad. And I think one thing where it started boiling up, where like someone slapped me. Like, I had a drag queen roommate at the time in college, and they like slapped me so hard when they heard me say something, and like I didn't hear it myself. I said it not knowing exactly what I said, and because one day during a fight he said, I'm the best thing you'll ever have. You'll never have anyone better than me.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow.
The amount of times I've heard that.
What?
And that's the scary part. I was in such a deluded mindset where that word was said to me and it didn't faze me, it didn't touch me. And then when I said that to my friend, they slapped me, and it brought me back to my senses, where like who hyper feminist person who like wants equality, like all these things, just let someone walk on top of me like a piece of carpet. Like, I just allowed this man to do that for me, and then we broke up. And like, it wasn't an easy breakup because they kept on coming for me. Like, they called me, they texted me, they did not want to leave me out of their life, and I was like, I need to leave, I need to go. And we were in college, so you can't really escape in college because it's a campus, so it's like it was there. And once I think they found someone, or like someone to situate their whatever problems they had. I think I got a therapist for them too, so good for them. Like, I was Olivia Rodrigo before Olivia Rodrigo was Olivia Rodrigo. because I got him a therapist and everything, and then like he became more stable and nice and ended up having a decent relationship. At that point in time, he still has tried texting me and like within like recently actually. It's like he has problems. But because of that, because I was being so vain, I was being this and that, and that's so bad of me. Like I can't do that. I need to like be a better person. I went one extreme level of becoming deluded and becoming a doormat, and I was like, let me just go to the next level of just saying yes to any person, I can't even say person, anything, I guess, who would ask me. Because anyone who, I thought there were people.
What do you mean anything?
Okay, so I dated
mean?
Did Munchie accidentally like date a statue or?
So after I don't know how to correlate them, like a demi-human, I don't know.
Are you talking about the vampire one? Oh lord.
The vampire and the druid, they never they don't classify themselves as humans. So yeah, so Rue knows about it, but like after I dated that guy, I went like on a small hiatus of like not dating people, but then I deleted myself because my friends didn't like, they said not to, but again, I wasn't listening at that point in time. I was like, I'm gonna say yes to any man or thing or whatever. Anyone who asks, it has and shows interest in me, I'll say yes. I'll go for the full ride. I'm gonna ride, die kind of chick. Like I will go on that motorcycle and we will die together in the sunset. Like bring it on. I wanna feel that. Like I went very much crazy and I ended up dating. My first date was a druid who was part of a weird cult. I'm only saying cult because him and his friends, and I kind of guess it was turning into a polyamorous or amorous relationship, which I didn't really sign up for, but it was getting there. It would always retreat like during spring breaks and all that to the ENAP because we this was a school near the east, so it was near the Appalachian the woods. So they had a little cabin there, and we would just go there and try to live hardcore and go camping and stuff like that. And I would be like the wife, I guess, because I would cook and clean and do everything for them while we spent our times in the woods. And like they were literally trying to like build a commune out there. Like they were trying to think of like, oh man, if your dad could extend this place or give us more money, we'll be able to like make more places and be able to buy this land. It was crazy, guys. This conversation, they were having it, that conversation, and I was like sitting there going like, what's happening? What am I doing? They're trying to teach me how to speak, I guess, Elvish or something. It was a weird, it was like, it sounded like Latin, but it wasn't Latin because I was like, I looked at enough Latin going like, this doesn't sound like we're talking.
Do you
Latin.
remember any of it?
No, I don't, because I blacked out. The only thing I remember is the book that he gave me, which was a book about foraging because he wanted me to live off the land. And my dad was a fisherman, so I knew how to fish and I knew how to like, and my dad taught me how to hunt. So I knew how to do those things when we were out in the wild. And I had my license because I had to get my license for my dad, so I had to get it myself. So like, I guess I was like the best asset for them, but in that moment it clearly sounds like I was being used, but the person did generally love me. Like the person who like I first started that relationship, I can't even say person, is that rude? I don't know. But like, the druid really liked me, but there was many problems with it. One being hygiene. The man only showered I think once every 2 weeks. He like probably bathe and shower, and then the other time like he would just wet himself with a towel, but the rest of the times he would just like properly shower only once within 2 weeks. And I don't know, it had deluded me, going like, oh, this is fine. People have different hygienes. Who am I to judge? I'm not vain. That's what I was saying to myself the whole time. They had a weird. They ended up having a skin condition that made them look like they were like a tree. Like they had bark on them. It was really cool.
That's
yeah, it looked like
dirt.
they had bark on them. It was like, no, because he had eczema. He had eczema, and like the fact that he didn't bathe that was 100% dirt, and like it looked like tree and bark and all that. Again, me just going like, I can't judge someone's life. I can't judge someone's lifestyle. You know, like he helped me find my spirit animal. Thanks to him, if I got lost in the woods, I'll be able to survive. Like he tried teaching me things. He wanted me to like, bone his other friends. It was like a lot of crazy things happening in this moment. I was like, oh my god, is this a cult? But I guess I can't say, well, kind of. But like they didn't like try to keep me. Like once I was like, I need to leave, they allowed me. Our breakup was kind of sad because like they truly cried. Like their whole body hit the ground. I'm like, I need to leave. Someone get Uber. Does an Uber come out in the woods? Help. So so that ended. It was like, I guess, the most decent ending. Again, he like kept on crying. They never tried contacting me ever again. Maybe they're still in a secret society somewhere in the Appalachian woods. Don't go hiking by yourself near the Appalachian Trail. So,
Yeah, you might meet Munchie's ex.
Oh my lord.
So, and then after that, I met Vampire Boy. He was this very attractive person, which shouldn't have mattered in my head. And you know, but he just like, he was very alt. Like he was not what I was. I dressed really preppy. I still kind of do, but I had a really preppy thing, so I didn't know why they found me attractive. They ended up calling me soft boy all the time. It was a lot. It was like the weirdest relationship ever.
Soft boy.
But I was very preppy and nerdy and all that. Like, well, I would guess nerdy to the extent of like, I cared about my studies, and they were just like into me, and they tried to like, kind of make me like into their lifestyle. I went to a lot of clubs, a lot of different like places. You know, they tried to make me do little things. I ended up not doing any of them because, you know, I'm a pure wholesome nun. But they tried. But, you know, throughout our relationship, I didn't find out until I think 3 weeks of dating them that they were a vampire. I just thought they liked their meat very rare, because like every time we ate anything, they would always get like kind of rawish. And yeah, I don't know, kind of vampire they consider themselves, because they ate, I guess, drink blood, but like it wasn't human blood, it was more like animal blood. And like,
I mean,
yeah, and he taught me how to like everyone teaches me how to cook in relationships. He taught me how to make like how to saute like liver and like brain and all that, like when it's raw, to like make sure just to cook it a little bit so it's still a little bit raw, but like, you know, still like not gonna give you like a bad stomach infection, because like, you know, it's raw.
All right.
So like he taught me that,
God.
and that was fun. Oh, and I got to sleep in a coffin, and guys, I'm letting you know, sleeping in a coffin is so much fun. You should all try it once.
How is it fun? Describe the fun for me.
It's so comfy. Like if you're not claustrophobic, it's such a comfy thing, because I don't know where he got money from, but he had money, and he altered like a 2-person coffin into his own like bedroom, and like it was like, it had like AC, it had a hole, you could breathe. It was so comfy feeling.
That's intense.
I loved it. Yeah, he was intense. And I loved it. Felt he was a lot, but it was so much fun in that moment. Like it was fun-ish. I was living my Twilight realness. Like I was feeling the moment.
You were that couple in the background of Twilight.
Yeah.
Just existing. Oh, Bella was doing her shenanigans.
He was fun. Like it was a fun time. Where we broke up, where it started becoming less fun, where like his fangs started actually showing, pun intended.
Was
like,
good.
They were crossing the line of like, I thought they were like I guess a vegan vampire or something, I don't know, but like they were crossing the line where like they wanted to do more bloody things, and I was like, I need to leave. That's a boundary I'm not crossing. And they kept on pushing it, and they didn't take no as an answer, and I just had to leave. At that time, I had a support system, so my cousin, once they found out like what was actually happening, because I didn't tell all the truth to all my people, they like they found me in an Uber, go like, we're leaving, get into this car right now.
Wait. So what kind of bloody things are you talking about? Like, did they want to like, I don't know, drip blood on you and like lick it off or
they
something?
They just ordered some new authentic fangs, and they wanted to use it on me.
Oh, they wanted to hurt you.
Yeah,
essentially, like puncture you.
Yeah, they wanted to like drink me.
But that's not safe.
It's not safe. I mean, this.
But they wanted
he was willing to pay for all the tests, and he was like I said, I was ride and die. Slowly after the druid, my ride and die, like I started getting off the motorcycle. I started like, when can I tuck and roll? Because I think I took this too literally. Because I had to leave, and then like I jumped off. I took a few things from him, like this like really cute necklace, and like a few other like little things. And I guess I can make raw food if I really wanted to. But I had that experience, and then I think the end of my journey, where I think the motorcycle really crashed and burned, and I think my senses started hitting back to me. Where like, maybe I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing. Is I dated a brony.
Okay. All
Oh, a brony, like My Little Pony brony.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was.
no.
I wasn't that
Oh,
into anime or cartoons
Oh,
in my
no.
head. So I got first exposed to anime in college. My friends, I think Naruto was like the only thing I knew about in high school because my friends, and then I was like, once my my friends stayed back in hometown, and I moved to college. So I was like, I need to like learn more, and so I found like this nice Christian girl was like, "Hi, do you like anime?" And then she took over my life and like taught me about anime, and then she was trying to get she was trying to have this weird life with like love life with the anime head club person. So we had to join it together. It was such a weird like I had a weird life, but like and then during that's when I was exposed. You know what the first anime the club showed me was, which now thinking about it kind of makes sense about like why my mind is so weirded out by anime. It was that the Yandere anime, but featured is it featured?
Oh yeah, Mirai Nikki.
Yes, that was the first anime I was exposed to that wasn't Naruto that the club showed me. That was that was the first one, and we watched the whole thing. They rented out like a big plasma like screen in our campus in the tech center. You were able to rent those out to like for club activities and stuff like that. So that's what we did. We watched it, and then during me like watching it, this guy approached me, and he was so cute. He was like a little bear, and he was adorable. And like he was so shy, and then he tried making moves on me. And again, I was living my like don't say no fantasy, so I didn't say no, and I allowed him in my life. And at first it was great. He was like an aspiring artist, and I guess like I think 2 weeks into the relationship, I started figuring out what they were drawing because they wanted my like tidbits because they thought I had really good taste in art and stuff. And I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, they were drawing your pony.
Yeah, they were drawing ponies, and I thought that was okay. I was a professional babysitter and nanny growing up, so My Little Pony was something I kind of knew about, and I've actually watched it, and I knew a good amount of it because with people I took care of, they watched it. My Little Ponies, Blue's Clues, Dora, My Little Pet Shop, all those like cartoons that were happening around that time. I watched it because in my summers that's what I did after college during summers is like I still went back to babysitting and nannying, and like I watched all these like cartoons, so like I can relate, and some of them had really good plots. I'm like, work, they really expanded their storytelling. Go, yes. and I shared that with him, and he was like, I think this was the clue because he got so excited when I talked about My Little Pony. He got too excited. I think he drooled a little bit. And when I saw what he was drawing, that's where my line crossed. Because in my mind, when I was watching this with these little kids, I thought that pony was like a 5-year-old, like a 6-year-old, like they were middle school, like at least middle to like elementary school age ponies. Looking back at it, yeah, maybe they were adults because like they lived alone and all that. I don't know, that's not my place to tell. But either or, in my head, I thought they were young children, made for young children. Yes, you can enjoy it, I guess, because I was also like, oh yeah, work story. But the way he drew them, and he didn't draw them like normally, like he draw them like giant protruding things. Yeah.
Oh.
So I wasn't exposed to that yet.
Yes.
No, that's when I said no, because I said yes for like the first week of it because I tried being the super denial of like me, who am I? I can't yak someone's yum, so I really like kind of tried to delude myself again, but like this time instead of no one was there to slap me, but I think I slapped myself going like, what am I saying? I don't agree with this lifestyle choice. Like, I just got into anime. I just got into these cartoon things, and like I'm exposed way too fast. Like, I just got a Tumblr. Like, we need to calm down. Like, you're going beyond what I'm used to seeing in this Tumblr. I thought it was just flower crowns and like sad people being sad, but no, you're just drawing full on like pony things and stuff, and it was too much for me. And I broke up. I tried breaking up with them a few times. It did not work out. So my tactic was like, I gotta make it public because maybe in public I can run away because they weren't letting me go. Again, this was the last like toxic straw of my life, and I had to do it in a restaurant, and I broke up with them, and unfortunately they still didn't take no as an answer to like, or I guess break up as an answer. So they kind of threatened to keep me there, and if it wasn't for the waiter stepping in to like save me, I would not be able to leave that restaurant. Or maybe police and all that would have been involved, and that's not the story that I wanted. He just did not want to let me go. I don't know what about me was so I literally told him that like what he was drawing was like disgusting. I wasn't supporting them, so I'm not sure what about me they really wanted to keep. Cause like I don't know, I wouldn't want to keep
Existence.
someone who doesn't like my
Wow.
existence.
Yeah.
I mean, using your
Maybe
words,
'cause-
maybe it's because
yeah.
you were breathing, you know?
Yeah, because I was breathing. And I think it's because for the first week when I first discovered it, I kind of let it be, which is bad. I should have just quickly gone like, this is a door and I'm gonna leave it because you're being too much. I should have done that and I didn't. I think that was my biggest flaw because I was like, ride and die. But fully on after that incident where like the waiter had to save me, like I literally had to leave from the back door. Like he was like, oh, I don't know what he said, but can you come with me? And like I followed him. He leave behind the back of the kitchen, and like I did, and I was the one driving, and like the last thing I said was like left him a voicemail going like, so I left the restaurant. I can't be with you right now. This is not how I want to end this relationship, but you would not take no. We tried breaking up like several times and you didn't allow it. I gotta go. So and then after all that mess of relationships I kind of created, I mean some of them were that messy. I stopped dating. I became more of like a getting to discover myself, and I have, and like I've done like small dating now currently because I think it's been like a solid like 2 to 3 years since that last moment, and I discovered a lot myself. I've dated people. I've had fun. Did I mistakenly home wreck someone during my time of like fixing myself? Yes. Was it fun? Yes. Was the drama great? Yeah. Would I do it again? No. Did I stop immediately once I found out that like I was ruining someone's relationships and like their wife called me? Yes.
Wait, oh, what?
Yeah, well, if someone's wife calls you angrily, going like, "You're cheating with you're like sleeping with my husband. I saw you go to the motel with him. Like, how dare you?" Like, I'm like, I'm so sorry. I did not know he was married. I should have seen that coming. Maybe somewhere in my head I knew he was married, and I was just like doodling myself again. I will. Here's the address where he's at. You can come like beat him up or something. I don't know.
You can come beat him up or something.
I gotta go, like, cause I was with her. Like, my infidelity. I hate infidelity. Like, I didn't want to be part of it. I dated this guy because I was trying to date someone older, and he was significantly older, and I was like, yes, sugar daddy. And unfortunately, he had a wife, and I think he had 2 kids.
Wow.
And he had another
Whoa.
mistress too. So I was like his mistress's mistress.
Whoa.
He was living a great life. Good for him. I don't know what happened with him. He tried contacting me also a few times, and I'm like, last thing I said to him was like, hey, I'm so sorry. I can't be your third mistress and your many mistresses' tales. Mostly because your wife found my phone number. And she had a whole thing to say, and she started crying a lot of things. I actually got to meet her. It was a great time. She always wanted more information. I think they were getting a divorce or something, and she like wanted me to help her out. And I was like, that's the most I can do. I was a straw because like she was really okay. I guess she was okay with him having like female mistresses, but once it was like a male-ish one, I didn't consider myself like male-ish because like I'm pretty effeminate. I'm pretty like non-binary. Like if anything, femboy because I look in both genders. But in her head, she was pretty. I think she was like slightly homophobic. So in her head, she's like, I'm crossing the line. How dare he like have sex with a man like you or something? Even though she came to me several times saying, you're so pretty. Like I want to be like you. So controversial. But either or, in that moment in time, like I wanted to at least help her because I felt bad because like she broke up because of me existing there. And I mean, she should have broke up anyways, even if I wasn't there.
Right,
like, he had 200 mistresses, I was only number 3rd. And that means I didn't even get the best stuff. I only got, like, the leftover residue.
Wait, why do you have to say it like that? Please. Right, I will. Oh god, I would like to echo flag on the mom pick me up thing here.
So, Clary, you had a great time, right?
Okay. What? Great time, like right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. I don't recount my past relationships, and I'll be honest, I've only scratched the surface.
All right.
With my experiences, but like it's a lot.
Wait, do you wanna? Okay, can we take a second scratch? Is there any like? Only as far as you're comfortable.
Second scratch. I was not a homewrecker. But one of my boyfriends was actually engaged with someone.
Oh.
Homewrecker.
Okay,
What are
but
you
you
trying
didn't
to
like. Okay,
it's me?
in this situation, like you guys didn't know, right?
No, I didn't stop immediately. So I know I'm partially to blame. I could have stopped immediately once I found out. But I was like, I kind of want to finish and then we can stop.
When I found out, I was like, it's either me or it's her. And
Oh,
so
wow, they were engaged. Excuse you.
But the thing is, it was okay. So apparently, it was a long distance relationship for about 5 years.
Oh,
They were engaged for, he lived here and his fiance, quote unquote. Actually, no, it wasn't fiance. They were together, but they're no, not married. I mean, like they were boyfriend girlfriend here. Okay, so
But they
so
were
I started,
engaged.
No. Oh, they got okay. No. Scratch that. They were just boyfriend and girlfriend, long distance relationship. She lived in
Okay.
the Philippines, and he lived here in America.
Alright.
And we started dating, and I found out he had a girlfriend, and then I was like, it's either me, and he would talk about. I was like, it's either me or her, and then like we would talk about like why like he felt like cheating on her, why he felt like the relationship was failing. And then I was like, okay, well, it's either me or it's her. Like, you haven't been happy for the past 3 years and she's like on the other side of the ocean. Like, I don't understand what you're trying to accomplish here. So he ended up choosing me. So he broke up with her, and we dated officially without any like home wrecking for I don't know a few months before he went to the Philippines. He took a trip to the Philippines and he proposed to her. And then they ended up engaged.
Oh.
You
She
deserve
never
that.
found out of me.
I love you, Clary, but you deserve. Who? I would never. I would
Oh,
never.
Munchie.
If any, no, I will fight Clary. This is Oprah. This whatever show, whatever show where people fight. Mostly because literally when
WWE.
someone says I've cheated or had a relationship with someone, yeah, that one, Jerry Springer.
Oh yeah, Jerry Springer.
Relationship with someone, I would never enter because I know for a fact the minute I blink, they are already in someone else's, getting 2 kids, getting someone pregnant. Like, they
Oh
already
yeah, no,
checked
you're
out with me.
absolutely right. I was an idiot. But I'm not
No, I
an idiot
wouldn't
anymore.
say idiot. I mean, I almost joined a cult. I think what I did was idiotic. What you did was just discovery.
A what?
Discovery. You were just
Oh,
discovering.
discovering.
Yourself. I knew going in the relationships, once things went south, things were gonna go south. If you date anyone who comes to you like, hey, I'm not a human, I'm a druid, I have a skin condition. Hey, I'm a vampire, I only drink
vampire.
animal blood. Hey, I like drawing anime ponies with big and like you know, even with the himbo, he literally came to me and like go like, hey, I love myself and no one else. Like I entered these shapes knowing that like, hey, they're pretty messed up. I wonder what's gonna happen. Like I went in going like, I'm just gonna see what's gonna happen. because
Ride or
I'm
die,
working
ride or
different.
die.
Like, yeah, like I want to see what I want to be like. I don't want to be like one of those other gays. Like I want to be a quirky gay. Like you know, I went in fully knowing that I was gonna get hurt, that I was gonna get stamped on, that I was gonna get culted. Like I didn't know to extent how crazy it was gonna get. It got crazier than I expected. But in my head, I was like, this was a trial. I was only gonna go for a few days and just go for it. But it ended up going longer. I ended up like making more things messy. And like I'm a bad person for that. And I wouldn't know. I guess yeah. I'm a dumb person for that. Better.
Yeah. And so like, okay. Look, we learned from our experiences. We're better people because of these
Yeah. Now I help other people
experiences.
through their problems.
I just look. I don't know like what to say about the experiences, but Clary, I love who you are right now, and if this is part of it,
Thank
then
you.
I guess
Let
it
me
is what it is.
let me tell you. Let me tell you guys. Let me tell you guys. I was not the best person up until maybe like
Until John.
until John changed everything. I probably was not the best person. Yeah. Until I met John. And, you know, I am who I am today because of all the mistakes, all the idiotic choices, and all the laundry I did.
Gamer laundry, man.
My guys, game. John's a gamer, but he's also an adult. I
Yeah.
dated gamers.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
Yeah, being an adult gamer is hard. Like, you have to be an adult and a gamer, not just a gamer.
But to wrap up that story, okay, so yeah, to wrap up that story, so where was I? He went to the Philippines to propose to her after they had broken up, after we started dating, and she said, yeah, well, yeah, she never found out about me, so she said yes, they were.
Oh my god.
They
Oh
were
Lord.
engaged, and then he came back to America, and then I was like, what the fuck? Ooh, okay, so I broke up with him.
And
then
were you
he-
not complaining to? Was that?
Yeah. Am I the best? Am I the maid of honor? Like, no, I ended up breaking up with him, and he got upset about it.
I would too.
about it, and he
Why
got
can't you let
upset
him
that I
have two?
Oh Lord.
I was like, I'm not gonna stay with you if you're gonna propose to her. And so what happened? Yeah, he got really upset about that. I think that's how the
I
story
never get when
ends.
someone's upset when they're being like an awful person. I never understood when I broke up with each of these people besides the druid. He was no, even him. Like there was a little bit of guilting. Like they really wanted me to feel bad for them not being the best people and me going like, hey, I don't feel comfortable. I need to go. They're like, how dare you not feel comfortable? How I did every like. This you no what you want to suck my blood? I need to leave.
Oh my god! So John came in because he's hearing me talk about this this situation which he's heard before. He said, second place. Wait, I forgot. I can't say it. I can't recall. Never mind. It's not that funny when I say.
No, yeah, you sound like you were second place. Sound like shit.
Yeah, and he was like, second place is not that bad. You wouldn't turn down a silver medal at the Olympics. Shut up and told him to get out of my room.
God.
But yeah, no. So yeah, that was one of the relationships I was in. He left me. He left his girlfriend for me, and then went behind my back to go back to the Philippines to propose to her and get
He
engaged.
never left his girlfriend. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He never
Oh.
left his girlfriend.
Shoot, was I played? No, he
You're
left his
right.
girlfriend.
No. He
no.
left. No, he didn't. He didn't like. He didn't ever really leave because to be able to propose, and she didn't know about it. So that means he put her in a weird deluded state of like you not even existing. So whatever relationship you ended up having with this man was just like this like little pocket universe. And then once he had the access to go out of the pocket universe again, you were just like, okay, cool. Thanks for like relieving my stress. Bye.
And the thing is, they didn't even get married. They broke up.
Saying that, does that man seem like the type of man like I can tell you for a fact that none of the people I've dated so far besides the wrestler chick ever got in a stable relationship. Like the reason why they keep reaching back out to me is because they want to try again, and I'm like, you can try the door.
It's the self-awareness. Like the reason why some people who are like terrible or awful or whatever is just they just don't understand that they're also, you know, at fault. They can be at fault for anything. And
People need more self-awareness. It's so strange that they don't have it.
It's easier. It's so much easier said than done. Like a lot of experiences I've had with some, I guess, former friends, some even now friends, like they just lack awareness. And trying to teach someone who is a grown-ass adult at like, you know, in their mid to late 20s, and you're just like, you do know that you are also part of the problem. And then they're like, no, it's not possible because I'm hurt. Like if like they assume that if they feel hurt that it was like the other offending party, and it's not just like a bashing of heads of like what happened. And that is just something so hard to teach at like a later time in your life. Like I feel like I personally learned stuff like that pretty late in my life, but I did eventually, you know, like I want to say tail end of high school, I did kind of like learn that factor of like, you know, just because you feel like bad or feel upset, it doesn't mean that there's no fault. Like there's no blood on your hands. Sometimes literally, or for Munchie's case.
Oh, right.
But like that's something that
with
you
my
like
parents.
is very hard to teach, like especially later on. And then like some of these people, they go on and get married and then do have kids, and then that's how like that perpetuates, is like they unintentionally teach some of those like bad habits to their kids, and then like so on and so forth.
Let me tell you, I think the reason, when I date them with the intention of marrying them, and I think that's another look. No,
I agree.
You're not.
I feel
I'm
like
only laughing because I'm laughing.
So I feel like that's also another reason why a lot of my past relationships have failed, is because religion plays a part in this, right? Like they're like, you need to get married, have kids, have a family, and blah, blah, blah. Like I thought that was my purpose for the longest time. And so when I would date these guys, I would date them for the purpose of marriage. So automatically I would be like, I would have these guys a higher standard in terms of expectations. And some of the guys that they dated, I don't think were ready for that. And so when they started to like not meet my expectations, I was unhappy, and then they were unhappy that they like were, what do you call it, being put to these expectations when they're just like, starting out dating like I am and stuff like that. It might be my dream.
I 100% agree. If you're in a relationship with a person and it's not like a romantic / like one that is very like committal to it, if you're not in that relationship to eventually get married, you're wasting both of your times. Like actually though, like the reason why I actually cut things off initially with my ex was because there was that one moment where I'm just like, I don't think I like love you anymore. So then like I'm just gonna, it's just, otherwise I'd be wasting your time. We'll be wasting both our time. So like
that's how I ended up one of my other relationships. Actually, like we dated for 2 months, and then like at the 2-month mark, I was like, wow, I cannot see myself marrying this guy. So I said ciao to him, and he was like, what?
Okay, just
No, with that word, I blame
It was
parents.
so sudden for him.
I blame societal rules and like parents by that instinct, because like due to
Absolutely.
because like a lot of our instincts went that way, because I grew up very religious. My parents were like, you need to get married, but like, I told my mom, I was like, I can't get pregnant, so like why does it matter? But like either or. But the biggest thing is like I wanted marriage too. Now I still like marriage is cute, but marriage is just a nice idea for me when that person and me connect enough where we want to put a title on it. But at the end of the day, marriage or not marriage, if we're not able to build a stable, engaging relationship, then at the end, like marriage means nothing. Like that piece of paper is just a piece of paper.
Yes.
Marriage is just like a nice title at this point, because you don't need to be married to be able to have a stable relationship. And people who are married end up not having stable relationships. So that marriage really means nothing. Isn't the same marriage that the parents are putting on you is not the same marriage that like you should be going into. You should be going into your own terms when it comes to marriage.
Oh, okay. Let me clarify.
Yeah,
Instead of
exactly. So when we're talking
marriage-
like marriage, we're saying like we're not really saying like in marriage, in terms of like that political marriage, but like in terms of the idea of like spending your life together.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I'm hearing it.
Together.
I'm clarifying to that point, because a lot of people
Right,
who
right.
have grown up with very traditional parents have that mindset, like I must get married, I must wait until this.
I
and that
must
for that.
find
And
the perfect man.
And like that's not humanly possible. You need to break all the eggs as much as you can. Not as much as me and Clary have, but like you need to break some eggs, get your hands a little dirty, and like understand yourself and like your impulses, and understand like how other people work too, before you can truly find someone. And sometimes you're just lucky and you find someone who understands you right off the bat, and you can end up with that person. And the biggest test is that when things go south, do you A, run away, or do you B, talk with that person and communicate with them until you're able to figure out where it is and eventually find a solution? And if not, when you guys reach like maybe an end of relationship, doesn't end in positive terms. And if it does, that means you're mature. That means that person you dated was mature, and that means you're in a good place. That means if you want to find another relationship, you're in a stable place to do it now, because you're able to build that.
I agree with all of that.
Yeah.
Luchan, there was a question in chat. What was it?
Oh, sorry. Did I miss it? Where is it?
Trolley?
He's eating.
Trolley?
Yeah. Trolley wanted to ask all of us if we kids or nah.
Oh, right. Yeah, exactly. So we're just talking about it in chat. But yeah. How about for you guys? Like, kids or not?
One of
So, wait, one of each.
each. Here you go first.
So, you know, again, following up with the whole like get married and have kids thing, I thought like my whole purpose was like, yeah, to get married and have kids. And so, like, yeah, I've always fantasized about having kids growing up, but I've realized now that kids are really expensive and I don't think I can afford kids. And I think it's very irresponsible to bring a kid into the world that you're, one, not financially ready for, and two, not emotionally ready for, because there's just so many kids that are like, you know, they end up like me. They end up like me. My parents were, yeah, they end up like all of us.
I mean, that's the best
So-
part.
My parents were financially able to have 3 kids, but they weren't emotionally ready to have 3 kids. And so like I ended up with a lot of mental problems because I just wasn't getting all the support. And then like you have kids that are in even worse conditions, who have like who have parents who can barely financially support them, and let alone like emotionally support them because they're so busy with the financial part, you know?
Right.
So
Yeah,
I would love to have kids if I could financially and emotionally support them, but it's just gonna be a no for me. Like just on
It's so great to hear you say that. I love that.
yeah, generally it produces generational trauma, and I don't want to be a part of that. Like I don't care if my bloodline ends with me, because I'm probably gonna be the one that is out of my family to have like a husband. Yeah, I'm ending it here. It ends with me. I don't care about all that stuff.
I love that, because some people just go like, I don't want kids ever. No offense, Rue, you're different. You have valid reasons, but like a lot of people go like, I don't want kids. Period. Like that's it. And like that. Yes, you can say that, but then they discredit. But but my reason of not liking when people say that is because it discredit the reasoning. But then your the reasoning is they're too much or this or annoying. Like yes, but the realistic reason is that like you're not ready for one. You don't want one because of you're not physically there or emotionally gonna be there for that kid. Like there's so many other reasons that people should put in instead of going like kids are stupid and I hate them, because yes they are, but at the end of the day, it's like you need to be in a mindset and be super ready to take care of kids. Because my parents weren't ready either. They just kept popping them out and going like, I hope one of them turns out great.
Yeah.
That turns out great. I hope this one's a doctor.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Because like I want kids, but I also have worked with the foster system. I also worked with a lot of different things. I want to adopt kids who unfortunately we're not.
Oh
because
yes,
I know,
yes. Mm-hmm.
I know I have the emotional withband, and I know I have the patience to take care of them and try to get them to readjust to a better time, because those kids are going to come out traumatic. They're going to be so traumatized. They're going to be so many things coming out of it, and I know I'm there to be. I have the withstand to hold them and be there for them, because you know they're unfortunately a bit broken because of how because of these parents not knowing how to be parents, or not being ready to be parents, and just like kind of
just being irresponsible. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that's why I want to adopt. I want to like at the end of the day, teenager, kids, baby, whatever age it is. I know I'm ready for it, because like again, I'm also a professional babysitter and nanny, so I know I have the skill set for it. I know I'm ready for it, and like even if I don't end up having a partner, I still in my head kind of want to at least adopt one kid and be able to give them a decent future, because in my world, I know that you don't need a second person. He doesn't like a second like person to be there, like as another parent. You just need someone to emotionally be there for them, and also having friends and family to show them other different skill sets is still a thing. Like a lot of people forget that. It goes like, I need a partner. It's like, no, you just need people around you so they can learn different lessons from different point of views. Like,
yeah, like that's saying it takes a village to raise a child or something like that.
Yeah, it's true, and it does. Like it doesn't, being one person take care of a kid is harder, yes, but like it's doable. But of course, you have to use your resources. Thank you, everyone. That's my TED talk.
And flag.
Yeah, personally, and it's funny that we actually brought this up because I've actually talked about this on my stream very recently. My personal stance on the matter is like, if my significant other wants kids, then yeah, sure, whatever, we can have kids. But if it was literally a sole like personal decision for some reason, which is not going to happen because I don't have the parts to bear a child, I would probably say yeah, let's not, because the thing with like generational trauma and like, what if I do mess up and that kind of stuff. But also like this is probably a hot take, but like if you become like, how we talked about the two things like financial stability and like mental preparedness or whatever for having kids, I would say that in this current time and day where we have so many like problems like global warming and like housing is so expensive and that kind of stuff, I think the logical thing, if you do have that mental maturity, the answer is almost always never to have kids, because there are so many like terrible factors that are like going on right now that I just don't think it is a intelligent decision to do.
Yeah.
So,
oh no. Yeah. I agree with that as well.
More. That's my thing. Don't make more. You
Exactly.
use the ones that already exist.
Oh my
Unfortunately, we're displaced. Because that's the thing. Like that's my thing. I will fight everyone. Come. I have my shiv ready. Who's
Okay.
against it? No, I'm kidding.
Actually, John wants to adopt because I don't think I'm having kids.
No,
But like, John wants to adopt.
Flag's point of view is great. If I could switch my parts and like be the one who bears the birth, I will do it. Like it's only fair. Quality.
Okay, but can I like put in like a decent compromise? How about we all just get cats instead, or dogs?
Yes,
I'm
yes,
down.
Right?
yes,
I
absolutely,
love
cats.
I'm down.
Mm-hmm. Wait,
Meow.
cat
So
person, dog people.
So Rue, are
Cat.
you offering? Are you offering?
Flag?
I have a dog, but I prefer cat.
Don't ignore me.
that's interesting.
Are you asking
Wait.
Rhubarb to be the cat?
I'm just confused.
I mean, he kind of is a cat. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, what? Okay, but like,
Literally, if you ever in voice chat back in the day with Rue, he would just yaw out of nowhere.
what?
Like that would be part of. He would just say yaw. Like that would be part of your.
No,
like,
I was
mammal-
be stretching.
No, not even stretching. Like during conversations and stuff, you would just start yawing. I'm like,
Oh,
I
I'm
think
doing
you-
is
I
the
think-
Huh?
Oh my-
What is
yeah.
this? No.
It would be part of your normal vocabulary.
No,
Also,
I'm
if your
stretching.
stretching sounds like a cat stretch, then that's also a problem there too.
No, it's like, and then like you relax. It's like, right. Then
No,
that,
I've heard you stretch
liaison-
before. You sound like a whole
Oh,
old man.
you said
When
a
you start
liaison.
yawing, you're trying to be cute.
Jesus Christ.
Also, I'm both. I like cats and dogs.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Wait, so Cloud, you have a
I
dog?
just
right
like
now?
animals.
I didn't know.
What?
You have a dog?
I do have a dog. I have a dog. His name is Zed. After the League of Legends character.
Oh no!
Aw, that's so cute.
We can never
my
leave.
boyfriend, my boyfriend at the time was a League addict.
Can you just change, like, keep the name but like change the lore? Is that it's like
Yeah, you
Zed
like
from
the
like
artist.
like Zeppelin or whatever? It's like
Zed isn't bad. Zed just killed his family and stuff. It's fine.
just,
But yeah, I have a dog. I would like a cat because I adopted my dog out of pure impulse, and I regret it financially. But I know that like I'm happy because he's a part of my life. But if I
Emotional-
could
pet
go,
animals are important.
he's not an emotional support. He's needy. He's
No,
a
like
princess.
no, but dogs are like, no matter if they are trained to be or not, any type of animal will give you serotonin.
Oh yes, he does. If I could go back and stop myself from adopting him, I would.
No,
I was
wow.
not.
Word.
I'm not ready. I was not ready for Zed, and he could be living a better life, and I'm just not able to give him that. He's not even living with me. He lives with my parents because my apartment doesn't have dogs.
Oh,
Isn't it the same logic of like kids too? Like
yes.
any responsibility really?
Yes.
But I think that's where like
that's what I think. Cat.
yeah, cats, exactly, right? It makes sense.
Yeah, Rue and cat. I feel like Rue, if he gets a cat, he'll have a better lifestyle choice. Cause
Yeah.
like they're enough distance for you, and like they at least, and then when they want to cuddle, they'll give you a little bit of serotonin, and like, yeah, and they give you that companionship. Cause I know you're allergic to humans.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So see, like I think I will be the best roommate to a cat. Right.
Yeah,
Like we
it
both
wouldn't be
give
your
each
pet,
other
we're
space and all
roommates.
that, you know? Wait, what?
You wouldn't like it. You wouldn't be your pet. It would just be your roommate at that
Yeah,
point.
exactly, exactly.
cat.
You know?
Your roommate who you have to clean their poop every now and then.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Hey,
like,
you have to do the laundry. You can do the poop too, right,
yeah,
Clary?
and
Oh,
you know,
no.
Oh my
Not
god.
like this.
like
Not like this.
no, but like, you know, actually, right? And then like I'll just like when I'm getting food, I'll be like, bro, do you want, I'm ordering. Do you want something? And they'll be like, yeah, give me tuna, right? It'll be just
You
like
don't
a-
talk
tuna-
like that.
tuna
That's the fake part of the story. You would never say that. Since when are you a homeboy? Get out of here.
No, but like no, see, I think and you know, like I think a pet, you know, would be a great, you know, kind of like a unifier for like a relationship as well. Like trying to bring it back to relationship talk.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you? No, don't be that type of people where like, hey, I'm gonna get us a dog or a cat together, and that means you can never leave me. That doesn't work either.
No,
Don't use that
that's
as a
fine.
tool.
Don't use it.
Why does it have to go like
People,
that?
no, people
Munchie?
have no. But
That's
I'm saying
ridiculous.
like that. No, it can stay. It can make a relationship better. It can stable it, if it's going well already, because it will add another thing. It's not at the same level as a baby, but it's in a decent level. So yeah, it's a great idea. But some people will go in that mindset and go like,
Ridiculous.
if we adopt this cat together, you can never leave me.
I
that in Apple
to throw my
voice.
2 cents in that, like I mentioned how
three.
thank you. my ex and I adopted a cat also named after a League of Legends champ, by the way.
No.
What's their name? What's the cat's name?
Okay, so my cat is a pirate pet, which if you're not aware is like a cat that's like crippled in some way, and
Aw.
he only has one eye, so we named him Rengar.
Oh, because Ringo only has one eye because he's a
Yeah,
hunter.
Exactly.
Why did you name your
That's
dogs after
great.
assassons? You both literally named them after assassins.
I didn't name it. It was my ex. She named it Rengar.
No,
and
no,
I-
you were with them at the point in time. You're part of this problem. You're the reason why League is bad. So okay.
my bad. That's yeah, you're right. It's on me. But I think it is good to like have that sort of what's it called? Not like a character, like a person fulfilling that role of like needing to be taken care of in some way. Because it like exercises like a different part of your brain, sort of thing. So and also plus like the serotonin before.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was instances where when we were going off of that like the breakup portion where it was like, oh, what about the cat? And then I'm just like, your cat, because from the very beginning I made it very clear that this cat is hers, because I knew that if there were potential problems in the future, that it would be an issue. So if I just mentally from the beginning blotted out that responsibility, then I think that it was probably like the best move, and I was right. Like I feel like I was correct making that decision. And I mean she freaking loves that cat, so like I'm glad for her that she can have it.
I see.
Yeah, Roos, are you gonna adopt a cat soon?
I have considered. You know what? I've also considered chinchillas. Cause like Julia's been and like it looks really cute.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You are pretty a person who likes following trends.
Yeah. I'm a boomer, but I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying to be trendy.
No, I didn't say any.
It's
of those
always
words.
about me being a boomer.
What? Are you saying I'm trying to insinuate that, Rue? I would never.
Liar.
What?
All
But
right.
yeah, I believe in love.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, like that's a great segue to like do you guys have like let's see, like any questions sort of that you want to discuss before like we head off?
What makes a good relationship?
Communication.
Not having one.
I'm a flag knight.
Because that's the header of your Twitter post. It's what makes a good relationship, what makes a bad relationship. So we've been talking a lot about the bad parts of relationship experiences. So
No, we talked about the
what
good
make-
parts too.
Yeah, for like 3 seconds.
No, we talk about John.
But that's
Just-
talking
enough.
about
No,
John.
because you need communication, you need
Yeah.
self-awareness, you need
Yeah.
patience. All these things that we mentioned in when it came to like, you know, John
Reflecting,
and
yeah,
flags.
yeah.
Yeah, like there's the bad things that we went through. That motorcycle that I should have got off a long time ago. Those monkey bars that you should have left. Like all those things that we experienced that other people heard. And I think I even saw Trolley say this, where like if Munchie was able to get through all this, I mean, there's still a chance for me. That's like realistic. It's like we were able to survive this because a lot of people wouldn't have the within to survive all these bad relationships. You would start going like, it's me, it's my fault, I can't ever be happy. And like that's a lie. Like you can be, you just don't have to do what we did and like go too off the deep end when it comes to like not being able to be situated and finding like someone, thinking like you need to be with someone all the time. Once you're able to distance yourself enough, you're like, wait, I don't need that, and like this person is making me happy, but I don't have to be with them all the time. I can at least separate it and still be happy with them. And you don't have to be like me, going like, yeah, you're not vain, you're not bad, I can keep like, I'm just gonna say yes to everything. Like, no, you can like calm down, take a breath, going like, let me learn to love myself a little bit better, because apparently I was not loving myself when I was doing all these things with all these people. And now I'm in a better place. Like all the dates I've had were like fun little dates and not committal, not anything crazy. Not me going like, oh man, I need to do this. Like I have standards. If someone comes and goes like, oh yeah, I eat pork, I'm like, go die. Like I don't want to eat it anymore. Like, you know, we all have our limits, like we all have our boundaries, but we built them because we discovered them. And like even Flag saying, like Flag didn't go in the same trail as we did. Good for you.
Yeah,
but, like,
Flag, good for you. You're the best one out of all of
I
us.
really don't like. I know this call is different, but I really don't think I'm the minority in this situation.
No, I'm not saying you're, but I'm saying that you have the knowledge. You brought out the knowledge, going like, due to this one experience I've had, I gained self-awareness, I gained this and that and that. But that's what people need to know. Like, what's a good relationship is being able to go through fires and go through moments with them and be able to like balance it out. If that person is meant for you, they will take that ride with you. They will go through that with you. If they're not with you, they'll make you feel bad. Like, if they're not balanced, they'll make you feel bad for not giving them what they want, or like you would feel like you're too distant, you don't love them, or like all these things will start happening. And if you're not able to like communicate about it and like talk, hey, like I think I don't love you anymore. If you can't say those words to someone, then it's not gonna work out. You need to be able to work out, because in that moment when things aren't working out, he needs to be able to talk. He needs to be able to break out of that shell in that moment. Like, you can't just be scared of relationships. Like, you have to take that risk. You have to confess. You have to like do all these crazy things to be able to discover it. Because if you're not able to discover yourself, you're just gonna keep entering these really bad relationships. You're gonna, like, if me and Clary didn't find a stopping point, we would have kept going. I'm pretty sure I would have been on that motorcycle going like, all right, werewolf, where's the werewolf next? Oh, an ogre, I'm gonna date an ogre.
Oh my god, please.
That old man who's about to die, ooh, we're about to go for him. I was literally hitting those places. I was about to go insane. Because in my head I was like, I'm not a bad person, I can do better, I can do this and that. Anyone with a pulse, I'll go for it. Like, but now I know better.
Let's get a timer right here.
I think something very important that I learned. I mean, I'm obviously not gonna have another relationship after John. John's like end game for me, but I think the one thing I learned from John, in terms of like having a really healthy relationship, is establishing the communication part, essentially, and like establishing what is okay and what is okay, like your boundaries from the get-go. My left hand feels awful light. Oh my god, no.
Wait, what?
John's...
What?
Oh,
Anyways.
So it's a trend between me and John. It's an ongoing like meme where like I keep telling all my friends and everyone around me like, John's endgame, like there's no one after John. John's like he's the it guy for me. And I haven't proposed to him, so I'm making these grandiose like statements, and then he's like, my left hand feels kind of light.
That's what I thought
Oh
it was like
my
a
God,
hand
I
holding
love
thing. Okay,
that.
okay.
Oh no, yeah.
Oh, I love that. That's so
Oh.
cute. He wants a little rock on there. I love that. I love any show of, like, you know, it doesn't have to be ring, but any kind of show of your relationship and affection. I love that. Like, oh, he gave me this and that. I'm like, yes, work. That like showcases. It's like a little bit of materialism is great, but like it also signifies something. Like no offense, but I don't really like tacky rings like that. Like if someone's gonna marry me or propose me or give me any type of affection, it has to be something that represents both of us, like something cute or dumb that like showcases us. Like if they gave me like a little charm bracelet full of all the stupid things we've done, it's stupid, it's dorky, I hate it, but I love it because like you brought it to me and you like made it. Oh yeah, all those things. Cute.
Flag.
Alright,
Any questions? Any passing statements?
Just like I think the biggest thing and one of my biggest pet peeves is just people who feel like they need a relationship. You do not need a relationship. If you feel like you need a relationship, then you are not ready for one.
Right.
Because that kind of the what's it called, the reliance on something like that that's very superficial or potentially can be so, is incredibly toxic. And I will admit that maybe it takes a relationship for you to finally actually learn something like that learn that lesson. And I do think that is a little bit similar to like what happened with me. Plus, you know, like I did think I came to some kind of personal conclusion, but it was always like in the back of my mind, you know, where like, oh, I you know, do need, you know, like, oh, I want a date or whatever, you know, I want a significant other or some shit. Like a lot of that is very human, but you gotta fight that urge. You gotta fight it, because usually if that is like your one and like sole purpose for like existence is like, oh, I want to date someone, I'm so lonely, you know, if only I had another like a person to date. Like if that is your mindset, you are just setting yourself up for disaster. And you like it's just,
yeah,
I wish I could slap people in the face with like that kind of logic, where it's just like, you need to understand that is just grounds for a really bad time. And
yeah.
I'm glad that Clary and Munchie are here. No, I'm kidding.
No, Flag, how dare you? Because I was like so happy what you were saying. I'm gonna be up tomorrow. Because people are no, I know you are. You smell like it. But people are so afraid of being single. Let yourself be single. Exactly. Let yourself be alone. But with me saying that, you gotta find friends in a support group, and it doesn't have to be IRL friends. I know we all want that like intimate touch sometimes. Like intimate.
What did we call it earlier in the? It was
contact sports.
Contact sports.
Yeah, contact sports.
Everyone wants that contact sports, and yes, you can go out and have fun time playing sports and like enjoying your contact thing and running those bases and touching all those tickle downs. Like you can do whatever you want when you get there, but like the thing is, like, that shouldn't be your number one strive. Like, you have to be okay with being alone. You have to be okay with having that lonely feeling in there. Being single is 100% okay, yes, and still try to make friends. The thing, like, one good example is if you're not able to keep a friend group or a relationship of group of friends, no matter what sex they are, if you're not able to keep a relationship with friends, I'm telling you now that you would not be able to keep a romantic relationship with another person if you can't even maintain having at least one friend.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think one thing that really stuck to me, right before the dumpster fire with my polyamorous relationship, John asked me, like, because I think I was like one of the first people he's met that like had that kind of experience, and so like he asked me like, why, like, he was just trying to get to know me. Like, he was like, why do you feel like, or why do you think that like dating these two people at the same time like makes sense to you? And what my answer was to him was like, oh, I feel like I have a lot of love to give, and I feel like giving it to, like, it doesn't have to be to just one person. I can give it to someone else too. And I was deluding myself.
No, that's what I did. That's what I said to myself too. I was like, I have so much of me to like spread around.
Yeah.
I'm being so selfish with my body. Everyone come and like get my love. Take it. Yeah, I was wrong. We were wrong.
Yeah,
for
I was
that.
wrong. We were wrong. But I think that's the answer I gave him. And then like he brought up that conversation again when we started dating, and he said, I think you're right that you have a lot of love to give. I just think you're not one of those people. And that really hit me.
Oh.
Yeah, it really hit me that and he was right. I wasn't loving myself enough, and it was just an eye-opener to me. And so like, yes, the right thing to do after the dumpster fire of my breakup was to stay single, find myself, and learn to love myself. But I ended up dating John, and I'm slowly learning to love myself while dating John, and it's been great. He's been very, very supportive throughout the whole entire thing.
We should all date John.
Oh my god! You're not the only one who said that! Everyone keeps trying to date my boyfriend!
Oh no, not your John specifically. He seems a little used up by now.
Oh.
I mean, like someone with his attributes. No offense, John. No offense, John. I feel like clearly just a lot. And I feel like a lot has been already taken from you. And I want someone a bit more fresher, a little more pep to their step. So yeah.
So yeah, another important thing should probably conclude because we're a little bit over. I'm sorry to.
Oh no, it's great.
No.
This is the second half, so it's like doesn't really matter at all.
So I think one of the things we need to put on that list is to like have a good relationship. I think first and foremost, we really need to love ourselves. And yeah, I think that's probably one of the most important
Yeah,
things.
love yourself or go home.
Yeah.
Or both.
Or both.
Don't love yourself at home. That's just creepy.
Okay, so that was what makes a good or bad relationship. Like, Flag and Munchie, do you guys have any other questions or topics that you wanted to cover before we go?
I think I've said too much. I think I've said what I had to say. My piece is there. I love love. Love is one of my favorite things in the world. I'm so strange.
It's great though.
It's so weird because
love is great. I hate people who are like, man, I'm edgy. No one loves me.
No, love is disgusting. I love love. It's so disgustingly beautiful to watch it when two people are able to make it work. And like when I'm in a relationship with other people who have relationships, I'm like, yes, like make it work, like talk it out, like be something. Like and when you want that toxic trait, instead of actually living toxic trait like me and Clary did, watch K-dramas. Watch dramas. Live your life through them.
Yeah,
I'm telling
don't live it through. Don't do it.
Don't actually
experience
it. Yeah, no, don't experience it.
It's a
Watch
train
that
wreck.
K-drama and go like, yes, that bitch is stupid. Like, but don't be that stupid bitch. Like, don't be the person in that K-drama doing all that, chasing 5 men, having 5 men chase after you. Trust me, I know it seems fun. A lot of people in the like community of dramas and all that want to live that fantasy.
It's not
honey.
it's fun. It's fun for like the first 3 weeks, but after that, it's too much.
Not even 3 weeks. It's so tiring after week 1, and the reason why you keep wanting to keep going is going like, I want to see how far I get. Like you start jumping off these cliffs with these people. Literally, I jump off a few cliffs. They're really fun. It's, extreme sports. But like, after a while, it's like you're just too much. Your body can't handle it. You're not that type of person. I don't even like myself at this point because like you start looking in the mirror, going like, I don't like who I'm looking at right now because like this is not what I want to be doing. No, because and that's the biggest thing when you enter these drama relationships is like you want a relationship so badly that you start like forcing yourself into them, but then you go back and look at yourself going like, wow, wait, I like myself better when I was alone than when I was with someone because of all the hoops and things you force yourself to jump through. When you're forcing yourself in a relationship, then you're not having fun. Yes, you need to have one, but don't let societal pressures, your own parents, all these other factors that is not your own, even your own values sometimes can come in front of you, but you just have to let it happen organically through steps, through all these motions, because the minute you start putting, oh, I need to do this because of this, that's gonna go south, because like you're gonna start not loving yourself, and then that's just gonna end up going bad, and then might end up becoming dependent. You might end up becoming like hating. You might end up just hating people in general, and then you'll end up just never wanting to be anyone ever again and being afraid of love because you broke yourself. And you don't want that either. You want to find that balance between like, I'm okay with being alone, and if someone else comes in my life, I'm okay with that too. But I'm not pursuing it like crazy. I'm not gonna go like full K-drama and just like chase this person and like break in and steal their baby and like kidnap their sister and like, you know,
Steal their baby.
I'm not gonna come into this life and do the most. No, I want it to organically happen. I want to meet them. I want them to meet me. And if it doesn't work out, hey, we can be cool friends. And if we're not cool friends, at least we gain some knowledge and experience. Like this is a Pokemon battle. Like, we gain experience and knowledge from each other.
I do have a question.
Okay.
What are y'all's thoughts about being friends with your exes?
Well,
Depends.
I am. I will say this, unless there's something really bad, like if one cheats on you or like commits murder or like fraud or something, or like is secretly, I don't know, a like Yakuza boss or something that you just don't know. Like if it's unlike those really, really toxic things that are just like behind your back, I feel like if you're not able to stay friends after the relationship, I think that one or both parties were running into some maturity issues and that they were not to begin with ready for the relationship. So like, you know, I guess a lot of people might take that personally, but I do believe that because I feel like I was a very mature person going into my relationship, and I feel like she was also like a very level-headed person as well. And it didn't work out, and you know, there was some instability, but it wasn't like there was no person, you know, on the edge of like a building, you know, crying, the K-drama music playing in the background, the credits about to roll. Like there was no situation like that. It was very still like down to earth. So like because of those situations, that like that's why I think that we were both very like level-headed, and why we were able to still like talk to each other and be like very friendly. I do think it's more cordial now as opposed to actual friendship, but I do think that even that ability to just have some level of communication with your ex that is not related to like, oh, let's get back together, Munchie, like nothing like that, right?
Oh my god, flashbacks.
right. So long as
I'm calling the police.
So long as it's not like getting back together, like if it's just small talk, I think that just means leaps and bounds about both parties, because you've been very intimate with each other. You've, you know, possibly had, you know, like sex and that kind of stuff together, but then you can step away from it after the relationship and be like, yeah, you know, these people are like, they're still nice people. They're not like a monster. And again, this is outside of cheating, secret mafia boss, that kind of stuff. That's outside of that.
No, you're right. A romantic relationship can become platonic. Not always realistic, not always possible. Both people have to be willing. There's like some, again, like what people are saying in the chat, there's so many factors that have to go into it. But the number one thing is that it is possible. It truly depends on how things end, and it truly depends if both people in that relationship, that feeling of romantic relationship is not there strongly anymore. You know, you can't ever, nothing in the world of psychology, nothing ever really stops existing. That's just anything. It seems science, but like at the end of the day, but things can lessen and things can like just fall apart and not be there anymore. You can fall out of love with someone, and if you're able to accept, like, I'm like, you know what, I liked you, like I love that moments that we had, but I enjoyed the friend parts more than our romantic parts, and like then that can easily turn into a beautiful friendship. Yes, it will always make a new person in your life who's your lover feel kind of strange. It's always going to be there, but again, if they're meant to be your lover, they can talk it out and have that conversation, and like it never needs to become a moment where like I choose you between you. It's like, no, yeah, I dated this person once, we didn't work out, but like, you know, I'm still friends with them because like we still have those moments. And yeah, it's always gonna be weird if you ever talk about it, you're gonna talk about it, but like, you know, that's besides the point of jealousy and all that. But that's how it can be. Like there is a way to transfer from romantic to platonic, but it does take time, and it might take more energy than it's worth sometimes. So a lot of people may not choose to take that route and just go like, hey, thanks for the memories, and then just like jump off a plane, you know?
Yeah, no, I
Go
think
skydiving.
I think there is that caveat of like with the understanding that one or both parties are not mature when if it's not possible. I think people misunderstand. I'm reading some of the comments in the chat. Like, if it doesn't have to be necessarily you, it could be you, but like if you or the other person is just like, you know, really toxic or really clingy or something like that, then no, I do agree, you shouldn't be cordial or talk to that person anymore. Like, you should cut it off. Like that is a healthy thing for you to do personally for your mental health and even possibly for their mental health. So like I see that I don't know how to pronounce your mod's name, Gelsol. I see that, you know, Gelsol like disagrees, but I would argue like it's possible that in that situation your significant other might be the underlying reason why like you can't have a conversation anymore. It's because they were like a toxic cause, and then like you know were to cut them out, and that was like the correct decision to make. And a lot of it does stem again once with like the mental maturity, and if both parties are at that maturity level but you aren't compatible, then I think it's very natural actually to stay cordial and still talk to each other, because you're both decent human beings, and you know tendencies are, if you're a decent human being, you want to keep other decent people around you, because that's like there's no reason not to. And in fact, like that's like a huge thing outside of romantic or like dating relationships or anything like that, is just people who have like good understandings about, you know, mental maturity and are mentally mature themselves. They are going to push away the people who are like just grown children, like adult babies. They're going to push those people away because, you know, you don't want to. Why are you dealing? Why are you going to become their parent? So like,
I can change them.
Yeah, and do
Flag.
their laundry, right?
Flag, I can change them. You don't understand. I have enough love in me to change them. I can transform them. They'll be a better person. They just need me. This whole life they've just been looking for me, and they found me, and I can fix them.
Yeah, no, but
that's
literally
fake, right?
that.
Someone
man.
please clip that. That's so good.
my God.
that's a good example of like the mental maturity thing, is that you can't fix
Example?
them.
Wait, what?
You
No, I
can't,
was
you
being
can't
real.
actually fix them unless you are getting paid for like legal whatever compensation, like a therapist, you know, like I believe Munchie is training to be. Stuff like that is different because it's your job, as opposed to, look, I'm your SO. That does not mean I'm your therapist. That like you need to draw like that line in the sand.
Yes.
Yeah, no, flag. Everyone, right, tattoo that on your left arm right now. Your SO is not your therapist.
Yeah.
If I had $1 for all, because I'm doing some interning and some training right now. If I had $1 for, like, you know, I'm just starting, so I've only heard like a small like amount of it, but I've heard so much of it, so much that like they don't love me anymore. They don't want to talk about my feelings anymore. It's like, it's truly not that. You are overly talking about your feelings. Your significant other can't help you out in this moment's times every single time, because everyone has their emotional checkout time, because like you can only handle talking about Barbara at work who's making you feel bad all the time. You can't go there all the time. You need someone else to talk to you about it, who's more trained and who has more patience, because in relationships, yes, there's patience, but there's such a big difference. There's a big difference. They're not your therapist. If you want to go in a relationship because you want someone to fix you or like be able to hear you out and like, you know, be your therapist, you're wrong for that. You need help. Go home. I hope you stay single forever.
Oh my god.
Oh, Lamau.
I'm quite curious about Ruchan.
Huh?
Like your
What?
experiences. You've been very quiet.
Oh yeah.
I know you're the host, but like your rice purity test score is really close to mine. So, also curious. I mean, you don't have to, but I'm also curious because you are the host. So I was curious.
Yeah,
Now
I'm
you
totally
flipping the
not
question back
just
to
like,
him.
yeah, no, totally not just like milking you guys for content and just like sitting here and working on this shit. I mean, don't know.
Wait, you're milking me?
I'll believe. Oh my god. Yeah. See, like I think I did mention this, you know, before, but like I don't have like a middle ground that's like, you know, decent to talk about. I think. Well, I don't know.
I remember.
I feel like Like, you guys have shared it enough. Do I talk about this? You know what? No, I think
No.
I don't have like that perfect middle ground that I can like talk about on stream and find it like amusing. So I'll just say,
Amusing.
I mean, like vampires, druids, and like like queen
Okay,
bee. I feel
I can
that's...
say this for Rue. I'm pretty sure somewhere in between me, Clary, and Flag, we've talked about something that Rue also may have gone to something similar. I'm pretty sure, like, due to the toxicities of what we talked about, I'm pretty sure anyone in the chat, not even just Rue, have experienced something similar. Because like we went extreme mode, like we talked about some extreme
Oh, yeah.
relationships, and I'm pretty sure people have dealt with that
Yeah.
in any way capacity. So like,
Yeah. Oh, okay. So like I've
Entertaining or
had
not,
something
yeah.
similar in the sense of like something that involved a third-party threats and police.
Oh
is
yes,
my
yes, I
recent-
remember you answered that.
Yeah. Okay,
that's
so...
much fun. I hate that.
Yeah. But
I've had the police only once.
oh god. Yeah.
Same.
Same side eye. Yeah.
Not same.
Yeah.
Flag! Oh my god, we should someone call police. Let's go. Let's do Flag. Flag, just
Call
date me
us
for
all
like
team
2.
on
No,
Flag.
Flag, just date me for like 2 seconds.
Oh,
2 seconds.
I'm
And...
just gonna say, I'm gonna say this right now. I'm a huge red flag.
Yeah.
No, that
Actually,
works. I'm beyond red. I want the color red does not exist on me anymore.
Oh hey, I'm red too. It's just not as fun.
But yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm blue. I need to leave.
So yeah, I mean, no, I mean, like that was our relationship talk episode 2. Guys, it is like getting late, so I'm gonna want to let you guys go. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for like making time for me.
Yes.
Had so much fun.
Thank you
for
so
having
much
us.
for having us. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry we talked so long.
No, it's great. I really enjoyed like talking with you guys. But yeah, I'm just gonna say like you can catch
You
Flag,
better.
Clary, and Munchie on those links right there. You can please go follow them. They're all amazing content creators as well. And yeah,
Aw.
guys, thank you so much. And I look forward to like talking. You know what? I think a few of you guys I'll be talking to again in a future episode as well.
Before we
Yeah.
tune out, I want to answer the quick question that Neko had was what
yeah,
our
sure.
scores are, our rice purity scores.
My rice purity score was 20,
Yeah.
I think. Ruchan, the last time I took it was during Ruchan's birthday subathon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm,
and I was
remember
the
that.
lowest, which was 20, I think.
Yeah, and I was 28.
Mine was 28.
Oh wait,
Oh
what?
no, yeah. No, was it? Mine was either around 28 or 32, because I remember it was close to Ash, and Ash
Oh,
was
okay.
in the low 30 or high 30, yeah, low 30s or.
Yeah, okay.
High
We were around about low 30s, high.
Me
high
and
30s.
Rue were like, easy access. Fine.
I was 45, if wondering. So like, oh my god, you can see the difference in life paths of just a mere like those. It really is like when someone says, oh, the difference between like an A and an A plus is like the same difference between a B and an A, because that score is like so much harder to
Oh, you
do.
calling me an A plus?
Yeah,
Oh,
you're an A
wow.
plus of
Nice.
degeneracy. Congratulations.
I blame Clary. She's my older sister.
It runs in the
Oh, Daichi.
family.
But yeah, guys, that was episode 2. Thank you so much, and like, right, thank you so much for like coming, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for
course,
having us.
bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye,
Bye, bye.
Bye.
See
Have a
you
good
later in your
night.
bed. Bye.
You what?
Oh, Jesus.
Guys, thank you so much, guys. It was a lot of fun. Well, and yeah, that was episode 2. Bad romances or rad bromances. What makes a good or bad relationship? I don't know if we, answered the question definitively, but I hope that you guys, maybe got something out of it, or at least enjoyed like listening to all these, amazing people's experiences. Alright, so wait. Oh, was I 24 or something? I felt like, oh, maybe was I the one that was 21? I don't know. But yeah, so I hope you guys can like check out like these guys as well. Really amazing. Are you gonna be putting these? Yeah, so all of these episodes are gonna be on the Rice Bowl YouTube. I wonder if can I do? I'm not sure if it will come. Wait, so that just gives a Twitch, but it'll all be on the Rice Bowl YouTube, and when it does come out, I'll definitely just retweet it. Because I should probably retweet it, tweet it for me, through the Rice Bowl team Twitter. But yeah, all right, let's find someone we can raid, and I think there's one. I think Chi-chan is like pushing for partner. So it'd be nice if we can show support for Chi-chan. Yeah, Naman, thank you so much for coming as well, and everyone, thank you so much for coming. Flag, Exonia as well, Blue Neko. I hope you had your fun time. Your first fun time. Also, thank you so much. God, it's a God. I love a God. Sorry. Anyway. Alright, let me just set up the raid. So we'll be raiding Chi-chan, who is pushing partner and is a member of us VDon Rice Bowl gang. Before we go, if you want, you can hang with us on Discord. And also I'm mostly active on Twitter. So you can follow me there as well. I'll really appreciate that. Other than that, let's get a raid message. What should we do? Rice Radio raid? How's that? Would that be alright? Something easy like that. And we'll be raiding Chi-chan. Hope you guys can give her some love as well. She's real cute. Pushing for partner and all that. And man, I had so much fun talking to you guys. Oh, but next episode, right, in 2 weeks time, is gonna be Romance Round 2, but it will be hosted not by me, but by Ash. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm gonna have a lot of fun listening to that as well. So I want to see how it goes with Ash. So I hope you guys can check that out as well. But regards by Ash, yeah, exactly. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But yeah, Miss Uli as well. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, guys. Hope you all have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time zone. Take care. Stay hydrated. And also the people who are spending so much time talking with me, stay hydrated as well. Get some water. And without further ado, I think we can raid Chi-chan. Right. Bye, guys. See you next stream, and take care.